We are now beginning the first international conference for contemporary Korean studies. I am Professor Yohan Yu from the Department of Religious Studies at Seoul National University and the leader of the Value and Identity team within the SNU Contemporary Korean Studies project. We will start with a brief opening ceremony. First, we will hear a welcoming address from President Hongrim Ryu of Seoul National University. But unfortunately, it will be delivered via video. President Ryu is unable to attend in person due to an overseas business trip, and he sends his sincere apologies for this.
Good morning, honored guests, esteemed scholars, and dedicated researchers. I am Hongrim Ryu, President of Seoul National University. It is my great honor to welcome you to the International Conference for Contemporary Korean Studies, hosted by Seoul National University. On behalf of SNU community, I'd like to extend special thanks to the researchers from abroad. As we explore multidisciplinary research agenda for future Korean studies, your presence would serve as an inspiration. I also express my gratitude to Professor Hyung-gi Kwon and the entire project teams for their dedication to this significant research initiative and conference. Global interest in contemporary Korea is currently higher than ever before. Korea's remarkable economic growth and dynamic democratic development have long garnered worldwide attention. Additionally, Korean culture, including K-dramas, K-music, and Korean cuisine, is captivating global audiences. Reflecting this trend, major universities, especially in the United States and Europe, have shown unprecedented interest in Korean studies, with a surge in students enrolling in Korean studies courses and programs. This increasing demand has also led to a rise in the appointment of educators and researchers in this field. Global interest in Korea should go beyond mere curiosity about a country with a success story. It should lead to systematic and in-depth academic explorations and greater achievements. With Korean studies receiving increasing global attention, this conference, which brings together top minds from around the world across various disciplines to discuss Korea's unique appeal and complex challenges, is both timely and promising. Seoul National University has a distinguished history of dedicating tremendous effort and intellectual resources to the study of Korean history and literature, particularly through our renowned institution, Gyujanggak. Now, expanding on this foundation, SNU wants to push forward to taking a leading role in addressing the new global demand for contemporary Korean studies and establishing it as a distinct academic field. Contemporary Korean studies at SNU should encompass a broad range of interests, from politics, economy, society, culture, and religion to engineering and technology. To achieve this goal, we must foster broader interdisciplinary studies. Moreover, contemporary Korean studies should not merely treat Korean cases as unique, isolated research subjects, but should also enrich our understanding of universal human experiences. By comprehensively analyzing the characteristics of Korean society and culture and their interactions with global trends, we can better understand humanity's common concerns and propose both theoretically and practically effective solutions. In this sense, we can assert that such contemporary Korean studies are not only future-oriented, but also globally relevant. As a hub of contemporary Korean studies, Seoul National University aims to explore new directions in this field and present a vision for the future alongside you. I sincerely hope that this academic conference will contribute to the advancement of contemporary Korean studies, and I pledge my continued support for the future endeavor. I firmly believe that this conference will serve as a cornerstone for a new leap forward in Korean studies. And I hope that your esteemed expertise and profound insights over the next 2 days will elevate our discussion on studying Korea, bringing significant benefits to both our country and the global community. Thank you.
Yeah, he promised constant support. I think about that. Next, Professor Hyung-gi Kwon, the director of the SNU Contemporary Korean Studies Project, will deliver the second welcoming address. Please give him a big hand.
Very good to see you, all of you. Let's see. Good morning. How's your last night? Good? Good. Welcome to Seoul National University. This is Hyung-gi Kwon. I'm the chair of Seoul National University Contemporary Korean Studies program. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed guests, both domestic and international, who are leading scholars in contemporary Korean studies. Your presence at this conference is truly an honor, and we deeply appreciate your participation. Since 2023, many scholars at SNU interested in Korean studies have recognized the need to develop and improve Korean studies. Since then, we have continuously developed various plans to address the growing demand for the understanding and analyzing modern contemporary Korea society. Interest in contemporary Korea has never been higher around the world. This growing interest spans multiple fields, including not only cultural phenomena such as K-pop, K-drama, but also other subjects like Korean economic development and democracy and religion. Although there is increasing intellectual interest and demand for various aspects of Korean society, existing research and education in Korean studies have mainly focused on Korean language and old history. I believe now is the time to expand the scope, the content of our research and education. And now is the time to recognize the experience of Korean society more comparatively within the universal context of human history, rather than Korean particularism. I'm pretty much confident that today's international conference will be the first step toward achieving our goals. This project aims to establish a global organization for Korean studies for comprehensive, comparative, and multidisciplinary studies on contemporary Korean society. I truly believe SNU Global Organization will serve as the center of interconnected global network of researchers, while at the same time, we will connect research, and education. Our project will not be possible without invaluable support and guidance from all of you. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to each of you. Please enjoy this conference. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Kwon. I will be helping Professor Kwon oversee the entire program of the conference over the next 2 days. I have just one request. Please ensure that each session concludes within the designated time. Your punctuality will be greatly appreciated. The first session, presented by the Value and Identity team, will begin shortly. Please prepare.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first session of the Seoul National University's inaugural International Conference on Contemporary Korean Studies. My name is Song Chong Lee. I'm an associate professor of religious studies. Before starting our session, I'd like to remind you of the larger objective of the conference. Our goal is to rejuvenate and redirect the discourse on Korean studies with the renewed focus on contemporary issues and concerns. As part of this collective institutional effort with the 7 research clusters, our team for the first session is going to present a discussion titled Reimagining Korea, Identity and Values in a Changing World and Korea in Transitions. Our team explores themes and questions that could broaden our perspective on Korean identity and social dynamics, both domestic and international. And this morning, we have 3 speakers presenting their work, followed by 2 discussants who will offer feedback and pose questions to deepen our conversation. Afterward, we'll take audience questions and conclude by briefly introducing the research from other team members that are not presented today. So that said, without further ado, let me introduce our first presenter. We have Professor Grace Kao from Yale University. The title of our talk is K-pop's place on the US Billboard Hot 100 chart. Professor Kao is a prominent sociologist specializing in the racial, ethnic, and immigrant differences in educational outcomes, interracial relationships, and sociology of music, especially K-pop. She's currently director of the Center for Empirical Research on Stratification and Inequality at Yale University. Please join me in welcoming Professor Kao.
Good morning, everyone. I hope to keep you awake, and hopefully this will be a lot of fun. So I'm very pleased to join you this morning, and I'm going to talk about the Billboard Hot 100 charts and what K-pop's history on this chart tells us about the future of Koreanness in K-pop, and also give you some updates on the development of how companies are responding to wanting to be on this chart. And just a little bit more background, and I didn't get to put this on the slides. I'm actually also writing for the Korea Herald. So I have a column with other people, of course, and I'm writing about K-pop, mostly about the Hallyu and a little bit of sociology. And if you're interested, I also wrote about this topic in my column this week, which came out on Tuesday. So if you Google my name and Herald and Billboard, you'll get to see that article as well. So it sort of accompanies this. I asked Mina to hand out some stickers for a K-pop group that I am happy to support. So okay, let's start. So if you want a sticker, okay, great. So just a quick overview. I'm going to talk a little bit about the US Billboard Hot 100 charts. Talk a little bit about how it's changed over time, and give you a brief history of K-pop's presence on this chart and explain why the companies care so much about it. And I want to make an argument for the fact that it's really not just about revenue streams and money, but really about proving its presence in the Western market, but also it will make K-pop companies are all dealing with this right now, grapple with how much to change K-pop to satisfy what they believe is a global audience. Okay, and then maybe conclude with thinking about how this affects value and identity of K-pop and Korea overall. Okay, so just a quick brief history about popular music in the US before I jump to K-pop. So many sociologists, and I think social scientists overall, know about James Coleman. James Coleman wrote on many, many topics, but one of his earlier works is a book called The Adolescent Society, and really, I think, has been so influential in affecting sociologists and their take on the entire study of the sociology of adolescence. This is about the baby boomer generation. I always tell people that it takes pocket money for teenagers to support a pop music industry. And in the US, this came along with the development of a car culture, and also these charts along with television shows that showed teenagers listening to music and explaining to the US audience like what music groups mattered. So 45 RPM records they were invented by RCA in 1949. I think those of us of a certain age, we all know what these things are, but of course my students don't know, have never seen one. And basically these 45s could hold a few minutes of audio per side. And upon its first release, they sold 1 million 45s. By 1958, Rock Around the Clock by Bill Haley and the Comic sold 3 million copies. And then you had the advent, jukeboxes were around already, but really they became more popular, and you could basically stick a coin in and choose a song, and then it would play the 45. Todd Stortz, who was a owner of a couple of radio stations in Omaha, Nebraska, he's credited with standardizing the top 40 radio format in 1951. But before that, there were other kinds of charts where Billboard might count the number of sheet music sales, or you can count radio plays and so forth. But it's really in the 50s where things begin to get a little bit standardized. Dick Clark, anyone familiar with Dick Clark? Yeah, okay. Top of the Pops. And so Dick Clark was first a DJ and then had a show in Philadelphia and West Philly, very close to where I lived. And, he was later known as America's oldest teenager, but here was a hip-looking young man who hung out with a studio audience of teenagers. They weren't really teenagers, but they were sort of made to look like teenagers. And they would listen to the top hits of the era, but again, it showed the at-home audience that these were important acts to know, and then that this was, what was on the minds of American teenagers. Okay. Billboard magazine itself, I thought this was really interesting. It actually began as a publication about billboards, hence the title of the magazine. By the early 1900s, they were covering stories about the entertainment industry, so not just actual billboards. And with the growth of the jukebox, 45s, and the radio, its focus moved to music. And the first list that they came up with in 1913 was last week's bestsellers. And again, this was the sheet music sales that I just talked about. By 1940, there's multiple lists of music sales, jukebox, song choices, radio play, etc. Okay, the Billboard Hot 100 charts begins in August 4th, 1958, or at least that's the date of the first chart. It combines a count of radio plays, sales, and jukebox plays. And the first song was Poor Little Fool by Ricky Nelson. And my show and tell is I have a copy of the 45 right here. I don't think this is original print, but here it is. And I won't play you the song. And what's interesting is in K-pop, I think or in pop music overall, people lament the fact that songs are getting shorter and shorter. But in the 50s, songs were about 2.5 minutes long, and the song was so. New Jeans' new songs are about the same length as well. Okay, I'll play this for you. So now it has actually many, many charts. I can't even find them all, at least 200 different kinds of charts. It includes charts for different genres, by country, by album, by radio, and so forth. And of course, it's counting different types of sales with the advent of digital, with social, YouTube, Spotify, and so forth. It's hard to count, and the permutations and the formulas used is something that K-pop fans and other fans, especially K-pop fans, tried to break the code and also manipulate these charts to the extent they can. Okay, and then for the remainder of this talk, I'm going to refer to the primary US singles chart, which is called the US Billboard Hot 100. That's the entire name. Okay, so I don't know exactly when Billboard first mentions the word K-pop, but some have argued that perhaps it was in 1999. I don't want to say that but let's say sometime in the late 90s, Billboard magazine itself is thinking, oh, there's something in Korea that is coming out that we should pay attention to. By August 25th, 2011, there's a K-pop Hot 100, and Billboard has sort of gone back and forth about whether to have this particular chart. There's also Billboard magazine announced earlier this year that they were going to do a publication that's Billboard Korea, but it seems like it hasn't quite started, so I don't know what's happening with that. Okay, so let me give you a quick timeline, and some of you, this will be very familiar. Are there K-pop fans here? Favorite groups? Just shout out, what, Blackpink? Anyone else? Blackpink, okay, come on, boy groups. BTS? Okay, cool. Stray Kids? Okay. Welcome Stays? All right. So the first K-pop chart to actually chart was Nobody by the Wonder Girls. There is there's a group called the Kim Sisters, which I don't have time to talk about. You will see on the internet that people claim they had the first single. They did not. I've checked this thoroughly. So the first ones really are the Wonder Girls, and I'm going to play you a little clip. Wonder Girls is a JYP outfit. You can see that this is reminiscent of Motown, right? There's an English version of the song. If I didn't tell you this was K-pop, a lot of people wouldn't be able to identify it as K-pop because it sounds like an old Motown song. And of course, the second one is Psy's Gangnam Style. This reaches number 2. I'm not going to play you a clip because everyone knows what that sounds like. Okay, and then BTS has its first single called DNA in October 2017. 2018, Blackpink has its first single. And then September 2020, BTS reaches number 1 with Dynamite. And that's the first K-pop song to reach number 1 on the US charts. I'll show you a clip. So overall, as of last week, there's been 88 songs by K-pop act on the US Billboard Hot 100. A lot of fans argue that K-pop songs are disadvantaged because there's no radio play, essentially. So this is why they have to sort of figure out how Billboard counts things. And they'll watch the video when it's released, watch it many, many times, listen, repeat on Spotify, iTunes, and so forth to try to get their favorite group on the chart. And this is to offset what they believe is racism by the US music market. Okay, of the 88, 55 are by BTS or its members, and each of the 7 members have now charted by themselves. Of the 16 songs that have made it to the top 10, 14 are by BTS and 2 are by Psy. And I just wanted to show you the acts that have made it. So we go from the Wonder Girls, Psy, CL, BTS, members, of course, Blackpink, members, 3 members, New Jeans, everyone knows who New Jeans are, Taeyang of Big Bang. 50/50, really interesting because they're from a small company and they made it on because of TikTok. So someone found their music and sped it up at double speed and then started using it with lots of videos. And because of that, they were actually on the US Billboard Hot 100. The company kind of imploded because of this, because now there was something to fight over. We can talk about that later. But 50/50 is back, but most of the members are gone. So it's one old member, 3 new members, and the other 3 members have started their own group. Another story. Okay. Stray Kids, of course, Le Seraphim, Islet, Islet is a Hive group. They're the first ones to have their debut single chart. Okay. So another way to count is how many weeks they've stayed on Billboard Hot 100, because what K-pop fans are really good at is they can get their acts on these charts for 1 week, because if you do a lot of intense buying and listening, you can get them on immediately, but the sustained part is actually very, very hard. So BTS, again, dominates, followed by Blackpink and so forth. Sorry about the number of songs I talked about already. So New Jeans have had 5 songs, but all pretty low on the Hot 100 charts. And then I also tried to graph whether this is going up. And you'll see that this goes up with COVID, right? COVID was very good for K-pop and for BTS in terms of its presence in the Western market. But we'll see what happens when all the members return from the military. And as many of us know, there's a big scandal right now with Suga. So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? The other thing that K-pop groups are really good at is selling physical albums. And I think this surprises a lot of people. So in the US, people are not really buying CDs anymore. They're just listening on Spotify and so forth. K-pop fans, however, still buy CDs. They buy many, many copies because you can try to get a photo card. And there could be photo cards that are randomly distributed. There can be different versions of albums that they can buy and so forth. So K-pop still dominates in terms of sales of physical albums. And in the interim that BTS has been in the military, other groups have overtaken them in terms of record sales. So the top selling, I believe Map of the Soul 7 is now the 5th best-selling album of all time, not the first. 17, Stray Kids and so forth have overtaken BTS. And of course, we know that in Korea, everybody wants to take credit for K-pop and for BTS and how important Korea is on the global map. I think all of us who follow Korean news have seen these kinds of quotes, but basically, people want to say that I've always been a fan of Top 40 radio or the Billboard charts, and it's so great that to see one of our own sort of hit these charts. But I want us to go back to the videos I just showed you, and hopefully you were paying attention a little bit. So have people heard the song Dynamite before I played it? Okay, great. Everyone's heard it, right? Earworm. Now, I don't know if you noticed what I noticed, but I'm Chinese American. I grew up in San Francisco. I'm familiar with what California is supposed to look like. And Dynamite to me is a very confusing video. Sort of gives me a headache. All right, I'll explain why. First of all, the song is not written by any member of BTS, which is very unusual for their songs. It's written by 2 Brits. So 2 Brits that are millennials. The lyrics are completely nonsensical. I know this is being recorded, so I should be careful, but they don't make any sense. It's not about anything, as far as I can tell. It's certainly not about Korea. It's shot on a set that's supposed to be LA. There's Randy's Donuts. The color, the sort of lighting is reminiscent of what late 70s are supposed to look like. But you have references from the 1990s. There was a sign that says CDs are sold. There's the word disco, but there's no disco in the 80s or 90s in LA. Like, it doesn't exist, right? So there's all kinds of confusing messages. I have a whole shtick about retro videos in K-pop. So it's a really weird amalgam of what other people think of what America is like, but it's not made by any Americans. The song is not written by Americans, but it's completely in English. And there's also very little Korean content, really, right? Except that the members themselves are Korean. And this is true of much of K-pop right now. I think some people still imagine that K-pop is made by Koreans in Korea, and it's just not true. So songs now often have up to 10 different songwriters. It is global. Many current songwriters are in Sweden. They're actually very big in J-pop and K-pop. SM has developed a group called the Hub, where they're all foreign songwriters, and they've brought them to Korea to write. The producers, top liners, songwriters I know in Korea who are Korean, they're working with non-Koreans all the time. So it's actually, you'd have to dig to find a song that's actually written, produced, and made in Korea in K-pop. It's quite hard. So, I mean, that's another discussion, but related to this. So this, to me, is not particularly, it's part of the Hallyu, but what do we learn from Korea, from the video? Not sure. Same with 50/50. Can't tell what that is either. Wonder Girls, it's Motown, sort of, right? So the other thing that the companies have done, and Hive in particular, is they'll release songs on midnight on Thursdays. So Billboard starts counting Friday. So the idea is that the timing is all set up for the US charts, not the Korean charts. There's pressure now to have more English or English-only songs. Hive has debuted a new girl group called Cat's Eye, which were trained in LA, part of an audition show. Geffen Records is a partner, and they've worked with BTS's lead choreographer. One member is Korean American. There's a lot of these groups coming. There's something called Dear Alice, which is a British group, 5 non-Korean, non-East Asian guys, but they have funding from SM. So this is one way to localize things, and we can talk about to what extent does this help or hurt the Hallyu, or what is the Hallyu? So is K-pop still Korean? Like I said, it's written by people all over the world. It's produced by folks in different places. K-pop groups now, more often than not, have one non-Korean member. Sometimes it's a Korean Australian, Korean Canadian, but now there's more and more other Asians, and of course, other folks are coming. And then what is K-pop? So Lisa of Blackpink, who is Thai, her new song is filmed in Bangkok. It's very clearly Thailand. The cast, the music video director, the writers are not, no one is Korean. But this is still being pushed as K-pop. So is that K-pop? And I don't have an answer for all of you. It's just like, it's K-pop, it's actually very complicated now, what is K-pop? But everyone identifies this as K-pop. And then yesterday, I actually visited the World K-pop Center, which is very interesting. But they just hosted a reality audition show called Click the Star in Peru. And so they've debuted an all Peruvian girl group called DAY1. So, and they advertise themselves as K-pop. They're not Korean, they're trying to learn a little bit of Korean, but again, is this K-pop? And I just want to put, this idea forward to all of you, is the association between K-pop and Korea and the Hallyu dissipating as K-pop becomes more popular? It seems like some of these companies are just branding it as a way of making music, and we can sell it or show anyone in any country how it's produced. But again, what is it that makes it Korean or keeps it Korean? So the latest I wanted to share with you is a song by the Stray Kids that just came out. And this features cameos by Hugh Jackman as Wolverine and Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. And the background sets are in New York City. And the song is primarily in Korean and English with reggaeton and other Latin influences. Okay, so I'll end here. Basically, we don't know what's happening. K-pop companies are trying different things because they want to make sure they stay relevant, and they're trying to sell themselves, of course. And I want to bring out the question of, if K-pop becomes very, very successful, to what extent does that help or hurt the Korean wave? And I will leave these 2 QR codes up if you're curious about my bio. That's on the left. But if you want an intro to K-pop playlist, it's a 40-song playlist. Feel free to use the QR code. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Leora Safarti. She's a professor in the Department of East Asian Studies at Tel Aviv University. She specializes in anthropology and folklore, focusing on religion, society, culture, and media in South Korea. Her research includes shamanic healing rituals and performativity and in mass demonstrations, utilizing urban ethnography and digital humanities tools. She's currently serving as a chair of the Korean Religion Unit of the American Academy of Religion. Very important job for our field. Professor Fardy presents her paper titled The Cosmopolitan Vernacular, Korean Shaman Mudang in the Global Spirituality Market. Please join me welcoming Professor Fardy.
So, hello everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here and speak about Korean shamanism in Korea. That would be a good place. Maybe I can say Buseok instead. And if you haven't seen a Korean shamanic ritual, I would say that you could go on Monday to Namsak Hanol. It's on Namsan Mountain. There is a Kukak Center, and there will be a shaman ritual from 3:30 to 6:30. It's open to the public. It will be a Hanyenkut. A ritual like performance, but the shamans will be doing ritual for, blessing, general blessing. And if you haven't seen, please go, it would be beautiful. So in my work, I study Korean shamans, Korean shamanism and different aspects. But today we'll talk about a new, maybe new phenomenon in the last maybe 15 years of cosmopolitan shamans. And that was not my original research, but it became so big that that's what I'm doing recently. The main point of my talk will discuss cosmopolitanism as a concept. Is cosmopolitanism related only to religions that have traveled the world, like Christianity or Buddhism? I'll talk about that a little bit. I'll talk about the vernacular. What is a vernacular religion? And how Buseok traveled globally in many ways. I'll talk about the media a little bit. We have to remember that not all Mudangs are cosmopolitans and not all of them work with foreigners. So I have to say that before I start talking about the ones that are. The 4 ethnographic case studies that I will present today are Budang that are cosmopolitan in the way I analyze it. And the practitioners themselves explain in my interviews and discussion that the spirits can communicate beyond spoken word. So we'll see that not all the cosmopolitan Mudang can communicate in languages that are not Korean. They still work with foreigners. And they also say that their clients' ancestral spirit don't necessarily have to be Korean, and the gods don't necessarily have to be Korean, which is quite interesting. I'll talk about media depiction as the vehicle that allows this expansion into the global world. Maybe it's part of Hallyu, like Grace mentioned, goes into shamanism. Some people say K-shamanism now, about the shamans in the dramas. I'll discuss that a little bit. And then I'll conclude by trying to say that the vernacular is a very flexible system of culture, and it can allow this global intersection very easily. And Mudang recreate their music practices everywhere, in Korea too. It will not be the topic of my discussion today, but in Korea we see all kinds of influences, including K-pop being played in rituals, by the way. I've seen that too. So this flexibility allows also extending globally, and that's part of this hyper-modern condition that we're all discussing as part of the contemporary Korean studies, and I think that's how it comes into this conference. Well, a lot of things to discuss in these 20 minutes left, so let's begin with discussing the terms. So when we talk about cosmopolitans, many people think about Christianity and Buddhism as cosmopolitan religions in pre-modern time, right? People traveled, people learned languages, translated, and these have been discussed as cosmopolitan religions. And usually shamanism and household rituals, not just in Korea, everywhere, were discussed as very local tradition. That's why we use the word vernacular. The word vernacular discusses things that are flexible, lived traditions done in a local way, word of mouth transmission. All this goes with shamanism and household ritual in Korea too, in pre-modern time, not necessarily in Seoul today. So when I come to Seoul, I think Seoul is not a local tradition hub. Anyway, you have here people from North Korea, people from the very south, and everybody's working in the Korean shaman scene. And they influence each other in Korea. So for me, this vernacularization began with with the urbanization, before globalization. So in shamanism, when all the shamans came to Seoul, so now you can see a shaman that says, I'm doing Hanyankut, but she's playing music, or the musicians are Hangedokut musicians. In the past, it wasn't that, that way. So when they travel abroad or when the foreigners come, they already come into something that has globalized. And I think the definition of vernacular religion has changed in the past 20 years, not just in Korea. Everywhere, vernacular religions are more fusion. And I often hear in Korea the term fusion mudang as a derogatory term. Many scholars, especially Snu Cks scholars, that study folklore, think it's very bad because this fusion is kind of degrading or destroying the heritage. On the other hand, I will try to show that this urbanization, globalization, cosmopolitization, whatever we want to call it, has created a lived tradition that is really lived. So if vernacular is a lived tradition, then it has to be fusion. It has to get all these influences. It can't stay a typically Korean local tradition, then it will not live. And then it will not be vernacular, right? So that's a paradox, because vernacular has to be a lived tradition. And lived tradition have to be alive. Alive meaning changing, incorporating, adapting new trends, including foreigners, which are, when I came first to Korea, 2005, I was walking the street, people came and touched my hair and my eyes, and it was like a big thing, even in Seoul. It wasn't that common to see many, many foreigners, especially children, for example. My children were like a big attraction. Now I walk in Seoul, there's foreigners everywhere, right? So why wouldn't there be foreigners in the shamanic scene, in the spiritual, what I call the global spiritual market? And Busoke, in fact, I think has a lot to contribute because it's really a lived tradition. In many places, we talk about neo-shamanism, neo-paganism. For example, in Europe, in UK, it's very big now. But there are traditions that went down because of Christianity. Now they're coming up again as the new age. In Korea, it's very unique. It's not a new age. So it's very vernacular, but it's very cosmopolitan. It's really a unique situation, which we don't see as much, especially not in Europe, United States. You see it more in South America. You can see it more in China, Singapore, Taiwan, places where the tradition really lived in the local community, and then it's being globalized. So we see it in Asia a lot, and that's a big contribution to religious development, I think, in our kind of this discussion of global or comparative, contemporary global religion research. So how do we use the term cosmopolitanism where some of the the shamans, especially the first one I'll introduce, don't even speak other languages. And on the other hand, many Koreans travel abroad, but are these people who travel a lot for business and other reasons cosmopolitan? So I take a theory by Ulf Hanners, he's a sociologist of the complex societies of late 20th and 21st century, and he discusses cosmopolitanism as a perspective, and not in geographical terms. So it's very interesting. If you're interested, you can look up his reference. He's saying many people travel the world a lot in terms of geography, but they're not cosmopolitans. So, well, I'll say something about some of my friends in Seoul who are from Western countries, but, for example, stay very close to their, let's say, culinary tradition, right? If I'm Western, but I don't like Korean food, not me, I love Korean food. Or if I'm Korean living in Israel, and it's very difficult for me, I'm from Israel, because there are no Korean stores, and I cannot get my food. Ulf Hanners said that people who travel and stick very strongly with their traditions are travelers and not cosmopolitans. He talks a lot about business people who travel but take their stuff with them, even the food. And it's very common by my country people also to take food with them when they travel, right? So for Ulf Hanners, they won't be cosmopolitan. They can travel a lot. But if I'm a Korean shaman, speaking only Korean and living only in Korea, but I'm so interested in other places, and I accept foreigners to my practice, in this definition, they will be cosmopolitans, because it's about perspective, not about moving in place, in spaces. And we can move or not move. Well, of course, Korean shaman moves a lot. Now everybody travels. So that cannot be the definition, travelers. Travelers are not necessarily cosmopolitan. Even expat, people who live in other countries, even diaspora people, would not be cosmopolitan necessarily in this definition. If they live in their own communities, in the new place, their children barely speak the new languages, go to all kind of their school or international school, there won't be cosmopolitans in this definition. That was very helpful for me to learn this kind of theory. And I think it's very true because traveling is not that big an issue now. I can travel. Everybody can travel. But do we really open up our minds to other perspectives? Interestingly, these carriers of ancient traditions, as Mudang were described in the past, these people that are seemingly, and sometimes also as a stigma, discussed as old-timers, superstitious, Mishin, Handa, Saram, but they are the cosmopolitans now. Not all of them, but many that we wouldn't think from very uneducated backgrounds, et cetera, are very open-minded, I find in my analysis and interviews. So to sum this up, I think that vernacular and Korean shaman fit very well into this cosmopolitan perspective. As an idea, I think that even because shaman discuss other places, mythical places, in their stories, in their song, they live in different realities anyway, in their perspective. And therefore, it's not that difficult to live in another country or to travel to another country to work with foreigners. It's kind of in their state of mind. Even when they lived in villages, I think, but I cannot, of course, interview a shaman from 200 years ago. But it seems to me, when I try to think about these women in the villages, that they had a little bit broader perspective of what the world can be, because they had all these mythical travels to foreign mystical places. So what media did to this kind of setup is introduce the world into shamanism and introduce Busok also to Korean audiences in a different manner. So I won't go deeply into all of this. This is just a list of samples of Iodo by Kim Ki-young, masterpiece film. If you've seen it, if you don't, please watch. 1977, the shaman, the Mudang, is a very bad person. She does very strange things, to say the least. Sexuality is emphasized in her character in a bad way for 1977. I don't want to give you teasers because it's kind of a thriller or a horror, whatever, psychological film. But she is the main character, and actually she is the problem. And she creates problems for modernization and commercialization of the place where she lives. And she lives in a very, very remote, kind of half-existing island. That's Iodo. So that's the perspective of the shaman as something that represents backwardness, terrible things. You know, you don't want to meet that person. Now, the shamans I meet are very nice usually, and they're not scary. I'll jump to the 2024 Exhuma. I don't know if I want to meet that shaman too. I don't know if, have you seen that? Pamyo, it's a new film that came out now. Protagonist is a shaman. She's very pretty and nice, which the woman in Iodo is older. But it's very scary too. I just discussed that in the past week that I've been here with several Mudang and asked them what they think about her. And they tell me, well, who thinks that films are reality anyway? So for their perspective, they don't really like the way they are depicted. But sometimes they say even bad publicity is good publicity. They say that, you know, well, so many people know, and people don't really believe that Mudang do this kind of thing. I won't give you teasers about that. Pamyo, just watch that. But, you know, there's even 500-year-old Japanese generals there, spirits. So just mention that. Very mythical. So if we go in between 2009, Chonnam Posal, very beautiful young girl. She has a very nice shaman saloon or divination hall in Cheongdam. So she's fancy, she's in Gangnam, she's rich, and she's very cute. We kind of fall in love with her. She's a very nice character. Man on Edge is something else. He's a gangster, but again, very pleasing, not very scary, etc. The Wailing is also a horror film. So I think it goes by genres. I won't have time to discuss that. Anyway, we see the increasing main protagonists, Mudang, who are really effective. Something that strikes me in these movies, that the Mudang are very effective. They can achieve something in the real world, which is kind of surprising because I skipped the list of the films from the 80s and 90s where the Mudangs were they were joking about the Mudangs. They were always fake. They never managed to do anything. They never solved anything. They were just faking in the 80s and 90s. And they were usually not main characters. But here they're main characters. And they're effective, even if they're scary. Actually, the one in Iodo is also effective. Like what she's doing happens, or what she divines happens. So that's kind of interesting duality there. Now we go to K-drama. That's a different world. K-drama usage of footage of Kut ritual is going up amazingly. So when I teach a class in Israel and I suddenly show a brief video that I took in a ritual, in an actual ritual, it's not surprising for them. They all watched it in the Glory and everywhere. So even, I mean, these are dramas where the main character is the Mudang. But for example, The Glory was very popular on Netflix globally, and there is a huge Kut ritual, a bit scary too, but it's horror, but it's effective, and the Mudang is effective again. They don't joke about her. She's scary, she knows what she's doing, she sees the spirit, but in these three dramas that I brought, it's also interesting. The first one, many of them are young and handsome and pretty. For example, here you can see in the middle, the last one, the Cafe Minangdang, he's a fake Mudang, actually. He's not true. But he's handsome, and people believe he's not fake. And he has a bunch of admirers that shout and want him to touch him. He's a celebrity. He's like BTS, right? So that's something else. That's something that I don't think I've seen before in drama, definitely not in real life, and not in films. So the dramas take it even a further notch into making these musokin into celebrities. And they're also very lovable, even him that is a fake. And he's also effective by being fake, which is kind of funny. So we don't hate him. We're not afraid of him. Actually, we think, we would like to harness such a person when we have a problem. He's a detective. So that's how media came into this. And then foreigners know it, foreigners seek it, local people seek it, younger people seek it. And for me, that's the lived tradition, right? That's the vernacular. And actually, I don't see the shaman themselves opposing it. They really like it. So I have in my article 4 case studies. I'll just go briefly over them because there's no time to tell about a person's life story in a few minutes. But the first Mudang is Ihegyong, sitting in the middle. And actually, the reason I'm using the word Mudang, for so many years I've been using the word Manshin or Posalim, that's the way they treat themselves. Now the Mudang, they call themselves Mudang because of the media. Because in the media it said, they say Mudang, and it's not a bad word anymore. It was very surprising. Like in the past 5 years, big revolution with the terms Mudang or Manshin. In the past, to say Mudang was bad, you could say Manshin, it was better. But all the Mudang now, they call themselves Mudang everywhere, in their social media, in their web pages. So that's kind of how media comes back into Busok effect. So Ihegyeon is a very famous Mudang. She studied with Kim Hung-hwa. Kim Hung-hwa is like the biggest Korean cosmopolitan shaman that I don't discuss in this article. And she featured in 2 very important documentaries about Busok. In her case, when she featured in the documentaries that were showed in regular cinemas, they were not like secret documentaries. People bought tickets and watched them. They were one of the most successful documentaries of their times, and she got a boost of clientele. So that was her high point of career. But she works also on Facebook, on Twitter. Whenever something started, she was there. She was on Twitter, then Koreans didn't use Twitter as much, and she left it, and she's always connecting with people. She doesn't speak foreign languages. She travels extensively to perform rituals on stages abroad, museums, universities, etc. She also travels to heal people abroad. So she has several Shintal, like the spirit daughters that she trained that live in Europe and America, and they connect her to their local clients. So in this way, she's very cosmopolitan, and she doesn't speak foreign languages. And she said, when Korean people pray to Jesus, Yesunim, they don't speak in a language that he would understand, right? But they don't think, that's how she explained it to me when I asked her how she communicates with these German ancestors and these American ancestors. And she said, like people in Korea pray to Jesus and they think he can understand them. That's the way I can understand the other spirits. That was really interesting for me, how she's, discussing her cosmopolitanism very easily. She doesn't feel bad about it. Then when I started looking, before I did this research, I was working only with really local Korean shaman, like Lee Hae-gyung. With her, I've been working for 20 years. But then I started looking for the people who work with foreigners. So Pang Geun-mi is very famous. She was a model, an actress, something. So she's considered celebrity. And that's why they always invite her to talk shows and all kind of places where they want to display shaman. But she speaks English, and her son studied in Canada. So she accepts foreigners who live in, well, she's not in Seoul, she's in Ilsan, but anyway, they travel. And she accepts the foreigners who want divination, and she can do it in English herself. Actually, when I came to interview her first, she has a manager, and the managers told me how much it would cost to get a divination. He was sure I'm coming to get a divination, by the even beginning in the email correspondence. She has a lot of foreign clientele. And she also promoted, for example, here we see poster that she, posted on all kind of foreigners' websites in Seoul, in Incheon, Ilsan, wherever, that she was doing this kind of meeting with her and getting to know her. And then after that, people start coming to her for consultation. She's very interesting. Also, her pantheon that you see behind in the painting, she considers herself very feminist. She has many spirits who are in their female version, which does exist in Korean tradition, but she kind of accentuates it because she says, I'm a feminist. So being a cosmopolitan is not only about working with foreigners, it's also about how she views her role as a Mudang person. She also opened a cafe. So I thought about Minamdang Cafe, in the fake shaman in the drama. He has a cafe, and in the back he has a divination room. So she also opened a cafe, kind of using the place, the coffee shop and divination place. And she appears in journals and lifestyle magazines and things like that. She's very interesting, and she works with foreigners in Korea. So we're kind of moving from the very Korean cosmopolitan to the Korean who lives in Korea but works with foreigners. And now we're moving outside Korea. So the first Westerner to be initiated into Korean shamanism as a fully fledged Mudang is Andrea Kalf. She's German. She featured in a lot of media projects. She also features in the movie Manshin about Kim Kum-hwa, her spirit mother. Here she's in her office in Germany, preparing for a ritual with the bells and everything. She writes a lot in Facebook. She has clientele from all over the world, America, South America. They come to her to Germany. When Kim Kum-hwa was alive, she would travel every year to Andrea's place and conduct like a few days of rituals for all these foreign clients. Sometimes the clients travel to Korea with Andrea to perform. And she talks very freely about how, and she doesn't speak Korean, a word, not a word. So that's the other side of, the thing. She's a Mudang, she divines, and again, she would tell you, I can communicate with Korean gods, no problem. It's beyond languages and Korean ancestors of her ceremony, which is kind of very interesting. So yeah, she writes a lot on Facebook. If you go to Andrea Kal Facebook, open to the public, she writes a lot of kind of poetic explanation about her travels and all that. And the last one is Jenny, who calls herself Mudang Jen in her social media. She's a New York-born Korean American who speaks Korean. So, everything is getting confused. We can't really put the line. Does she speak? I'm emphasizing because that's how they talk about it. Because she, for example, said, I can speak Korean, I can learn from Korean people, I can travel to Korea and buy things in the stores, I don't need this mediator and translator. So she sees it as an advantage, but she's born in America and most of her clients are not Korean. So she works a lot with social media and performances in New York, all kind of artistic performances. But she sees herself as a promoter of Korean culture, so she has all these posts where she explains the offerings and everything's in English. I don't think she does even divination in Korean, maybe for older Korean clients. So these are the 4 people that I focus on in this research, and I'll come to my conclusion. And that's Manshin, I had to put that. Because actually Kim Kum-hwa is the most cosmopolitan Manshin, but I didn't do close ethnographic research with her. So I don't allow myself to write about her in this way, but she is the first person who traveled abroad, initiated the people, again, she didn't speak Korean. It didn't stop her from doing all this cosmopolitan work that she did, and she passed away a few years ago. So I wanted to show in this talk that Mudang work in the global spiritual market, some of them in Korea, some of them abroad. Cosmopolitan Mudang combine shamanic practices from other places, like Korean Mudang, right? These people try not to use tarot, for example, but in Korea, some people do use tarot card, for example. So they try, the European ones and the American Mudang that I talk to always feel very connected to Korean shamanic tradition. When you go to their home popdang, it looks like a Korean shrine for the gods. So they are really emphasizing their connection to Korea, but they conduct ritual over the screen. Again, Mudang in Korea also conduct rituals over screen, especially in Corona period. They would, do the ritual in the shrine and broadcast it to clients who wouldn't come. And that has become kind of a normal practice, but these cosmopolitan people have been doing it for like 10 years. So I think Musuk is a living tradition. It's very relevant to urban people, and its depiction in the media, even if it's kind of twisted and exaggerated, has created this buzz about it. So I don't think it's dying. When I started doing this research, I thought, I'll be documenting the last Manshin that still practice. Oh no, it's just going up, I think, and the media and globalization and their openness to new ideas really helps them. And they're not that scary. So if you see Pamyo, don't be so afraid of Manshin. And of course, we're in a hypermodern society, and Korea is a hypermodern society, so I think we should be fine with that, I hope. Thank you.
Okay, as you come to the final presentation of our session, I'm excited to introduce our last speaker, Professor Melrose Wang from Hiram College, which is located in the beautiful state of Ohio, where I used to live. I don't recognize the state. She's specializing in modern East Asian social, cultural, and gender history. Her research explores themes such as shamanism, political disobedience, and religious rituals utilized for the healing of mass trauma. Her topic today is the ethics of grief, reflections on recent youth deaths in South Korea. Please welcome Professor Wang.
Thank you so much. I do have to make a couple of thank you acknowledgments because this is not my area of specialization, and so I owe great debt and gratitude to a few people who made this new foray for me possible. So it was made possible by a friendship with Professor Robert Bo Jacobs at Hiroshima City University. I was actually there in the spring researching hibakusha in Japan, still living in the Kansai region. And then he put me in touch with Professor Scott Knowles at KAIST University, and that's how I came on to working with the 416 Institute for Democratic Citizenship in their 10th year annual 10th year commemoration that just happened in April. I'm imagining that most of you have probably, or many of you have gone through the Ansan 416 Institute. Has anybody been there in this room? There have been a few. They're so prolific in the research, and they're so generous with the research that they have produced. And so I'm imagining that many of us have some familiarity with it. So I'm looking at two cases. One, the cases are probably familiar to all of us because it made international headlines. So the case that happened with the Sewar tragedy back in April 16, 2004, where a field trip for high school students at Taiwan High School was supposed to sail from Ansan or Incheon area to Jeju. And then it's saying just north of the Pyeongpong-do, and 476 people were on board, 304 people died, and 250 of them were from Taiwan High School. And then the second incident that I'm looking at in comparison is the Itaewon tragedy that happened, where a lot of people call it the crowd crush tragedy. That is a very questionable term. That happened in October 29th of 2022. Following Halloween festivities, 159 people were killed, 196 people were injured, 27 of the people that were killed were foreigners. to see if I can, as a historian, contemporary historian, can make some sense of these two events. The Sewol tragedy is the largest civilian accident tragedy that's happened in the country since the Sangpung department store tragedy that happened in 1995. And then since that happened 10 years ago, the Itaewon tragedy was the second most biggest mass death that had happened during peacetime. So to understand this from a historian's perspective, I'm looking at a few things. So I'm using the idea of necropolitics that was really established by Achille Mbembe, who explores the concept of necropolitics to describe contemporary state-sponsored deaths and social engineering campaigns to endanger and possibly extinguish certain populations of people. Actually, more relevant to what I'm thinking about with these cases is Marina Gerzinik's argument, where she picks up on Mbembe's argument by demonstrating global capitalist policies that essentially produce state surplus value from death. And so thinking about these ideas, I wonder if we can think about how the dead and the spared are remembered or forgotten, revealing, at least for me, a kind of neoliberal and the way I think of it is more a neo-colonial death world. And thinking about Scott Knowles' also Scott Knowles' concept here. This was in his Ansan 10th year commemoration presentation, where he thinks about slow disaster. So he comes out with a team of graduate students in a slow disaster lab, and he notices how historical processes make disasters possible. And by thinking about those things, I'm presenting three possible causes. So these are historically longitudinal causes. And the first one is a Cold War palimpsest. So, the first one is the negative eugenics campaign, which ties me back to my old wheelhouse of Japanese colonial period. The second one is a Cold War palimpsest, and the third one is more contemporary considerations of hygienics of grief. These all inhabit spatial time compressions of Korea for about the past 100 years or so. And then I think about two possible outcomes from these tragedies. And, they are grief-induced outcomes, and then how some people, not all, but some people become ungrievable, where they're not populations that should be considered grievable. So think about negative eugenics. I'm sure if those of you who worked on colonial history or late 18th or 19th century history know about eugenics. Alison Bashford and Philippa Levine have come out with this very useful handbook on world history, comparing histories of eugenics. And they say that eugenics always has an evaluative logic at its core. Some human life was of more value to the state, the nation, the race, future generations, and other human life. And thus its advocates sought to implement those practices differentially. And so with the negative eugenics campaign in South Korea, I think about a few things. First, we always hear about South Korea having the lowest birth rate in the world. People also panic about undocumented migrant workers taking their jobs, destabilizing the country. These phenomena happening concurrently, they remind me of historical conditions that sprouted social engineering techniques employed from what I've studied under the Japanese Empire, where military casualties and outmigration pushed eugenicists to consider new ways of boosting healthy, bountiful labor populations, and at the same time reducing undesirable ones. Today, popular television programs, as we know, follow the quotidian lives of mixed-race couples in the state's celebration of new Korean families, while the media underplays mounting exploitation of foreign laborers. The Sewol and Itaewon tragedies should remind us of how precious all populations are, and civil society here should be especially outraged that the state failed to protect their future, the young generation. But when the public portrays Itaewon youth, specifically them, as poorly raised or hence less grievable, it becomes apparent that their valuation is based on contrived distinctions, reminiscent of the social ethical expressions that have enabled negative eugenics campaigns to eradicate undesirable populations in the past. The scars of our social injustices have a long-term effect that some people, many people, and many scholars around the world are calling epigenetic trauma that can reverberate across generations. These tragedies occurred under the watch of two similar presidents. I think of them as similar, and I think there have been recently kind of disturbing similarities that have been made between these two presidents, President Park Geun-hye and Yoon Suk-yeol, our current president. The current phase, this current phase, I think of as a longue durée of the Cold War that would extend from 1948 essentially to the present. Both conservative governments were beefing up their anti-North Korean strategies, compromising domestic safety needs. So a year before Sewol, Park initiated a joint THAAD system with the United States. She was accused of lining the pockets of her inner circle by allowing a substandard ferry ship and its mismanaging team to remain in service, arguably causing the Ansan High School mass death. Survivors of the Namyeong ferry disaster in 1970 reported that Sewol reminded them of the same situation where Park's father, Park Jung-hee, oversaw an unregulated, overloaded ferry at the time. And it's actually quite haunting, I guess. That's a kind of understatement, but how similar the policies were between the two of them and their outcomes. Similar issues of overloaded ferry, unregulated policies on a ship that should have been retired, delayed emergency response team. The Japanese coastal services picked up on both of those incidences much prior to the Korean, the Naval Corps coming in. And so these mass deaths have reminded a lot of those people from the 1970s and their bereaved families of that incident that had continued to be unresolved. On the evening of the Itaewon tragedy, Yoon had redirected and concentrated police and security forces, and many of you probably know the story because it was all over the news, away from Itaewon to his office for his own security reasons, and then delayed emergency task forces to arrive on scene by up to 4 hours. That led to a much larger mass death that could have been avoided. So here is Yoon learning from the impeached President Park's situation, and he places a gag order on the media and removes temporary memorial markers from Itaewon, and then also issues a Seoul metropolitan government to give up their space in Gwanghwamun for their protests. So these things, they demand further investigation. People are demanding fair compensation. Right-wing groups disrupted these rallies, and they're yelling obscenities, describing the bereaved families and other survivors as freeloaders. Some of them actually were in Ansan. I heard a lot of people being called 빨갱이, like communists, and these types of lambasting comments. So hygienics of grief, so this is the kind of crux of the paper that I'm working on. As a Korean shamanism historian, I've examined indigenous ritual healing process for people who survived Japanese colonialism and Cold War genocides. And I once assumed that the curative potential of gutang, as Professor Sephardi had so eloquently elucidated, these are necessary types of piacular rites, and that they help survivors of neoliberal mass deaths in that the living and the death from the time of death could convene between their ghosts and detail and lament how they died. Survivors could express their torment and their longing, and the relationship with the dead could continue as survivors promised their reunion at the next future coup. But after asking survivors, multiple survivors of the Sewol and the Itaewon tragedies about what kinds of healing processes they go through, ritual healing processes, I was repeatedly told that they were unaware of such rituals being available for them. Not to say that that's true, but that seems to be very present in a lot of these survivors' minds. Immediately after the Sewol disaster happened, as you can see in this slide here on the right side, there were Catholic services held. This one is actually at the 10th year commemoration in Gwanghwamun Plaza. On the left side is the shamanic ritual that happened in the weeks just following the Itaewon disaster. And also Buddhist monks gathered on the 49th day after Itaewon to pray for the dead to ascend into heaven. So there were a number of different types of rituals that had happened, but in the minds specifically of the Sewol, because it's already been 10 years gone now, they seem to not really be thinking about this or perhaps avoiding it. They seem especially adamant about not participating in shamanic rituals, which I thought was quite interesting. This could be their wish to disassociate themselves from any form of corruption, because I'm thinking 2 years before the Sewol disaster, as you guys remember, President Park Geun-hye was found to have had a lifelong confidant in a shamanistic prophet who embezzled millions of public dollars and helped her to make political decisions. That rumor then was investigated. When they found out information about this, that was kind of like the final nail in the coffin that helped to get that president ousted from office. Local politics and indigenous culture around ghosts and ansan might help us better understand why bereaving families might avoid shamanistic rituals for their dead. Bereaving parents fought a nasty battle with the Taiwan high school administrators and with other parents in their request to dedicate the victim classrooms as permanent memorial rooms in the school. So if you read through the oral testimonies by the parents, you hear some of this, the language that was spoken between the parents at the school. Some parents rejected this proposal, fearing that bereaved parents mourning on campus was encouraging ghosts of those fallen children to haunt the school and the surviving children. The more public-facing reason was that having a permanent memorial would compromise the educational interests of existing students, saying they need these classrooms, it's very disruptive to the curriculum, et cetera, et cetera. Bereaved parents responded that their dead children were still members of Taiwan High School, even though they were dead, and that they had the rights for their remains to be maintained at the school. They argued that if their classrooms disappeared, their children would have nowhere else to go. These are dead children, right? But the majority rejection of bereaved parents was also so pervasive that the school principal at the time, Chu Kyo-yang, also, he asked the bereaved families and their mourning visitors to stop visiting the school altogether. So as a result, most of the physical objects of the original classroom were carefully disassembled, moved off-site, and then reassembled at what is now the new 416 Institute. And it's made to appear exactly as it did at the time that the disaster happened. And today, student groups visit the museum classrooms to sit with the ghosts of their fallen senior classmates as the parents of those lost children talk about the conditions of their death, their memorials, their hopes, the dreams that their children had, etc. So the superstitious scandal aside that happened with Park Geun-hye, the timing, in my mind, might just not be right for some of these bereaved associations to request something like a grand ritual to happen for their children's ghosts. If we look at the processes involved in other previous mass deaths, we can see that they had several decades of post-traumatic underground mobilizations, and they acquired so much scholarly and grassroots political support from the zeal of the late 1980s Minjung movement that they managed to appeal to the United Nations and launch their own Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So it was like this kind of tightly wound issue that was suddenly released in the post-democratic era of the late 1980s. And so those things really helped to kind of jumpstart that appeal to the UN and then launched their own Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. Sewol and Itaewon, by contrast, had just a few hundred casualties. I'm not saying they're not important, but by scale, we're thinking about the difference. Whether or not Sewol and Itaewon will ever reach those earlier levels of exposure or have mass cemeteries, which is something that is still a very hot debate right now, and the rituals that come with that kind of massive grave relocation, all of those things still remain to be seen. So the Sewol induced associations seem to be displacing or moving away from typically spiritually centered bereaving processes, placing their focus on politically actionable matters. And this, Professor, I thank you for the conversation that we had to think through this, like safety, remembrance, and resolution. So rather than mudding their mission with things like shamans and exorcisms, these bereaved associations, they encourage their members to engage in activities that are more akin to Western treatments, such as talk therapy, drug prescriptions, art therapy, rest and relaxation activities, as this particular hall is meant for. and other types of volunteer work. But still, parents and their surviving children continue to suffer from such extreme trauma that they're losing things like their vision, and these are the things that they've told me. They're losing their vision, their teeth, their hair, their knees, their hands, their arms, and their backs are falling apart, requiring more acute medical attention just as the relief packages have run out. So they ran out as of the 10th year this past spring. Most are struggling to sleep, to eat, to work, or to support relationships. Many, especially husbands, it seems, I've been told, have become alcoholics. They ideate suicide. And at the time that I was there in late April, a couple of them had just committed suicide. So the Seoul disaster community and subsequently Itaewon are engaging in old and new forms of political acts that inadvertently render spiritual reunions. So this recent 10th year anniversary showcased a robust program with an evening music concert, nationally broadcast memorial service, a walking tour of Tangwon High School, and multiple 416 Institute events throughout the day. Just as the Gwangju and Jeju families have done for one another, they continue to offer advice to the Sewol Association, and in turn, the Sewol families offer their support and advice to Itaewon's newest grieving families. The Sewol Association is gradually drifting towards more public forms of grieving, where they engage in highly orchestrated sanitary ritual community action and performance. And so like through stifled tears, the themes, the characterizations, the public displays of intimacy between the dead kin and the surviving families, they seem to be coalescing and cohering with one another through these ways. Intimate and highly visible political events induce a collective consciousness and a deep memory. So their grieving processes remain emotionally charged as they occur in these safe modern spaces. So you see this 416 Sewol and Jeju Memorial Hall. This is just down the street from the Jeju 4-3 Peace Park. It's staffed by progressively minded volunteers who grieve as they erect monthly birthday wall celebrations for Sewol victims. The committee chairperson, Mr. Shin, he was arrested and then he was released without charge. But he solicits businesses in the vicinity to help him out and to maintain these pretty display tables in their shops, in their restaurants, kind of reminding patrons in the area to not forget Sewol. Content creators of all ages, they bear witness and dive into their survivors' guilt as they post newsletters and blogs. They run book tours on their memoirs and novels. So these these authors here were doing their book tours at the time that I was there. Novice singers joined the 416 community choir, voicing their grief through harmonies. Archivists handle heavy bags of ocean mud as if they contain their dead children's corpses. So here on the left side, you see Director Lee's archive of ocean mud. It's almost like they're like kind of massaging the body bags of their children without having those corpses in their hands. Volunteers exchange small and heavy conversation as they spend hours crafting hundreds of yellow ribbon keychains. Taiwan tour guide points at a fish jumping out of a pond, saying that her late son has just surfaced to greet us. These are all kind of, for me, they're examples of this kind of processing their mourning, right? A performance artist creates a video montage with voiceovers of bereaved mothers meditating on their lost children. So there are all of these things, but moving forward though, I want to think about how some become ungrievable when you think about Itaewon by contrast. Which lives are not worth grieving? That's the question. In the public eye, victims are gauged on an extrajudicial spectrum that ranges from innocent to guilty, or martyr, if you want to think about it in a religious sense, martyr to apostate, largely due to the neighborhood of ill repute in which Itaewon's mass death happened. The youth associated with this tragedy have been pushed to the guilty end of that ethical spectrum. Many were in grade school when they watched the Sewol ferry drown on their phones, right? They came of age under isolation of the COVID pandemic. Then as soon as the social distance regulation was lifted, rather than following the Korean Disease Control Prevention Agency advice to maintain caution and stay put, they took this first opportunity to congregate in person, not for school, not for work, but for an annual Halloween celebration around the alleyways of Itaewon. So I'm watching this from the international news. It's really interesting because we're thinking, oh, here Korea was like the world's leader in fighting COVID, and then this happens. And so it really was a shock to us as we were watching this happen and the kind of image it was putting on in our minds about what was going on in Korea. Institutionalized culprits for this mass death continue to hide corporate and state roles in allowing this tragedy to happen. For instance, police and EMS forces that were present in past years were mysteriously redirected, as I mentioned earlier. Routine public foot traffic signs and other safety barricades were not installed. Poorly engineered alleyways, so you see the alleyway on the left side here, where that particular crowd crash happened. It should have been reconstructed years before to better accommodate overcrowding that happened and was left in disrepair. Private businesses, so if you look at that same image where those three signs are of the Itaewon Memorial, that building has actually been pushed outside regulations, public safety regulations. So these private businesses expanded their utility rooms into narrow alleyways. And also on top of that, subway egress was not redirecting traffic as it had done in previous years. So all of these things are not highly visible to the media, causing this different kind of opinion about Itaewon. Their survivors request the incident be called a tragedy and not a disaster. They asked for their stories to not be conflated or exploited for political gain, bringing attention to their differentiation from Sewol. This past spring, President Yoon vetoed the Democratic Party's request to create a special counsel and a fresh round of investigations. That was halted. The girl who wrote the memoir, the author Yu, she said that her participation in the Sewol disaster documentary was also halted at the time. And so these things, unlike powers of nature that are made to appear as major acts in Sewol, this public silencing of Itaewon shows a more thorough obfuscation of systematic public safety failures, reducing innocent civilians of Itaewon into main perpetrators of their own demise. So just by way of conclusion, I'm just going to cut off my paper here and just show you some of the images that I saw as kind of artistic renditions of youth mourning. And so on the left side, you see those on my front slide, this image of the butterflies that the children are creating in the Sewol memory classroom. And I thought this one on the bottom was really quite striking. You got that? I asked the student about what this meant, and he said he was pointing to the exit sign, and I realized, oh my gosh, he realizes the stay put order in Sewol, and he kind of encapsulated that in image next to a people-occupied taeguki. And then on the right side, you got the image of that I saw when I first came into understanding the Itaewon tragedy that was created by a number of students, university students in Korea. And in that image, this is that blown up, there's a lot of indescript writing that kind of replicates the temporary memorial that was put in Itaewon, but one right here, it says here, it's not your fault, which I think is really quite telling. So these deathscapes, they demonstrate this undemocratic historical present in the state's neglect of state to secure safe public infrastructure and societal pressures that prohibit community care for politically marginalized, minoritized populations in South Korea.
Thank you so much for your insightful and inspiring presentations. So can we give them one more round of applause? Thank you. To continue our conversation, we have two discussants responding to the designated presenters. Could you join us on stage, please? So we have two discussants. We have a Professor Song Hae-young from Religious Studies here at SNU, and Jung Hyun-ju from Environmental Studies at SNU faculty. So they got 5 minutes for their response and comments. And after that, if time allows, I'm going to open the floor to the questions from the audience.
Hello, good morning. It's a very honor for me to participate in this great session. Well, I'm supposed to give some comments and thought, particularly for your Professor Gao's presentation. So, I was really inspired and listened very carefully of all your 3 presentations this morning. So Professor Carl's talk on K-pop gave me really great insights to me, especially her provocative question at the end of her presentation about what it means by Koreanness. Does K-pop really represent Koreanness? So her doubt, I greatly agree with your doubt on whether K-pop is losing its originality because it nowadays it increasingly pursues some global recognition and particularly capital revenues. So despite, for example, despite their global popularity, the dynamite that you showed, the music video in your presentation, since Dynamite, for example, a lot of BTS old fans complained about, it doesn't sound like really BTS, it's just a Western song, kind of ordinary Western songs. And so they are losing their originality. So because, all songs, as far as I know, had been produced by some of the members till Dynamite. But after that, after gaining their global popularity, their original characters is kind of decreasing in their song production. So I somehow agree with that. But for me, there's still some gap, not really great, but some gaps between what domestic and Asian audiences like and what the most Western audiences like still. So managing the balance between them may guarantee the success, the level of success of K-pop for a while. That's what I think. And I think the merit of K-pop and Hallyu in general so far has been their ability to deliver as a translator some kind of a Western material in Asian ways, some interesting ways. So their ability to perform as a cultural translator in this scene, I think may really determine the level of success and their sustainability in the future, I think. So in other words, the K-pop and Hallyu in general have offered the moderately westernized alternatives to Asian market. That's right. That's, I think, some components of their success. But if they lose that character, however, even if they gain some global popularity, I agree with you that the future of K-wave, Hallyu, is uncertain. But I was really inspired by one of the points that you mentioned in your presentation was that Hallyu is not really a genre. K-pop is not a genre, but it's more like a production system. So you mentioned about it. So because it outsources all its components all over the world, right? So this made me really think about what Koreanness is and how it is constructed. Excuse me. I think the boundaries and the core identity of K-pop are still changing. So I'm not quite sure what it. Well, to me, the K-pop is K-pop not because it really represents Koreanness, but because it is called K-pop. So but somehow the strength of the K-pop has been its negotiable ability to manage all different sources in some kind of unique ways. So not because their genuine originality comes from its Koreanness or inside Korea, but rather its ability to stretch out the boundaries of different components of music, I think. So it represents somehow Western material and also some contemporary Korean culture and some Asian modernity all at the same time. So it is mosaic and it is kind of mixture of all of these different things. So we'll see where it goes. So I obviously the one thing for sure is that I'm not quite sure what really makes K-pop really Korean, but it's somehow cosmopolitan, somehow Korean, somehow Asian, but the mixture, the ability to mix all these different components is the strength of K-pop so far. So we'll see where it goes. So thank you for your presentation.
Nice to see you. My name is Young Song, and I teach at the Department of Religious Studies. It is great honor and pleasure to be part of this wonderful project. Even I have a chance to make two comments on this paper. Yeah, the first one for Dr. Sarpati. It was fascinating to see how Korean shamanism is undergoing drastic changes in situations where the identity of everything, including politics, religions, and family, is being questioned. Particularly, through the 4 real cases, you have captured the characteristic of Korean shamanism as it forms a new identity that transcends traditional boundaries like regions, races, and etc. I believe this study will provide great insight and inspiration, not only in religious studies, but in various other fields as well. Additionally, I was very impressed by how the author skillfully maintained the scholarly objectivity while showing empathy towards the 4 mudang. In this respect, I believe this research will make a significant contribution to the contemporary Korean studies. The 4 shamans reveal a different aspect of Korean shamanism compared to the past. Lee Hae-kyung, the first one, shows religious leadership. The second one, Mudang Bang, attempts to provide meditation sessions to outsiders. And Andrea demonstrates universality by crossing regional boundaries, having come from Germany to Korea and becoming a shaman. The shaman, Jennifer, the last one, emphasized the identity that runs through Korean shamanism as a whole, namely the correct understanding of Korean shamanism. To me, these characteristics seem to indicate the Korean shamanism is becoming more similar to organized traditional religions. I would like to hear more about the future direction of changes in Korean shamanism in the context of institutionalization. For Dr. Hwang, although the Sewol-ho and Itaewon are tragedies we would rather not remember, I would like to deeply appreciate you for addressing 2 events that must be properly remembered and mourned. These 2 incidents make us reconsider the role of the state and politics at a fundamental level. It was shocking that many young people lost their lives and that so many witnessed in real time through media how the government's law failed to function properly during the process. However, what horrified us even more was the fact that politics, rather than helping to resolve the collective trauma, became the main cause of amplifying it. As Dr. Wang pointed out, these 2 events, including the mourning, remain ongoing issues for us. I have 2 questions. First one, so although various religions, in your paper, you said various religions participate in the memorial, but the shamanic rites were ignored even by the victims' families. I would like to hear more about the reasons and backgrounds behind this. The second one, tragic events inevitably evoke strong emotions in us. I am curious about how you as a scholar have managed to maintain an appropriate sense of distance while continuously dealing with these 2 events. I think that you are actively participating not only in research, but also kind of a healing process of the event. And I am also I was an elementary school boy when I was in Gwangju in 1980. So I'm really curious about how can we maintain the appropriate kind of a distance from the tragic events, yeah, as a scholar. Yeah. Thank you for your wonderful. Yeah.
So each of you have 5 minutes for your response.
Hello? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your thoughtful comments. Yeah, I guess maybe I'll just put some other thoughts out there, and I'd love to hear other people's responses as well. So, people do ask about what makes K-pop. Is it Korean? Is it the process? And so I don't want to be too negative or too hard on, it's losing its Koreanness or anything, because I think it hasn't been made just by Koreans, just for Koreans for a really long time. But I do worry that companies are really trying hard to chase what they think Westerners want, that they're actually not giving Westerners what Westerners liked about K-pop to begin with. So, and they're struggling with this too. And this is why I like to talk to different kinds of companies, and even companies like Webtoon, they're struggling with this too. Because current fans of K-pop in the West actually like the fact that there are Koreans and there's Korean content and they speak Korean and things are shot in Korea. They like that a lot. And so if you replace everything, I have had people tell me, then what's the point, right? I can just go watch some other group. I don't really need to go to K-pop to get that kind of content. And I do see like HYBE's new group, Cat's Eye, they're not doing so well. And there's again other groups are coming, so we'll see what happens. I worry again that I'm not sure they're trying to. I think it's great to maintain some Korean identity in it. That's what people liked about it. Yeah, and then to chase it or to sort of say we're not going to do this anymore. Personally, I just think it's gone too far. I mean, artists should produce whatever they want. I don't mean that they don't have the right to produce whatever they want, but in a way, I feel like people I talk to, they're overthinking it. They're overthinking it a lot. Like they've actually don't talk to American audiences, but they imagine Americans want this, so we're going to do this too. And then you end up with a really bad product, actually. So there are lots of K-pop songs with very poor English. I mean, just really, just ridiculous, poor English, and then you can't watch it because you're embarrassed to watch it. But if they had just sung it in Korean, it would have been a pretty good song, right? Like they ruined it by trying to chase this. And that's what I see more and more of, and it actually, I want to tell all of them to stop doing it. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you for your kind and generous support of my work. I like my work. You asked about the institutionalization of shamanism. I don't know if it's about the cosmopolitanization, but people have discussed the government system of the 인간문화재 as part of this institutionalization, but it seems that the vernacular is living beside this government system that is trying to homogenize style and institutionalize them. So the shamans themselves, they do what they want, and that still remains vernacular. But in my other work, not in this paper, I've been doing ethnography in shaman goods stores. It's the place where the manmulsa, where the shamans go to buy the statues and the painting and the bells. And I think the stores are homogenizing, in a way, the tradition more than the government. So it comes from the grassroots, because there are several very prominent stores and store owners that became like very knowledgeable. So if I sit there, I can hear the mudang calling them and asking them various things. And the shop owners, they know how this general has to look and what outfit she needs for this particular ritual. So they become very knowledgeable, and it's not institutionalized officially. But because so many people come to the same stores, I think in the future we'll see more and more of the same artifacts. Doesn't mean they'll say the same words in the ritual, but at least in the material aspect, I think the commercialization, the mass production, like catalogs of Mushindo, of the paintings. So if you have a catalog that, it kind of limits the variety of painting that can be done. But then the Kunmudang, the one that have a lot of influence and power, they try to have their own painters, for example, paint their individual, unique pieces because the other Mudang buy the stuff in the store. So, it's very difficult to institutionalize because there's no, compared to Buddhism and Christianity, you don't have degrees or steps in the way that are formal and diplomas and things like that. Even the organizations, they don't offer standards. So the standards are in the government assignment, but the daily life, they do what they want. But maybe, who knows, about future, it's hard to tell. I'll ask the Mudang about the future. They know. They can divine the future.
Thank you so much, Professor Song, for those two really important questions. I think you get at the heart of some of the things I've been thinking about with this paper and with this project. So why are they ignored? I don't know if the intentionality of not knowing about this is not something I can tell for sure. They're telling me they don't exist. And so why are they saying this? Specifically, what my feeling was, and this is just a gut feeling. When I talked to the Sewol families about it, they had a kind of a very adamant position that they don't exist. And that really strong emotion that they had in response to the question was something that was very telling to me. And so for me, my guess is that one, because of the politics around Park Geun-hye, Sewol, and the impeachment process, that dirty politics that surrounded that event, I think they're still working that out, trying to separate themselves from anything that's associated with political corruption. So I think my guess is that might be one of the reasons, that culture of distance from a shamanic community and anything that may not be considered proper forms of political processes is something they might still be working through. The other question about, well, I think with the Itaewon families, it's just still too new. They're just, in order for them to gather and amass a kungut will require a lot of capital. And they're just still a little bit too new. So although the Muhyang Munaje Manshindir were there for the beginning part of the process, to actually have the bereaved families collaborate to have an annual ritual would still require a lot more than they have, I think, at their disposal right now. And a good example of that is to see when I was at the International Women's Day march in Gwanghwamun this past spring. A bereaved mother from Itaewon had to force herself onto the speaker list to talk about her issues. She wasn't a part of the agenda. And so the Itaewon tragedy is something that I think is still not as much in the public eye, and they're really fighting for that. But the other point about the about emotional distance, it's a really interesting question because as a historian, I work mostly through archives, but then I'm working also on an anthropological topic. And so I attend some of these rituals myself. And when you attend the rituals, especially the rituals that are working around mass grief, mass deaths, there's no way not to be emotionally drawn in. Everybody in the room is bawling, right? When I was at the Jeju Sasam ritual, I was, again, bawling, although I've seen it so many times, right? Because the way they talk about the way these families died and how and their suffering, you can't help but be a part of it. And the interesting and the most heartbreaking thing about especially what I saw with the Sewol disaster catastrophe was that those parents, without that kind of a ritual, they are so incredibly composed, showing the very neutral face to the public,
talking through the most difficult issues that I had to cry in the elevator. You know, I had to go home, I had to go back to the hotel and just bawl my way out of that in private, which I think is what a lot of us researchers do, because there isn't a public space for that public collective mourning, which is a huge problem.
Thank you. Could you give our respondents a round of applause? Thank you. Now we just want to, I think we have some minutes for taking questions from the audience, right? 10 minutes? 14 minutes. So we got 14 minutes. So I think you spark a lot of interest, and I'm sure plenty of questions from audience. So we can take some questions from you guys, maybe a few.
Okay, thank you. Keith Howard from London. Can I just address Leora and Grace? If we take Hannett's view of cosmopolitanism as a sort of perspective, then whose perspective is it? So is it us looking in from outside as scholars, or the people who are actually involved? Now that concerns me because I've been doing a lot of work with African musicians in Europe. This is not sort of black music in North America. Where African musicians resist the term cosmopolitanism completely because they say we're African musicians. The famous quote of Youssou N'Dour of, you know, if you go to Dakar in Senegal, you hear all the Western sounds, you hear everything there. That's part of our culture. So why should we be different? Why should we call it cosmopolitanism or something? And I've got into a lot of hot water over working with Zimbabwean musicians who really resist that term and said, you cannot use it about us. And so I don't, and I'm told by my colleagues, you must, because they're not really Zimbabwean. Problem. So that sort of term, how useful is it, really, when we're talking about shamanism? And if we think of it as the perspective again, when we come to K-pop, when was K-pop ever Korean? So if you go back to the sort of Pongchak Torot stuff and Yuhenga and the connections to Enka, and Koreans will know this sort of Wesek idea, the foreign color, or Soteji and his influence from people like Cypress Hill, Rage Against the Machine. When was it Korean? So the perspective from Korea may well be that Dynamite and everything else is Korean, or by some in Korea, let's say. The perspective of foreigners who are fans of K-pop is rather different about what is Korean. So again, how useful is that differentiation? Thanks.
Okay, Professor Gordy.
So I'll try to do it short, but it's a complex question. I'll use the two perspectives that you offer. So if we take the theoretical academic perspective about cosmopolitanism, so I didn't have time to go really deep into the theory, but the cosmopolitan person is supposed to encapsulate within themselves both or different cultures, not just two, sometimes a few. And actually the term came up when I didn't have this term in mind, but when I talked one time with Lee Hae-gyong about her work with foreigners and how she talks to the spirit. So she told me, you know, I meet so many spirits in my life, you know. Anyway, I meet Gengis Khan, Japanese spirit, Chinese spirit, so I can meet Western spirits. You know, she doesn't see the this kind of breach between meeting this and that people. So she actually incorporates in her view different worlds. That's how the term came up to me. And about their perspective, so I think they don't see themselves less Koreans because they work in different worlds, because for them, and the term means you deal with different worlds. Anyway, they deal with different worlds, you know. For them, the God is the God, the ancestors, everybody is different worlds they incorporate in their bodies physically. They're embodied. So getting these foreigners doesn't seem to bother. At least definitely the four people that I discussed this in deep. And in their case, when about their liking or not liking the term, luckily, the four of them are in communication with me. So actually they've seen the article before it was published, and it's published after their comments. And none of them commented about the term. They like the term cosmopolitan. I think, and maybe it means in Korea something else to be a cosmopolitan than it would mean in the UK for them. I mean, I think they liked it. I didn't even bother about the term so much because they commented about many other things that are not in the article, and I had to take stuff. But Cosmopolitan, they kind of liked it, I think. For them, it means like a world person. Some of them call themselves global shamans when they talk to foreigners. Pangun Mi, she said, I'm a global shaman. Andrea says she's a global shaman. Jenny says, I'm a Korean American, proud in my both heritages. So I don't see that they have a problem with the term, but it's a good question. I'll ask them next time.
Okay, next question. Professor Kitao. Oh yeah, cool. And then Professor Kitao.
I'll just be quick. Thank you for your comment. Of course, you're right about other influences. The change is the actual people working on this. So I have heard that Korean producers have trouble working in the discipline if they don't speak English. So the way the whole thing is organized is actually changing very, very quickly. So that means Korean producers have to learn English to write K-pop songs. Right? It's not, I mean, I simplified it by talking about people, but if you look at the list of songwriters, it's completely different from even 5 years ago. So it's part of it, and one of my students here is studying the workforce, but the workforce is changing that Koreans from Korea might have trouble working in this industry because they are chasing other things. The in-house writers, so Kenzie used to write for SM a lot of the songs, but you can see that it's changing. So I think that the kind of people, the number of people, the way things are organized has changed really, really dramatically. So, anyhow.
Thank you very much. My question is for Professor Sarfati. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I really appreciate your idea of cosmopolitanism as a perspective, and especially the idea that cosmopolitanism is a way to include otherness in your identity. The question of shamanism is important because it's a test for the inclusion of otherness. And my question is, if shamanism is a test for understanding cosmopolitanism, it's much easier to do this with some societies in which shamanism is a part of storytelling, of their own tradition. And if some K-dramas are today the Trojan horse to introduce shamanism, I'm just thinking on Hotel de Luna. It's a K-drama, it's full of shamans references, true or invented. This is not the matter. But this can be easy to understand in America, in North America, in Latin America, in which there are very strong indigenous movements to improve shamanism. But it's it's not easy to understand for European audiences. In Europe, shamanism is not part of our memories, historical memories, ethnological or anthropological history. So, to what extent you can explain the success of these K-dramas in Europe? Is the new Orientalism? Is a way to have a new spirituality? How do you explain this? Thank you.
Well, it's a huge question. I have to write a book, but no, I have a short answer. I will. The short answer would be that actually, when we read about Korean shamanism and we read the text, it's mythology, right? But when you come to the ritual, while the shaman is reciting all this mythology, everybody is on their cell phone. Even the Koreans, they don't focus on the mythology. They come to heal, they come to get the future divined, they come to get some ancestor pacified. In the K-drama, they also solve murder cases, but it's all very practical. So I think the practical aspect that is not new, it's not cosmopolitan. I mean, for Koreans too, us as scholars, we like to read the text and understand the story and the mythology, but the people that go to shaman, they don't pay 10 million won to hear a drama. They'll go to the theater to hear pansori. So they go because they need something. And when they need something, that's something the Western audience can understand, right? There is an unsolved murder case. Like, let's bring the spirit, and she'll tell us who killed her. That's something everybody can relate to. It's like magic. People would like to have things solved by magic. And yes, it's kind of Orientalist, especially if you look at Pamyal. It's exaggerated. But people expect media to be exaggerated. Nobody would film me eating dinner, right? So people expect it to be overemphasized. I think that's why and it's beautiful, and the music, shamanism.
Okay, so we'll take one more question. Any student here? Can you take some student questions? At least, also student. So two more questions, one for you and the other from student side.
I am a very oldest student here, actually. Yeah.
Please. So please try to be as concise as possible so we can have.
Okay, fine. I mean, Professor Sarfati, I don't know how clearly I pronounce your name, but anyhow, I was very much impressed with your presentation, particularly the concept of cosmopolitanism. But then my question to you is this. To the extent that it is let's say, limited to the shaman world in terms of transcending, let's say, geographical location. In other words, from a political scientist perspective, to me, we always approach cosmopolitanism in terms of location. But then, thinking about the nature of the shamanism, I think I tend to think that it is more or less unique to shaman world to transcend the local physical limitations. Am I short enough?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, you
response,
said it
great.
perfectly. Shamanism is about different worlds, so yeah.
Okay.
I think it fits nicely into the description. But yeah, people can, debate the geography. But we have the shaman that travel. So all the shamans that you've seen travel and do ritual in different places, not just in Korea. So.
Okay, thank you. From our student side.
Hi, I'm Bu Young from the University of Chicago. I have a question for Grace and Professor Professor Gao. Professor Gao, nice to meet you. I'm So Yoon's research colleague, and it's so nice to see you. But I have a question also, especially since a lot of your research sites intersect with mine as well, and WKC is one of my research sites. So my question is about your provocative question that you asked at the end, which is whether the association between K-pop and Korea, is it dissipating? And I wanted to ask more of what is this association between K-pop and Koreanness, and how you see it being played amongst the people that you study? Because I sometimes see producers, choreographers, they see it as a racial one. Oh, people, Korean skin, Korean people, Korean bodies dancing. Other people say it's linguistic, it's the layering of Korean language on top. Other people say it's cultural, like the representation of cultural stuff. So what exactly you see, how are these different things intersecting? And then for Professor Huang,
I think
sorry.
we can continue conversation with the Professor Wang. So
Okay.
can you respond to his question, please?
Okay, I'll just be quick. I don't have an answer. So I just want to bring the question out there that every permutation, I go through this with my students as well, because they have a definition of K-pop, but we cannot nail it. Is it, I think it's probably more about the trainee system and the way people are organized, but I'm not even so sure about that. So I just feel like if you pay attention to this, it is changing. It changes by the month. So I want people that study K-pop to sort of become aware and be up to date on these things. But the companies are trying every permutation that you can imagine, and they're going to call it K-pop if it helps them. And if it doesn't help them, like Mr. Bang Si-hyuk wants to get away from that term. So he wants to use the word global pop. So he doesn't even like the word K-pop anymore.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's wrap it up. So give our speakers one more round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I have one small comment before you leave for the break. I just want to make sure each team, we have 7 teams, research clusters. So each team have more researchers than the presenters. So our teams, we have 9 members. So there are papers that haven't been presented today. So I just want to make sure there are other faculty members here and other universities working on the same team with different themes. So probably after today, we can continue conversation on this, right? If you're interested, just let us know. We can share our research agendas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our panel for an excellent session. Thank you. You can go in. Yeah. We have prepared lunch boxes for you today. So you can pick up your lunch in the lobby just outside the conference hall and turn around the hall. And you are welcome to enjoy your lunch in Snu Cks Hall, which is located right beside the lobby. Enjoy your meal, and I will see you back here at 12:50, not 1 o'clock, 12:50. The next session will begin 12:50. Okay? Thank you. See you soon.
Now, 10 minutes earlier, we are going to start second session, political economy and politics and economics too. So we have actually the 7 presenter, but we have too much tight times. So I'm going to save my own presentation and 6 presenters. We have, I'm pretty much asking each presenter's 10 minutes presentation. And then we have actually the designated discussant, but in the lunch time, we have flexibly readjusted. So there is no designated discussion. Just free. If you are designated discussant, you can talk in free times, okay? So continuously, before begin, let me introduce a little bit, very briefly. We have 6 presenters. First, Stephen Haggard. He is a very widely known political economist. His book is Developmental State in 2018 and Backsliding is 2021. And Professor Yong-Chul Ha from the University of Washington. His recent book is Late Industrialization, Transition, and Social Change in South Korea. Yong-Chul Ha sitting in the second. And Professor Gun Lee from the Seoul National University. His book is Innovation Development Detours for Latecomers, 2023, and Challenge of Technology and Economic Catch-up in Emerging Economies. And there's many other books, but I mean, let me short. Anyway, and first, Elizabeth Thurban from the University of New South Wales from Australia. Her book is Developmental Mindset in 2016 and Developmental Environmentalism in 2023. And In-Hwa Chu, Hong Kong Baptist University from Hong Kong. Her book is Global Rise of China. And we have, right now, the Jae-Yong Song is a little bit late. There is some problems in traffic problems, I think. Anyway, we will start first. So from the, why don't you begin Stephen? Okay.
Okay, so thanks very much for being here. I have to say that the political economy group was quite nervous after the presentations this morning because the topics you guys are working on are so fascinating and interesting. And the presentations were so compelling that all of us now are worried about what we're going to do. So, but let me let me frame this up for a second, and then turn to my own presentation, because I'm going to talk about a very particular part of this political economy issue. But basically, as you probably know, Korea is a kind of test case of a particular class of rapid growth countries. And there's this very intense debate which took place over several decades, starting in the 80s and going into the 90s, about the origins of high growth in South Korea. And I summarize that literature in this little book on the developmental state, but that's this developmental state stuff, and we'll talk about that. But what's going on now is a new literature about what is the nature of current contemporary Korean capitalism in the low growth period, and particularly since the transition to democratic rule. And so how does democracy interact and social policy interact with patterns of growth and policy? So what I want to do today is talk off three interesting developments in the world political economy, because this paper is going to focus on how Korea's current development is affected by its international context. And those three developments are, first, and some of you who don't work on this issue might not know this, but the pace of globalization has basically slowed and even reversed. We are not becoming more globalized over the last decade. It's reversed. If anyone wants these slides, I can send them to you, but you can see trade is sort of flattened as a share of world GDP. Foreign direct investment has sort of flattened out. So that's big point one. Big point two is that industrial policy is very much back on the agenda. After a period of kind of neoliberal orientation, neoliberal ideology, we're back in a world where governments are thinking seriously about industrial policy. And most of the panelists are going to be talking about that in some degree. But then what I'm going to talk about as a kind of framing for this discussion is that trade and investment have become increasingly securitized. And what I mean by that is that questions about international security are now playing into patterns of trade and investment in a way which they haven't in the past. And Korea comes into this because Korea is going to be affected by that securitization process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort of pose 5 questions and touch very briefly on possible answers, but this is really more like a research agenda than it is a definitive set of findings. So point number 1, can the United States, in acting with its allies, undertake global, large-scale initiatives with respect to the international trading system? I mean, can the WTO be revived? Is there a future for the Trans-Pacific Partnership? Is there something that the United States can do? And the answer to that basically is no. I mean, we're living in a world now where, because of developments within the Republican Party in the United States with respect to the trade issue, it's extremely difficult for the United States to take large-scale initiatives. And then the question becomes, is China taking advantage of that? Getting out of the TPP from the United States perspective was really a strategic mistake of significant magnitude. And now we're living with this world where, under Democrats or Republicans, trade policy is going to be very difficult to move forward. So what are the implications of that? That's sort of question number one. Number one. Question number 2 is, the United States is currently addicted to sanctions. We love sanctions. It's a sort of cheap tool. We can impose them at will. There's a lot of discretion. The Treasury and the executive can act unilaterally to do these things. We designate individuals, we designate firms, we designate countries, right? So I don't want to sound hypocritical in making the following charge, but it's becoming increasingly clear that China is also engaged in this kind of activity. And those of you who are Korean in the room remember THAAD. And if you're Australian, you remember the 14 points that China basically hands to Australia and says, these are issues we need to clean up if you want to restore the nature of the diplomatic relationship. And so now countries are grappling with the risks associated with dependence on China. And when you hear the word supply chain resilience, what that actually means is, how do we limit dependence that may put us in a difficult circumstance in a future period? And Korea is very much preoccupied with this. And the policy question for Korea is, what's an acceptable level of dependence on China? Is there some ceiling, that you don't want to go above because of risk? And by the way, China, North Korea, Russia are also, de-risking. They're trading with one another, and you're getting parallel universes in the world economy where you've got this world and then you've got that world. And there is decoupling going on, not as much as people think, but not insignificant. Third question. There's an increasing preoccupation in the United States, and I think it's spreading to our allies, that the transfer of certain kinds of dual use and high technologies to China poses not an economic risk, but an actual military risk, in the sense that those products are potentially incorporated into weapons systems that the United States and its allies would face on the battlefield, to be just perfectly blunt. And so there's now also a politics of export controls, which Korea has been drawn into, which is, what do you limit? You can't limit everything. Korea is not going to stop sending low-level memory, chips to China. It's got manufacturing facilities in China. But what is it that you have to control in order to prevent this stuff coming back to get you? And that's an increasingly complicated and interesting politics about how export controls are and aren't coordinated. Finally, 2 more points and I'll stop. Why is industrial policy coming back? I mean, this is really, an extremely interesting question. I think we need sociologists, we need literature people to kind of interpret the texts and tell us why this trope is coming back. Because it's just very clear that governments in the advanced industrial states, not just in the developing world, in the advanced industrial states are talking about industrial policy. Korea is doing this, Japan, Taiwan, the United States, Europe, they're all talking about how you devise an industrial policy, for example, for facilitating the green transition. There are trillions of dollars of investment that are needed. The private sector is not going to provide all of that. And so, there are a lot of issues that are driving this, but I think one of them clearly is Chinese industrial policy. So you've got a system which is moving in an illiberal direction, which is heavily subsidizing industry, and the rest of the world is feeling the fallout because it's affecting the structure of competition across a range of industries in which us, that is Korea and the United States, have a very particular interest. And so the question about, how to adjust to the IRA and the CHIPS Act on the part of Korea, and Korea now has its own semiconductor policy that you might have seen in the news, and how those get coordinated is a very important question. Okay, and then finally, one last question that's really interesting for those of us who study international institutions and international organizations, which is a very distinct and robust field of study within international relations for those of you in other disciplines, is, how do international institutions work? How do they govern? Who runs them? Who has authority? Who has power in them? And the WTO is wounded. It's not dead. It's still there. The CPTPP with the US and the TTP, which is an agreement we were negotiating with the Europeans, both of those are dead. But what's springing up in their place are a whole series of interesting plurilateral agreements among small numbers of players around very particular objectives. So the AUKUS is about submarines and about a series of technological things. That part of the AUKUS is ignored. We've got this Fab 4 alliance between Taiwan, Korea, the United States, and Japan, which has to do with chip manufacture and particularly fabrication, not just design. We've got the Quad. We've got, Korea is now an Asian partner of NATO. I mean, this is really a strange world we're in. I mean, you think of Korea's foreign policy interests primarily centered on the Asia Pacific. No, it's now a partner of NATO, and that partnership has to do with issues of technology and so forth. So I'll just close out by saying you're seeing new dimensions of the alliance. The alliance, I think, is wrongly construed as primarily being a military alliance, which it is. But when these leaders meet, you hear them talking about AI, about public health, about semiconductors, about supply chain resilience. That stuff is real. These discussions are real, and they're engaging industry and governments around new forms of collaboration. So those are things that we're watching in the international political economy space. Thanks very much.
Okay, next, Professor Ha. Thank you, first of all, to Professor Kwon Hyung-gi, who has been a very important part of this new SNU initiative in Korean studies. I don't know how many of you know me, but then I used to teach here at Seoul National before I moved on to University of Washington 2007. Anyhow, my talk is about how to understand tradition in the context of a late industrialization as a way to establish a new approach to sociology of South Korea or even beyond. Okay, so let's see. This is my new book. Just came out in March this year, and I don't want to go into these details, but then let me just briefly share with you the gist of my book. What I argue is there. So I start with a paradox in Korea's economic development. That is, an ultra-modern industrial economy has been achieved, yet traditional networks of obligation and solidarity, such as blood, school, and regional ties, have persisted and even become more deeply reinforced, profoundly affecting the fundamental aspects of Korean politics and socioeconomic relations. Okay, so I think this one is not this new paradox is not accidental. It requires a very detailed explanation. So I call it neo-familism. I think this neo-familism requires an explanation as to when, why, and how it arose. Okay, so the analysis of this paradox reveals distinct social phenomenon which arose through interactions between the developmental state, traditional institutions, and economic task. So why did I decide to write this book, which is relevant to today's discussion about the future directions of Korean studies? First of all, domestically in Korea, as we all know, intellectual, let's say, society or community of Korea in 1980s were actually quite muddled, with so many different foreign international concepts, theories, frameworks coming and going, leaving such a confused field understanding of Korean society. Ultimately, what is truly Korean actually still remains to me as a unexplored as a residual category. To the international academic community, I notice the serious gap between political economy and sociology in studying late industrialization. So I try to unpack how tradition gets involved in the process of late industrialization in the case of South Korea, and what kind of sort of social institutional phenomena occurred. That's the gist of my book. Let me just go further. So here, in passing, I have to mention this. So far as I'm concerned, no adequate theory of social change beyond the theories that claimed universal social consequences of industrialization, leaving sociology of a late industrialization as a theoretical limbo. And then also, based upon this book, I try to suggest different stage of Korean studies in terms of deprovincializing, which means Korea has become no longer a target for introduction. Korea itself has become a target for study in itself. So this is the gist of my argument. In the current, the most literature on political economy, they heavily, although they use different concepts, but basically I am here draw upon one concept, embedded autonomy, usually, developed by Evans, Peter Evans. But then, no matter who invented that, that's not a question here. The question here is, according to political economy framework, this society is a bigger the structure, and inside it there's a state. So the state and society was related through social ties, the school ties, regional ties, family ties, kind of thing. So still, the state is able to maintain some sort of autonomy, even if there are close the tie-based relationship between the two institutions. But then my problems with the political economy literature are the following. That is, first, to me, is too functional. Too functional in the sense that they use this concept only mainly to explain economic success. Also, this framework, to me, is static. In other words, for example, it doesn't address what happened to society over the interactions for a long time between society and the state. In that sense, I think also it's a very narrow in focus. So what I try to do in my book is exactly what happens to society as time goes by. Also, what happened to the state itself. So by highlighting, by analyzing these intricate kind of interactions between the state and society through this embeddedness, I would like to demonstrate how society itself changes over time, so that ultimately I would like to make some kind of contribution to the discussion about modernity. Usually modernity issue has been discussed in so much too vague, too abstract terms. By having this kind of analysis, I could demonstrate what kind of distinct social institutional consequences actually arose in the course of South Korean style of late industrialization. Anyhow, let me go further because it's no time. So then, what's the relationship between late industrialization and social change? Basically, as you know, state-led industrialization, but then first of all, some groups, people, or some person should start perceiving the backwardness. And then out of backwardness, sense of inferiority. And then sense of urgency comes. And then planning, implementation becomes very ambitious. Okay? So then what happens? Let me go to the further down there. Okay. Let me see the backwardness. Oh, where is it? Okay. Anyhow, the gist of my argument is that somehow late industrialization is bound to bring back traditional institutions and values. Why? To facilitate the speed of economic development. Why? Tradition is so familiar to people that it's easier to persuade people in pursuing economic development. So by going through, by analyzing how traditional institution values are introduced, brought back, and why, and then through the state mediation, we can understand the sort of what really happened to society. So far, as far as I can see, we don't have any any conceptual theoretical framework which would help us to understand social dynamics based upon state-led industrialization. Okay. So normally we talked about class theory is very, very popular even in Korea. But then here, I maintain we need to contextualize patterns of industrialization. We also contextualize the patterns of social change because of that. Okay, all right. So let me just briefly summarize and then probably finish here. So Park's Korea, in the case of Korea, Park Chung-hee's sense of backwardness, inferiority, sense of urgency are well documented in my book. It's very obvious. But then Park needed people who could help him both with competence and then reliability, in other words, trust. So he had to recruit people from his own region among those who passed high civil service examination. So that's how he both secured competency and then trust. Okay. And then this kind of recruitment patterns were emulated by chaebols. Okay. So let me go to this. This is what I call sociology of chaebols. So in other words, chaebol is not simply economic institution. It's very important to understand Korean society. So ownership is basically family ties, right? Management is regional or school tie. In other words, the managers at the high up level are either related to the owner through regional ties or school ties. Workers generally they didn't have either school or regional ties, solely basically regional tie-based people. So this is the sort of a snapshot of sociology of chaebols. Okay? Then my last part of the talk is this. Then what are the distinctive social institutional phenomena that occurred in the course of South Korea's late industrialization? For example, I want to go back to, for example, the third one, industrialization and bureaucratization, for example. It's a common understanding that industrialization brings about bureaucratization in social science, the parlance. But I maintain in South Korea, South Korean bureaucracy lost its own bureaucratic integrity because of frequent penetration by chaebols into Korean bureaucracy. Okay, and also famous discourse in Korean society, individualism. Is really Korean society becoming more individualistic? I say no. It's become more privatism based. Why? Based upon neo-feminism, based upon school and regional, the blood ties, Korean society is become more of a privatism based upon particularism, very much exclusive of people who are outside their own affiliation. So individuality is based upon recognition of individual autonomy, and then respect. Sorry, let me just finish. Normally I don't go over, but somehow it's too much to say. So, but then let me just then close by, let's say, state-society relations. No, it's very important one, so I have to address this. Normally, what we understand in terms of state-society relations is state versus society relationship, meaning society confronting state. But I will say in Korea, that framework, that pattern has not happened. So basically, what I call society led by state or state and with society model. So I differentiate the 4 different patterns of state-society relations. Okay. So in other words, in conclusion, then what I've been trying to say to you is that first, we need to understand distinctive patterns of social change on the state-led industrialization. Then each case of late industrialization is different from from the others, so that we need to develop a different contextualization to understand what really happens in society. And then through this kind of interactions among the state, tradition, and then the economic units, actually, we, in the case of South Korea, neo-familism developed. In other cases, other units. In conclusion, I'll say that what I tried to do was to narrow the gap between the predominance of political economic frameworks and then total lack of reference to the social changing patterns in most studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really ask a big apologize to the two tight presentations. And next, Professor Lee Gun from Seoul National University.
Thank you. I'm economist. I'll talk about my recent article about this nature of capitalism in Korea, with this framework of compression, decompression, and diverging convergence. My article just got Best Paper Award by this journal. I got the notice this week. So this shows the Korea's per capita income level in PPP. Used to be very low, but now it's converging to level of typical European major economies. So that's I call we need to change from thinking about catching up to convergence. But issue, what kind of convergence? Okay, that's the issue I'm addressing. Okay. And this is the one-page summary of my whole argument. Many of you know this term compressed development, which is about rapid economic growth Korea achieved under developmental state without democracy and without market liberalization. Then decompression means achieving democracy and market opening or liberalization. That started from 1987 grand democratization struggle, also economically 1997 financial crisis. The end is that about middle-late 2000, where Korea has a series of FTA with the US and China and so on. Also, first time Labour Party produced more than 10 members in the Korean National Congress. Then after that period of this diverging convergence, that means we are seeing different type of capitalism emerging in Korea. In other words, in terms of slow growth and rising inequality, Korea getting similar to Anglo-American capitalism. But in terms of welfare indicators, very low crime rate, long life expectancy, Korea similar to Southern Europe, Italy, Spain, and Japan in the same group. I call it self-capitalism. But in terms of labor market outcome, such as long working hours and gender wage gap, Korea is outlier. Nobody is close to Korea. Okay. But in terms of active labor market policy, Korea is similar to Northern Europe in terms of training and hiring incentives. So I call this strange combination. That's I call multifaceted convergence to the West, or should I call it maturing of East Asian capitalism. Okay. So I'm asking several questions, starting from what's the source of political miracle, which means that very peaceful compromise democratization without disturbing economic progress. In other words, whether economic progress led to democratization or democracy led to economic growth, which one is causing which? That's big debate in the literatures. As Mogul others talk about, you got to have a democracy. When you do that, you can have economic growth. But in Korea, it is reverse. That's my position. Okay? Then, this question is that how come this there was a very peaceful democratization and it led to economic growth? Is that the answer is that the compressed growth led to formation of middle class. who demanded democracy. That's why democracy has become more compromised without involving much violences. Okay. So our economic growth was not just economic growth, but also come together with equity. It was equalizing growth, very Gini coefficient decreasing over time, and there was a rapid rise of wage rate. Okay. This shows Gini coefficient. Initial increase, but since 7 years it keeps decreasing. That means equalizing growth. Only after 9 and 7 it increase, but it's happening in every country around the world. Okay. This shows the rise of middle class. New middle class formed through this compressed growth period. So we form a strong middle class. They are who are the basis, material base for democratization demand. Okay. And this shows share of decent jobs increasing rapidly. Well-paid jobs increased in Korea during this 70s, 80s. Okay. Then second question is that how can we have a now stable democracy, whereas in many countries in emerging world, very fragile democracy, like take over Thailand, right? The answer is that Kim Young-san government, who merged with military parties, has a very radical purge of all former military-born elite. Within 3 months of his term, he all fired all the former military elite in the positions. Okay? And due to that, there was a sharp turn of the political leadership elite from former military to civilian activists. Okay? So this shows a number of the parliamentary members in terms of background. This is the share of the military background. They are now very little, where there is a rise of former the activist group become very dominant, new elite. So this has become a source of a very stable democracy in Korea. Then the third question is how we can link decompression to convergence. Why decompression leading to convergence? Because Korean cases, the 1997 the crisis and the IMF import reform kind of imposed the Anglo-American style institution planted in Korean soil. So it's forced by outside sources. That's what source the convergences, bringing the financialization and so on. Okay. So this shows Korean economic growth getting slower and slower, similar to Japan, Korea both converging to the level of US, whereas inequality by top 10% income share, this is US, next is Korea, this is Japan. So we are now no more fast growth, we are now slowing growth and rising inequality. In that sense, we are converging to Anglo-American capitalism. Okay? I proved that by some data analysis called cluster analysis, which is to classify a country into grouping in terms of indicators. In terms of this growth rate, employment, top 10% share, this East Asian group is now empty from 1990 because Korea, Japan joined Anglo-American group in terms of these indicators. That means end of East Asian capitalism. No more East miracle. We joined Anglo-American capitalism. Taiwan joined Northern European group. This is continental European group. So no more East Asia miracle. We are now joining Anglo-American capitalism. Okay. But is Korea really becoming like American capitalism or not? Nobody believes that. Okay. So my next question is, let's look at more indicators. Okay. That's why I look at first these indicators of birth rate, divorce rate, crime rate, inequality. Result is Korea has same cluster as in Italy, Japan, Spain, Korea. I call it safe capitalism. Very low crime rate and very long life expectancies. Okay. So these are the data. US is outlier. Nobody is same as US. US is most dangerous capitalism in the world. Highest crime rate, very short life expectancies. Okay? And this is Southern Europe, Korea, same group, the mixed group, and okay. If you look at another indicators like gender wage gap and working hours, Korea is the outlier. Nobody is close to Korea. Extreme long hours and suicide rate. Okay. Then in terms of the Korea outlets, Northern Europe is that less work, a very gender equal pay, and so on. Okay. But Northern Europe is not that best because in terms of divorce rate, they are very high. Yeah. So they are gender equal, but unhappy capitalism in my sense. High divorce, more crime, short live. That's Northern Europe. Northern is not the heaven either. Okay? Then in terms of the active labor policy to support the hiring, training, Korea is getting close to Northern Europe. Korea trying to become like flex security, flexible and secure labor market policy. That's the Korea heading toward. America is quite different. Okay. Then lastly, I look at democracy index. So Korean democracy index is same as US, higher than US a little bit. Okay. But much lower than the Northern Europe countries. But in terms of corruption, we are same as Europe, the US. So I call it Korea, US both free but not so clean democracy. Okay. But it still is convergence to US level. Okay. And in terms of this, Korea is no more drug-free country. It's another convergence. Korean youth getting into now more drugs as a Western youth. Okay. So if I skip this, maybe this one. Conclusion is that, so maybe I would call it multifaceted convergence to different type of capitalism, or we should call it maturing of East Asian capitalism. But for sure, we can say that we are no more East Asian capitalism. Okay? Because in the sense of drug and low growth and rising inequalities. So maybe we call it new divergence or whatever. Okay? So, the Korea still remain different from any particular type of capitalism, but in terms of many indicators, we are getting similar to typical Western capitalism. So I might call it, maybe we may call it the advanced version of East Asian capitalism, maybe. But still, we have to figure out how to define it. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lee. And the next presenter is Professor Tarvan. Presentation could last longer, then we have a little free discussion time. Okay.
Thank you so much. It's really, it's lovely to be here with you all today, and thank you so much, Professor Kwon, for having me here. I'm speaking today about a new project that I'm working on with my wonderful Australian collaborators, Dr. Alexander Mitchell-Hind and Hao Tan, who can't be here today with us in person. Oh, sorry, but I'll just hold it. But they're certainly here with us in spirit. So this project draws on, it really draws together some threads that I've been working on over a number of years with a number of different collaborators. So one is my book, co-authored book with John Matthews and Son-Young Kim and Hao Tan, called Developmental Environmentalism, State Ambition and Creative Destruction in East Asia's Green Energy Transition. And that one is available for free from Oxford University Press for download. So you can enjoy that gratis from the Australian government. And then also a couple of pieces with Linda Weiss on a new kind of economic statecraft that we observe emerging in Northeast Asia. And then tying that together with Alexander and how I'm working on a project that really charts the emergence of a new kind of statecraft centred on the use of green energy for national security objectives. And so this is what we call green energy statecraft. So to give you a little bit of I guess a kind of context or the analytical starting point, we start with this polycrisis. So what is a polycrisis? It's a cascade of converging challenges. So if you think about the kind of challenges that policymakers policymakers in East Asia, in Australia, and around the globe are facing. First of all, you have the kind of structural condition of dangerous climate change. And this means that countries around the globe are under enormous pressure to rapidly reduce their reliance on fossil fuels. But at the same time as you have to do that, you can't just phase out fossil fuels without a replacement. So you have to build the new green energy industries of the future, from smart grids to green hydrogen to electric vehicles. And that itself is a major techno-industrial challenge, the kind of techno-industrial transformation challenge that hasn't been seen arguably in human history, given the time constraints under which it has to happen. And at the same time as policymakers have to do this, they have to navigate a changing geostrategic landscape that is growing great power rivalry between China and the US, which is really causing countries to rethink the viability and desirability of their existing trade and investment and technology ties. So as Professor Haggard was saying earlier, no longer can we take our existing trade and investment and technology relationships for granted. When we're building these new green energy industries, we have to look for particular supply chain security. We have to look at alliance considerations, etc. So what we observe in relation to this poly crisis is quite an innovative new approach to governance that we see emerging. We observe it particularly in China, also in South Korea, but it is emerging, we would argue, also in the United States and in Australia, in the UK and Europe, as all countries kind of seek to grapple with these challenges. And this is what we call green energy statecraft. So what is green energy statecraft? This is the practice of using or mobilising your green energy related policies and institutions to address national security challenges. So to address your economic security challenges, to address your energy security, your environmental security, and in fact your military challenges. So it's a very particular way of thinking about the purpose of the green energy shift and what this fundamental shift in how we organise our energy systems around renewables and how this can enhance national security very broadly conceived. So what does this kind of statecraft actually look like in practice? Well, this is a bit of a mind map. It's kind of like an ideal type, if we think in Weberian terms, not ideal type in terms of desirable, but an ideal type in kind of a mental abstraction that we take from a kind of empirical observation to help us make sense of the kind of changes at the level of institutions and ideation and policies that we're seeing. So first we have this mindset, and as I just described, this mindset around the way that we think about the purpose of the green energy shift and how it is fundamentally driven and shaped by national security concerns, by these pressing national security concerns. And then that mindset kind of informs the reorganisation or a reimagining of our approach to different spheres of governance. So we see here on the one side, this is quite small, I appreciate, I'm sorry about that, but there's a kind of domestically oriented green energy statecraft. This is the kind of, we might traditionally think in the language of industry policy, like this is building green energy industries, but we don't use the term industry policy for reasons I'll come back to. So that is a really particular approach to building these industries that isn't just about transitioning away from fossil fuels, but at the same time, it's about fending off and outflanking and moving in step with foreign economic and geostrategic rivals so that you can emerge as the front runner, as the frontier player in these new high-tech, technology-intensive industries that are high-wage, high-value-added, export-oriented, and are thus seen as very desirable from a national economic security perspective. And then you have your externally oriented economic statecraft, and this involves, who are going to be our partners in the green energy shift? And, if you think about, for example, South Korea, highly dependent on fossil fuel energy imports. The green energy shift offers an opportunity, of course, to shift to renewables and to start manufacturing the country's own renewables, but that won't be possible to meet 100%. So where is going to be a reliable source of green energy imports? For example, say green hydrogen, Australia here could emerge as a really important partner. But of course, that is Australia is seen as an important and desirable energy partner, not just in economic terms, but in geostrategic terms as well. And from Australia's perspective, reimagining that relationship, that Australia-Korea relationship, and reorienting it from its very historically fossil fuel-oriented kind of relationship to a green energy relationship is it going to involve many different kinds of challenges. So, for example, Australia may no longer simply be willing just to ship green molecules like we ship fossil fuels without also being concerned about how Korean investment in green energy is going to help Australia increase its technological upgrading, its manufacturing capabilities in this broader geostrategic landscape. So we have, in green energy statecraft, you see this growing consideration about the relationship between domestic green energy and economic policy making and externally oriented. At the same time, you have these financial foundations, which is how countries are reorienting their financial systems to turbocharge the green energy shift. And at the centre, the really important part is this social and political consensus. How do you build the social consensus around the green energy shift to actually support the government's ambition to be a front runner when, for example, in Australia, we face a lot of contention around, you know, our shift away from fossil fuels. So this is the kind of, you know, we argue it's an ideal type in that to really practice the art of green energy statecraft effectively, you have to be able to play in a very sophisticated way across all of these areas of governance. So how is green energy statecraft different from green industrial policy? Well, we say it's different in a couple of ways, and here we draw on my work with Linda Weiss on economic statecraft more generally and how it differs from industrial policy. In the industrial policy is a really generic term. It doesn't imply a particular strategic approach. It's just any policy that can change the industrial structure of the nation, and that can be for any goal, like building jobs or promoting regional areas or even pork barrelling, graft, whereas statecraft implies this very strategic approach. And therefore it's typically tied to performance incentives. It's very closely monitored for outcomes. And finally, what does all this mean? Well, we argue, and this is probably the most, exciting analytically, is that this re-emergence, or this new emergence, of green energy statecraft means that we're very likely to see the potential emergence of new energy superpowers. Previously, energy superpowers were only able to emerge if they enjoyed an abundance of natural resource wealth. But now we see a much larger range of actors, given the kind of manufacturing basis of the green energy shift. We see the potential for new energy superpowers to emerge. So you see the UK making this claim, you see the US making this claim, you see Australia making this claim to kind of energy superpowerdom. And so we argue that this could see a fundamental reshifting of, reorienting of power relationships in the region, which is something that deserves scrutiny, we would suggest. And I think that is my 10 minutes. Almost exactly, I hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is...
All right, great. All right, yes, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for being present here in this meeting. And of course, to Professor Kwong for inviting me here. It's definitely a privilege. Okay, well, my paper, it evolves around three main themes or three main research questions. The first one is actually, well, I mean, as many of these presenters in this section suggest, East Asian economic miracles, or the rapid growth of, say, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, to a number of scholars was facilitated by the developmental state. And people over the years have identified a number of institutional characteristics of the developmental state, including the kind of state organization, national policies, etc. Now, firstly, I do not entirely disagree, but just want to make one point. Suggesting here in this particular paper that Taiwan and South Korea are actually quite different in terms of some of its policies. And I think a lot of people have noticed that it's not something new that I talk about. Well, specifically, South Korea is much more prone to select winners and do that sort of big push policy, and therefore it turns out, as it turns out, it generates a number of major corporations. Now, this does not actually occur in the case of Taiwan. And my point here today is actually saying that it has a lot to do with the geopolitical context, as well as the kind of social structural factors. So instead of just focusing on the kind of state institutions, I suggest that it is also important to look at the geopolitical context and the social structural factors of those societies themselves. So this is the first point. And then the second point of my paper is, of course, to look at the more recent changes. So most people would say that, well, the developmental state was probably still alive up to the mid-1980s. But then by the mid-1980s, a lot of things have changed. And so the question is the developmental state dead or not? Or is it still resilient? My argument, the second point, is that, well, to a large extent, it is not the old developmental state that we see. So a long time ago, Park Chung-hee could tell some of those chaebols to export this and that, and they would definitely do so. Nowadays, it's not the same phenomenon, but I tend to consider that there are still some elements of this developmental state that are still there. So to some extent, we can see a level of resilience. So I try to make that point, the second point. And then thirdly, I also try to look at what are the changes. Now, given all these changes, are Taiwan and South Korea still similar or not? And I tend to say that, well, they retain some differences. And once again, it has to do with the kind of social structural and geopolitical context within which their governments or their state operate. So these are the three major points that I try to make in my paper. So, this would be the plan of my paper. So I start by looking at the so-called common features of the developmental state. And then I try to examine the key differences between South Korea and Taiwan up to the mid-1980s. Specifically, I would look at the policy use and then the distributive implications, as well as the importance of geopolitical and socio-political factors. And then after that, in the third section, I look at the post-mid-1980s changes, including globalization, democratization of these societies, and then China's rise. I argue that, there are important changes, such as the growth of the local corporations. They become much more resourceful, and then they are integrated into the global economy, and therefore the relative decline in state influence. China's rise as the second major change. And then I suggest that even though China's rise poses a challenge to many countries in the region and in the world, it has a very complex influence on Taiwan. And then democratic transition and is, kind of an unexpected influence, especially in South Korea, and so on. And then finally, the paper would cover a little bit of COVID-19 and look at how the kind of developmental-like institutions, formal and informal institutions were put to work to tackle this sort of pandemic. And then I'll also look at some performance of the top R&D firms in these two societies and look at, well, I mean, what do their investment pattern tell us about the changes in state capacity as well as the changing strength of those corporations. Sorry. Now, I will not go into detail. As you all know, we have only got 10 minutes. I think I've already used up 5 or I don't know how many minutes. So I won't go into details. Now, the thing, I'll just highlight some of those things. Now, in Korea, between the 1960s and 1980s, we all know that in Korea, the government tend to pick winners and then also undertook the so-called big push policy. In Taiwan, it was not the case. Actually, it gave tax concessions and did not really discriminate against the smaller exporters. So long as you export certain goods, then you get tax concessions. And then in Taiwan, when it tried to put up its own version of heavy and chemical industry drive, it did not rely on private corporations, but rather use some sort of so-called triple alliance. Once again, a term used by Peter Evans long time ago when he talked about Brazil and so on. Some sort of triple alliance, Taiwan style. Sometimes it was successful and sometimes it was not. So in Taiwan, you did not see an automobile industry because it failed. Very simple. And I suggest that because the reason for, say, Taiwan did not privileging this sort of private capital, I argue that it was in part the sub-ethnic tension. So on Taiwan until, well, I mean, the mainlanders versus the ethnic Taiwanese. So that actually generates some sort of mutual distrust, and it make it very hard for both parties to work together with each other. Okay, going on to the so-called social-political changes and death of the developmental state. Now, once again, I'm not going to go into all these details about economic growth, deepening of globalization, China's rise, or what's not. Basically, what I was trying to argue in my paper, hopefully I will be able to convince the more skeptical people, is that, well, in both Taiwan and South Korea, I would say that their state leaders continue to feel the keen threat of survival. So they still consider economic security to be a top priority. So they will try to, but they think that it is important to have some sort of advantage vis-a-vis their regional competitors and the emerging economies and so on. So I would suggest that to some extent, the so-called will to develop was still there. And then, of course, I mean, we could see that some of the state institutions were demolished, such as the Economic Planning Board in South Korea. But then I argue that the kind of leadership and the role of coordination were more or less taken up by other ministries. So in South Korea, that would be the Ministry of Information and Communication, the Ministry of Knowledge Economy, and then in the case of Taiwan, it has always been the Ministry of Economic Affairs. Now, of course, there are the issues of competition and continuity of policies. In the paper, I would argue that, well, of course, there are such problems, but their effect is less serious than we tend to observe. Now, I won't go into details, as I said. Now, and the state, even though the private corporations have grown a lot, but I would like to argue that the government still use a bunch of policy tools, and they also own some valuable resources that they could mobilize. So in Korea and Taiwan, whoops, actually I ran out of time already. In Korea and Taiwan, I use my clock, okay, so let me just be quick. They possess valuable resources. Say non-monetary ones would be, say, land, or spectrum, or invisible radio frequency. The government possess the rights to make and implement rules and regulations. And those are important. I mean, I well, I can always quote people like Polanyi to say that, well, market is being made. And so these sorts of rules and regulation making is important in the generation of labor markets, markets for consumer goods, and all that sort of thing. And then monetary resources, taxation, R&D funds, and so on and so forth, they are still being used to a large extent. And then these two societies, their governments still craft some sort of roadmaps or economic plans. So basically, they try to talk about some upstream and downstream industries and how they could coordinate with each other in order to facilitate the emergence of, say, a certain supply chain and all that sort of thing. So those are the things, policy tools that they would use. Now, concerning the R&D funds, you can see that the private sector has actually much more. What I was trying to say in the next few slides is that actually it is some of those large corporations would not consider it beneath them to try to work with the government. I cite the example of Hyundai Motor. It worked with the Ministry of Knowledge Economy and the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Energy to do some project on fuel cell electric vehicles. And then in Hyundai Motors' own website, it actually gave credit to the Polaris project launched in conjunction with the Korean government's G7 project for the corporation's ability to independently develop complete fuel cell vehicle systems. That sort of thing. And then in Taiwan too. Okay, sorry. Taiwan's rise, China's rise. When I say that it complicated the situation, it's because it intensifies identity politics in Taiwan, and therefore it renders it difficult to compromise even in simple economic matters. So securitize of economic matters much further than in the case of South Korea, I would argue, and therefore it considerably weakens its state capacity. Okay, well, I don't really have time to go on, and I don't want to take away. You can ask me questions about what I have to say later on. But basically, just COVID-19. So you can see that Taiwan and South Korea use very much like developmental state sort of pilot agency things to build up something very rapidly, well, in a very short period of time. And then the top R&D is, I talk about historical institutionalism. So once again, even though in South Korea, actually much of the public R&D money actually go to the small and medium industry sectors. But then if you look at it, South Korea is still very much chaebol dominated. So if you look at the aggregate top 1,000 firms in the EU's R&D scoreboard. So 17 of South Korea's companies were in that top 1,000. And it together aggregate invest 34014 million euros on R&D. And 54.2% was invested by the topmost company. That would be Samsung Electronics, of course. And then in Taiwan, the topmost is TSMC. Is only 3.4%, and it has actually a larger number of R&D top investors in that top 1,000 firms. So it's still very different. Okay, so I'll stop here. And yeah, sorry for the...
I really appreciate to enduring that very tight time pressures. Next presenter is Professor Song, please.
Good afternoon. Jae-Yong Song. I'm teaching strategy and international management in the Seoul National University Business School. Actually, empirical research has shown most technological and industrial fields have been dominated by companies from advanced countries. An explanation of such persistence was provided by New Growth Theory, which suggests that the technological catch-up of latecomers from developing countries is very difficult due to increasing in terms of scale, physical and human resources, and geographical localization of technological knowledge. In spite of such gloomy predictions, Korea stands out as an example of countries which successfully caught up with and leapfrogged incumbent leaders in advanced countries in such industries as electronics and semiconductors. A notable example is, of course, Samsung Electronics. And in the semiconductor industry, Samsung started as a mere assembler of discrete devices, but eventually Samsung became the global leader of the memory chips and maintained that kind of leadership for more than 30 years. So in my own study, I plan to investigate the evolution of technology sourcing strategies of latecomers in Korea, such as Samsung Electronics, in the catch-up and leapfrogging process. Okay. Actually, these successful companies which caught up with industry incumbents, they have skillfully used the so-called the imitation to innovation strategy in terms of R&D resource allocation as a basis of technological catch-up. Professor Snu Kim actually defined the concept of imitation to innovation model. And according to Snu Kim, latecomer firms follow this sequential path from a duplicative imitator through a creative imitator to eventually an innovator. In the duplicative imitation stage, latecomer firms utilized technology sourcing strategies such as reverse engineering, licensing in, or OEM manufacturing. But over time, these companies began to invest in R&D, and they began to modify technologies which they imitated or licensed, and adding unique attributes and so on. But eventually, these latecomer firms try to develop their own original and innovative technologies by investing heavily in R&D. But when they make investments in R&D, they often also rely on other forms of technology sourcing, such as international joint ventures, open innovation, and so on. And according to my own research, collaborated with Professor Geun Lee, we showed that in the catch-up process, one-sided focus on either imitation or innovation impedes technological leadership changes or catch-up. So in the early stages with low-level technologies, latecomer firms should prioritize their resource allocations to imitation. And then over time, as they advance, a greater allocation of R&D resources to innovation becomes crucial. So I focus on, of course, the Korean examples. And Korean companies initially used the so-called the fast follower strategy as a basis of their rapid technological catch-up. So initially, as Snu Kim suggested, Korean companies relied on duplicative imitation based on reverse engineering and licensing. And then they began to develop their own R&D muscles. And in the process, my own research showed what I call the learning by hiring or the engineer mobility played a very important role of technological sourcing of Korean companies as well as Taiwanese companies as well. And so, for example, many returned brains who studied in the United States, and then returned to Korea, they brought some very important advanced technologies to Korean companies and Korean economy. So they played very important roles in the rapid technological catch-up process. And Samsung Electronics is no exception. In the catch-up process, Samsung originally relied on reverse engineering and licensing. For example, in the semiconductor industry, in the membership business, Samsung originally licensed technologies from Micron Technologies in the United States and Sanyo in Japan. But even when they made massive investments in the membership business in 1983, the first massive investments they did was to set up an R&D operation in Silicon Valley. So the Silicon Valley R&D operation called the SSI, they actually recruited more than about several hundred top-notch engineers in Silicon Valley, and 80% of them were ethnic Koreans. And they played very important roles in Samsung's rapid technological catch-up process. So from the very early days, Samsung relied not only on imitation, but also they tried to build up their R&D muscles, not only in Korea, but in overseas R&D operations. So that's how Samsung was able to become the global leader in the membership business so quickly. But at this moment, Korean companies are afraid that their traditional fast follower strategy may not be sustainable and may not be so effective for several reasons. First of all, change in government regulations, 52-hour work limit, and also the young generation of Koreans, MZ generation, they do not want to work so hard. In the past, Samsung employees worked very hard, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Friday. But those days are gone. So the young generation of Koreans, they place much higher priority on work-life balance. And also, the Korean companies are facing a very tough challenge from Chinese companies. The competitive challenges. Chinese companies, in general, are working much harder than Korean companies these days. So the Chinese challenge and also the increasing protection of intellectual properties by advanced countries. Say, several decades ago, Korean companies could imitate technologies from advanced countries without penalty, but those days were gone. So that's why Korean companies are now facing a big challenge, and they need to make another transition from fast followers, which they focus on sort of a creative imitation, to genuine innovators. So to make successful transition from fast followers to innovators, Korean companies should develop different types of capabilities, innovation-prone culture, human resources and systems. And Samsung has faced such a problem early on. So Samsung is a good example of how Korean companies are making such transitions from creative imitators or fast followers to innovators. So in my own research, I will do some in-depth case study of Samsung Electronics and how Samsung has developed their innovative capabilities over time by spending a lot of money in in-house R&D, and also at the same time, they have been very good at open innovation by, in other words, borrowing technologies from outside. And these days, they went one step further by establishing a very extensive global R&D network. So they set up many overseas R&D labs, and in particular, they set up a global AI research center network in major locations, and they have actively pursued research collaboration with major universities and corporations. And a big research R&D lab in Silicon Valley now, more than 1,000 researchers in Silicon Valley. And they also became one of the top 3 corporate venture capital in Silicon Valley. So they have actively invested in promising startup companies in Silicon Valley, and they did some M&As to acquire advanced technologies in order to make a transition towards genuine innovators to become industry leaders. Okay, thank you.
By now, we have we are targeting just 10 minutes before 3 p.m. If you are allowed, we are going to use the 10 minutes more, but I mean, this is our targeting. Anyway, we have free discussions, and originally we had the designated discuss center, but
if we just eliminate whole other things, and we are going to have a free discussions. If you have any questions, say something, you can raise hands and raise questions. Any of you, okay.
For Professor Haggard, I have one question. It could be like chicken or egg question, but you mentioned briefly about Chinese industrial policy is one of the factors. But listening to that, I had a question: is it because really Chinese industrial policy mattered, or is it actually because of the performance, the end craft of the performance? If Chinese economy didn't take off that successfully, would it actually have mattered? So in terms of that, we need to distinguish strictly between the performance. If it was not successful, does it matter because it succeeded, or is it really because of industrial policy itself? I see that trend that industrial policy really showed up at front in the United States as well. Recently reading readers like Robert Atkinson, I see it's very peculiar that they start to talk about industrial policy more openly. But I think it's more like a very general trend, either in Korea or whether somewhere in, I don't know, but in any country, it seems it's like a general trend rather than it's particularly because of Chinese economic policy. Do you have any comment on that? And for the second question about Mr. Song, as a young generation, I have a brief comment. I think it's not that young generation is not as working hard as before, but considering my own personal experience as Hyundai man's daughter, it's partly because the company took care of every aspect of our life if you worked for Hyundai. When we were sick, we went to Hyundai Hospital. When we're going to buy stuff, we're going to go to Hyundai department store. Play tennis, we go to Hyundai Tennis Club. And my father was lifetime hired, so we're taken care of by the company. I think that's why my father overworked really hard. So it's probably the change of trend that mattered in this case. But thanks for the presentation.
Look, I mean, this is a really interesting question. I'll rephrase it in a second and answer it. But let me start by saying that the social consequences of trade with China, in some sense, antedated concern about industrial policy altogether. And one thing to remember about the United States is, the American economy is very open, and it's been very open. But that openness has always come with this adjustment cost, which the United States has absorbed. And that's part of the reason you get the free riding language, because the U.S. accepted. That's why I led with this question of the capacity of the United States to take large-scale trade initiatives, because the openness of the American market was seen as something that was in U.S. economic interest, but also in its grand strategic interest, because the Allies were essentially incorporated into a trade system which was centered on the United States. But over the last 20 years, there's been a very significant debate about whether the displacement of labor that was taking place was a result of immigration and trade, namely external factors, or whether it was a result of skill-biased technological change and questions surrounding education. And economists had tended to gravitate towards the external factors being of relatively lesser importance than the nature of technological change. And three people, one of whom is a friend of mine, Gordon Hansen, Arthur Dorn and Hansen, wrote this extremely important paper. I think it's one of the most important economic papers of the last decade, at least on the international side. I don't know what you think, in which they demonstrated fairly conclusively that trade affected geographic areas in the United States, that is, those that were affected by the China trade, had a whole series of adverse social and economic outcomes. Loss of employment, higher welfare, higher disability, what do Deaton and Case call it, deaths of, deaths of despair, right? So let's just put aside industrial policy and say there's been a rethinking of just the trade relationship with China. But then, and this started under Hu Jintao, actually, this is not a Xi Jinping thing. You started to get this industrial policy which was focused particularly on the use of subsidies to industries. And that is something that the WTO couldn't address, or the US couldn't address through the WTO, because the subsidies code was written initially in the last round of trade negotiations in such a way that China could get around it. And so, I think the turn towards these massive industry-specific subsidies has really been a factor in driving, the US in the direction of what became the Trump trade policy. And, the Trump trade war, those of us who are critical of Trump and think he's unfit for office and so forth, can quibble about the details, but he fundamentally transformed the way the United States thinks about the China relationship. And if you look at the Biden administration, it hasn't shifted any of the policy instruments, the tariffs that were imposed under the Trump administration. I mean, we've had a shift in administration that could be as big as night and day, yet there's been no change in what Trump had instituted in the, phase one, as he called it, of the trade war. So I don't know if, now let me just rephrase your question and make one more comment on it. So the question you're asking, though, is whether it's the success of the industrial policy rather than just industrial policy per se. And I think that if your favored policy tool is subsidies, then I'm not sure that distinction matters as much. Because you're going to get surplus capacity if, the Chinese are just investing in sectors where, the demand is just not there. And to me, this issue of Chinese subsidization, it's something it's been very difficult to get the Chinese to the negotiating table to address that issue. They don't want to talk about it. Well, what's the United States going to do? And I don't know about the Korean story, but the Europeans are now waking up to this. They were late to this, but they're now seeing it in EVs. Is the European market going to open itself to EVs? Chinese EVs? Well, that's it for the European EV market, for the producers, right? And so the same game is now being replayed as the United States shuts off the US market from Chinese EV imports. They're looking at, Europe, Eastern Europe, developing countries, and then they're going to have to face the question of adjusting to the subsidies as well. So I'm sorry for the long-winded answer, but I think this is quite central to why the United States and Korea are turning in the direction of developing their own industrial policies, because they're facing, a China which is pursuing an extremely aggressive industrial policy in these activities.
Thank you. And the next one.
Yes, in the rapid economic growth era, Korean companies guaranteed job security in exchange for strong commitment and loyalty of employees. But after the Asian financial crisis, Korea has adopted the American model. So that kind of job security was in danger, so especially for white-collar workers. So actually, many people had to quit their jobs in the early and say late 50s like that. So the young generation of Koreans did not expect that kind of the job security. So we could not expect that kind of the strong loyalty and commitment from these young generations. And also in particular in Gen Z generation, they are really different. Even in my classroom. So we should find out how to motivate these very smart young people, Gen Z. They are very smart, but unless they are motivated, they do not want to work hard. So the Korean companies should find ways how to motivate this young generation, Gen Z generation. And at this moment, I believe that many Korean companies are struggling how to motivate and how to make them productive. Okay.
Okay, thank you. As a coordinator, personally, I direct really interesting questions to Professor Ha. Can I have a quick questions? Okay. I think the Professor Ha's presentation is really interesting to me. I mean, the not a universal capitalism, which is mostly embedded their traditional culture or social structure. And this is very impressive ideas. And my question is, so the Korea, as a latecomers, the traditional, even there, I mean, Korea has a highly industrialized, advanced country, but still traditional bonds remained. I think the most latecomers, or except, I don't know, the US or UK, or other countries are latecomers, and also they are mixed up the traditional ties and also advanced industrial system. But the problem is, my question is, why in Korea the neo-familism or social, particular social ties are remained, not class, not, let's say, trade associations, blah, blah, blah. So that's the big question to me.
I've never been under time pressure like this, but so let me elaborate more. Basically, I was supposed to address the what I call institutional ironies of a late industrialization. That is that the faster the state pursues industrialization, the more need for relying on traditions. So, as I said earlier, to facilitate the industrialization process. That's the irony. Irony because it is irony because normally it's counterintuitive to think that the tradition is needed. Anyhow, having said that, each case of late industrialization is different. So why Korean society end up with neo-familism? Exactly because the way in which Park Chung-hee recruited the people around him in terms of loyalty and competence. So within Korean bureaucracy is a mixture of merit and then the particularism. So meaning, for example, regional ties. So as the state employs such a strategy of recruitment, as I said earlier, chaebols actually emulate what I call mimetic recruitment behaviors of chaebols. So then through the interactions between the two sectors, actually it got reinforced. And then the bulk of so-called middle class of chaebols, they are the conveyors of these new familial ties. And also in terms of chaebol relationship with the small medium industries. Actually, that's another the source for amplifying this impact throughout the society. So in the case of Japan, it's different. This is ES society. In the case of Germany, it's the remaining younger class actually was a big factor. In the Soviet Union, Stalin even reintroduced sort of a classical bourgeois elements into its own industrialization.
Professor Ha and Professor Song, because Ha mentioned that the importance of school and regional ties and chaebols recruitment, but Song mentioned that young guys, young workers, they have to be motivated by financial incentives. It's somewhat different perspectives. I don't know which one. Is it still true in the sense of the importance of this all the school ties, regional ties, and I don't know what's the real situation right now.
Yeah, I think from a rational economist perspective, you're right. I mean, it's supposedly disappearing. There are so many factors which are actually pushing toward the weakening this kind of ties. But then, so sitting in Seattle, I used to call my former students who are now full-fledged professors. I asked them, giving my analysis of the structural factors emerging, which indicates that this social tie should be weakening. They said no, it's really holds true even nowadays. So that's why to me Korean society is now in deep kind of chaos or transition from one stage to another, as you even mentioned in your own paper.
In my view, at the top management level, at the old generation, social ties may remain intact, but for young generation, they are different. They're much more motivated by the financial incentives, and they care much more about work-life balance. So these days, even Samsung Electronics struggle to recruit top-notch, elite engineers and managers, especially the young guys. The young guys in Korea, if they're paid more, they're willing to work for, say, Google and multinational corporations. And they are willing to work for Naver and Kakao. So Samsung, even Samsung Electronics, has growing difficulty recruiting top-notch, elite managers and engineers from young generation. So these young people, in my view, they don't care much about that kind of social ties, regional or school ties.
We're sitting at SNU, by the way. Don't tell me there are no school ties.
Neo-familism, I divide into two types. One is a state-based neo-familism, now market-based one. So now what's going on in Korea is a market-based one. Why? Market is creating anxiety, uncertainty, some high-level competition. So it's market-driven neo-familism now is just emerging in Korean society. So. This is a fascinating paper, actually. No wonder he won the best article prize. You deserve all that. Having said that, however, when I read your paper, I noticed it's more or less kind of a snapshot of what's going on. So because you are based upon performance of labor, the chaebols, all this. But I would like to see more of the institutional sort of, let's say, confusion or pluralities, whatever you call it. In other words, for example, in your discussion of labor, you talked about working hours and layoff kind of thing. But in order to demonstrate, let's say, complexity of transition or convergence, I would like to see more of the institutional, let's say, the competition or coexistence of different patterns of labor relations. As far as I can see, in one paper that I read, that said that there are at least 4 different patterns of labor relations in South Korea now. So by demonstrating different models contending at a certain point of time, I thought you could demonstrate more dynamic picture of this kind of the convergence issue. But also the term convergence to me, in other words, maybe too strong, because convergence somehow contains a sense of direction, in certain direction. So rather than letting us anticipating certain direction of change, I would like to see more or less the real picture as it is at this point. Whether that will convergence onto something or not, I think probably is too premature for us to say at this point.
Thank you. It's a relevant point. Actually, this article, so I used a more condensed version of using indicators. But the article is actually summary of the book length manuscript, which is under review by some pressure. In the book version, I have more detailed on the institutional basis of this convergence or divergence. For example, in the Korean welfare system, social indicators, we are getting similar to some European countries, but the path is different. In other words, as somebody mentioned, all workers, the welfare package was arranged by 재벌, not by government. That's the one reason Korea was lagging behind in terms of getting strong welfare packages. Okay? So that's now we're catching up in the welfare package, but not due to any demand from the class-based, the organization-based demand by working class, but by the NGOs or politicians. So the process of becoming welfare state is different from Western Europe. Not demanded by working class, but demanded by NGOs, activists, politicians. So although our outcome is similar, the process is different. Yeah, those things are the written in the manuscript version of the book.
Another 5 seconds, please. From my point of view, rather than talking about converging towards something, what I see in Korea, what's going on in Korea to me is the kind of confusion which has been seeking to develop let's say, Korean style of capitalism, rather than converging onto something. So once again, I wonder whether it's appropriate to say South Korean society is converging towards something, or as I said, maybe it's trying to develop its own identity based upon their past legacies or learning process from outside.
Okay, so that's the reason I use the term diverging convergence. So convergence in the sense of the income level, living standard, or people's behavior, but question remain different. So maybe we should call it Korea is a kind of advanced version of 이세장 capitalism, maybe. So I think Korea still remain different. So we have how to name it. That's still main challenges. So in the sense, we have to be very careful and to name it because it's very difficult. It should name how to label Korean capitalism. Yeah. But the safe mode is mature version or advanced version of 이세장 capitalism. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other questions on the floor or? Okay, Dr. Joe.
Hi, it was really good to hear all the, it's like great views about the contemporary Korean political economy. And I have one question for Professor In-hwa Chu. Yeah, because I also had written the papers about like a comparison between the South Korea and Taiwan. And as you're from Taiwan, I was wondering that what do you think the biggest differences between the government policies, including the semiconductor industries. Because you mentioned that, because in your presentation you said maybe you can talk about the democratization factors later if you have more time. So including that factor, so what do you think about the getting the support from the people about doing the industrial policies between two countries? So if you have any kind of opinions, so please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cho, for the question. I like to quote everybody here saying that to answer your question, probably I need to write a book. But just very simply, democratization, in South Korea, in the presentation material that I have prepared a little, it is clear that in South Korea, it has generated greater concern for distribution, or at least within the government. It is under pressure to give greater concern to distribution and the equality between large and small firms and so on. So Now, of course, there are indicators that say the Gini coefficient has been rising in recent years. Now, that has to do with a lot of things, not only industrial policies, but welfare policies and everything else. But insofar as the democratization and industrial policy is concerned, what I have seen is that in the case of South Korea, and I'm quoting actually Dr. Kim, Professor Kim and Professor Kwang's paper, and I look at a bunch of other findings, is that at least the government's R&D funds is nearly 30% of them go to large corporations, whereas the rest, that means 70%, actually go to SMEs, used directly by SMEs. So, and then in many of his programs, R&D programs, R&D support programs, it actually indicates that if large firms could, say, work with the SMEs, then they would, say, do not need to pay so much matching fund and so on and so forth. So there are some deliberate policies to facilitate cooperation between large corporations and SMEs within South Korea. Now, in Taiwan, well, in this process of democratization, distributive policies was not that important. Actually, it's much more about ethnicity. And as a result, it did not really have a very vigorous labor movement, etc. And recently, if you look at those R&D programs put forward by, say, the Taiwan government, you can see that only one program, would target the SMEs. The rest, most of them, 4 or 5 of them, do not really target SMEs. So it did not really give a lot of privilege or priority to the SMEs as a result. So it's rather ironic. I'll stop here. We can continue our conversation later on if you're interested. Okay?
Thank you very much. What else do you have? Actually, I have, can I raise questions to Professor Thurman? I think industrial policy versus or developmental state conception versus the statecraft is pretty much interesting, and green energy statecraft is also very interesting. My question is do you think there's different types of green energy statecraft? Comparatively, and in this sense, if there is a typology, then what is the Korean characteristic, or what does it mean for Korea? That's my question.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. Oh. There we go. That's an excellent question. So we don't. I think no. In terms of are there varieties of green energy statecraft? No, we distinguish green energy statecraft from fossil fuel statecraft, basically. So if there's a typology, there are 2 different kinds of energy statecraft. So we go energy statecraft as the broad category, and within that, fossil fuel statecraft and green energy statecraft, and they support different kinds of claims to superpower them. So when it comes to Korea, I think where we've seen an incredible amount of, if you think of that typology of where does Korea stand on its kind of green energy statecraft ambitions and executions, there's been an overwhelming emphasis in Korea on the domestically oriented green energy statecraft, so what we might think of as the green energy industry building initiatives, centred on smart grids, centred on electric vehicles, centred on green hydrogen, and an increasing attention paid to externally oriented green energy statecraft. If we look at the way in which Korea, and I give the example of Australia, is paying increasing attention to building those really close collaborative relationships in the green energy arena, and there's been a lot of emphasis on the financial foundations. But where I think probably Korea and Australia both struggle is in that centerpiece, which is building the social and political consensus to underpin a really rapid green energy transition. I think that you see the commitment to the fossil fuel order still enduring in Korea, largely by virtue of concerns around energy security. But in the book Developmental Environmentalism, we look at that shifting pattern. So where you used to see this really obvious gap between Korea's efforts in building the new green energy industries, and it was kind of lagging in efforts of fossil fuel statecraft, fossil fuel phase out. We see this growing alignment. So there is an increasing emphasis on both fossil fuel phase out and on the green energy industry building. So we're quite optimistic about the transition in that sense. I hope that helps.
Yeah.
I'll clarify.
Thank you very much.
Can I something on Taiwan, Korea? I'm very glad to see your argument that Korea and Taiwan still remain different in many aspects. Because in my analysis too, on this cluster analysis, Korea, Japan now belong to US, UK capitalism group, but Taiwan now belong to the Northern European, the group with a very fair workplace, but unhappy family life, capitalism, okay? But when I go to Taiwan, I often go to Taiwan, but I feel very similar. In other words, the agenda, gender issue become very important to Korea and Taiwan, and also environmental concern very high now. So I think it's driven by the income level. So Taiwan per capita income is now higher than Korea. So in both countries very rich, people's attitude and value become very changed. So basically, my argument is that the basic driving force for convergence is income level. If you get rich, your behavior changes. In the long time, Korea used to say there are Korean time. Korea not keeping time, but now it's very functional. If you get rich, your behavior changes. Yeah. That's my view. In other words, what driving force convergence is the income level. Maybe economics bias, but
Can I add a short, quick question also to Professor Chiu? That is, I didn't hear your discussion about the differential impact of the financial crisis on Taiwan and Korea. Yeah.
Should I answer it now? Okay. All right. The financial crisis is easier to answer. Actually, Taiwan did not experience so badly, in part because it has a very conservative financial and monetary policy to begin with. Their corporations are not so much leveraged as in South Korea. In South Korea, I believe debt equity ratio at that time was about 3 to 4.
500.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and Taiwan never was like that. And the Taiwan government, for those of you who know, during the Republican era, that means when it was in mainland China, it has actually, by the mid-1940s, before it went to Taiwan, actually it experienced tremendous, catastrophic sort of financial crisis. So the inflation rates was run away. I mean, 300, 400, and so on. And my father told me that one day you can buy a caddy of rice with so much money. The next day you have to pile up a huge stack like newspapers in order to get one caddy of rice. So it was that bad. And so Taiwan government was, took that lesson very badly, and so it did not do the same thing again. So the financial crisis did not affect Taiwan as bad, and so it did not. And there is no. In South Korea, you always say that it is the IMF crisis. In Taiwan, there's no such a term. Okay, so people getting rich. Actually, one thing about Korea and Taiwan is that I remember in year 2000, Taiwan's GDP per capita was higher than South Korea. Nowadays, South Korea's GDP per capita is much higher than Taiwan.
Nominally similar, but in the per capita GDP, Taiwan is higher. PPP.
Oh, okay, PPP, okay. Okay, yeah, but then they feel poor. You go to Taiwan, you ask anyone, they feel poor. Oh, it's true.
Can you say it's approximately Thai?
I don't know. I mean, they feel that their income, the salary that they bring home, has not gone up for years, and they really feel bad about it. So I don't know. I mean, if you say that rich wealth level change people's behavior, you can say the reverse is true. I mean, there is a branch of modernization theory. I mean, well, defunct, basically saying that culture is everything. Culture makes a country develop or otherwise, and so on. So it's a complex philosophical question that we can debate for ages. Okay.
Okay. I think the one or two more questions. Oh, Stephen.
We're a diverse audience, so I thought I might just frame the discussion because we're sort of talking among ourselves, and some of you might not, be conversant with some of what the nature of this debate is. But when we talk about income convergence, we're just simply talking about, the rising incomes converging to the level of the other advanced industrial states. But the debate about convergence that Egon is talking about has to do with what's called the varieties of capitalism, that convergence isn't associated with a particular set of institutional form, but in fact has clustered around different types of capitalism. And that's been this big research program about these clusters. But the question I had for you is, it's kind of a technical one, but I think it's important. It seems to me like you include institutions, policies, and outcomes in the mix. And if I were trying to define a type of capitalism, I would actually exclude the outcomes. Because the outcomes presumably are a hypothetical prediction that you generate from a particular configuration of policies and institutions. So for example, I might think that workers will do better in a system in which there's an active labor market policy, but I wouldn't include the labor market outcomes as a component of a cluster. I would include the policies as a component of the cluster. So I think, I don't know how far you are along in this, but I think those things should be separated if you're trying to identify a model. And then, of course, the other question is, why is it that Korea is becoming a liberal market economy? I mean, to the extent that it's converging on that. Because in some ways your paper is basically a descriptive paper, right? I mean, it's saying that Korea is going this route, but why is it going that route? And I think that's just an extremely interesting question. I mean, so for example, Korea has a pension system and half the people don't contribute to it or aren't covered by it, even though it's nominally universal. That's just sort of this strange feature of that system. But what drives that? Why is it that you have such a large informal sector in Korea compared to Northern Europe or a Southern Europe? What's the why question, I guess?
Thank you. I know the original the literature on the variety of capitalism or VOC started looking at comparing the underlying institution of different countries, like a labor government relationship or labor union and so on. But if the argument is true, the outcome should match the institutional basis. But I found that the outcome institutional basis is somewhat different. So I think this is kind of revealed the limitation of the VOC literatures. In other words, using different indicators, they country change the grouping. So in a sense, it's somewhat weak basis of the argument of literature on VOC. That's why I look at maybe both institutional basis, also the outcome variable too. And then regarding the source of Korean convergence or whatever, I think one factor is financialization, which become important after IMF imposed reform after financial crisis. So Korea become more financialized than before. So that's the source of the slow growth, less investment, but rising inequality. Another thing is that after this opening, there are some people who are getting less, badly affected. They are forming a new social policy demand for more welfare payment and so on. That's why some Polish why they became more like a Northern European, trying to become wealthier state. So there's kind of a dichotomy. On the sense, we have become very liberal market economy like US and so on. But on that, there is a kind of a reaction to that, demanding more welfare package and so on, protection and so on. So this is Korea become very strange hybrid of capitalism in a sense.
Right. Yeah, but let me just go one more round on this because if it's true that a particular cluster configuration of institutions isn't associated with a common set of outcomes, then the hypothesis is false. And you need for the hypothesis to be falsifiable. And so that's part of my distress about including these outcomes, right? Because what you're really trying to ask is, does a particular configuration of policy and institutions generate a particular outcome? And if it doesn't, then the hypothesis is wrong.
Okay, I think the 2 hours session is looks like it's a little bit tired. This is, I think, the final questions. I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Seok Kyung Hong from Department of Communication. I'm a researcher, cultural study researcher in my major research area is Hallyu and global culture. And I'm just asking that, how about, because you, political economist, are talking about many facets of life and states and economy, and nobody talk about the very tragic birth rate shared by many Asian countries, because it is directly related to labor markets and the future of this capitalist system, late convergent, divergent, anyhow. But I don't know who can answer this. How it is related to your analysis, or not so important? I don't know.
Last slide, I skipped that part because Korea showed lowest women's labor market participation, the so-called in the prime age women don't work, and the reason is that lack of the good child care and the other care systems. So women don't feel comfortable to work, earning small wages. So another is the gender wage gap, another reason. So that's the weakness of Korean capital, in a sense, that leading to this outcome of this low birth rate. And that, in the regard, Korea should adopt more Polish prevailing in Northern Europe, how to balance work and life. And there's importantly including those child care and a lot of the care system available. In Northern Europe, women work and also get married, having more child and so on. Korea is the worst cases.
Yeah, can I just make one very quick observation on this? The most basic answer to your question is that population growth is related to economic growth. And if population growth is slowing, then economic growth is going to slow. I mean, that may sound like it's, super simple, but that's the underlying concern, right? And given the fact that it's almost impossible to generate the entire menu of policies to correct all of the particular problems that are generating this outcome in Korea, I've got news for you. You better figure out how to get people to come to Korea, because I just don't see reversing a decline of that size easily, and unless you want to just shrink. And when you get below 1, that shrinking is happening exponentially faster, then you've got to figure out how to get people to come. And that's hard because you have to integrate them, right? And as Europe has learned, that's not easy, right?
So low birth rate is kind of, for me, it's overconvergence, overshooting in Korea.
So, can we wrap it up? Okay, why don't you give us okay.
The next session will be conducted in Korean. So For those who may have difficulty in understanding Korean language, presentations in Korean language, we will provide simultaneous interpretation. So if you need a receiver for the interpretation, you can pick one up at the reception desk after signing up, just outside this hall during the break. We will begin the next session at 3:10. So we have enough time, okay? Yeah, please do that.
안녕하세요. 네. 저는 K 내러티브 팀의 팀장을 맡고 있는 신형철이라고 합니다. 만나 뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 예, 고맙습니다. 저희 팀에는 한국 문학을 전공하고 한국에서 학위를 한 사람들이 많습니다. 근데 저를 포함한 그들이 영어보다는 한국어를 지나치게 잘해가지고 특별히 한국어로 발표하게 됐습니다. 해외학자 여러분들의 양해를 부탁드리고요. 그리고 한국을 연구하는 컨퍼런스니까 하루에 한 세션 정도는 한국어로 진행하는 것도 의미가 있겠다는 취지이기도 합니다. 자, The Master Plots of K Narrative는 우리의 연구 주제이자 향후 출간할 단행본의 가제이기도 합니다. 우리는 현대 한국을 이해하기 위해 현재 한국에서 생산되고 있는 문화 콘텐츠를 연구 대상으로 설정을 하고 타이틀의 두 부분, 즉 마스터 플롯과 K 내러티브와 각각 연동되어 있는 두 개의 논제를 탐구합니다. 첫째, 동시대 한국에서 생산되고 있는 콘텐츠의 내용에 의미 있는 공통점이 존재하는가, 즉 마스터 플롯이 존재하는가, 이게 첫 번째고요. 두 번째는 존재한다면 그것에서 한국적이라는 한정어를 사용할 만한 국가적 특수성을 발견할 수 있는가, 즉 K 내러티브는 존재하는가, 이것이 두 번째 질문입니다. 이에 대한 답을 찾기 위해서 국제적인 주목을 받고 있는 한국산 영화, 문학, TV쇼 등을 분석한 결과물이 우리의 책에 담길 예정입니다. 그러나 방금 소개한 두 개의 논제는 우리의 단행본에 수록될 연구 전체를 포괄하지는 못합니다. K 내러티브를 논하기 전에 더 근본적으로 내러티브라는 장치 자체의 역량과 한계를 성찰하는 논의도 필요하고, 또 한국 콘텐츠의 해외 번역 현황에 대한 실증적인 논의도 필요합니다. 이것은 우리의 단행본 타이틀하고는 직접적으로 연결되지 않는 것처럼 보일 수 있지만 오늘날 한국의 콘텐츠를 학문적으로 다룰 때 빠뜨릴 수 없는 중요한 논의라고 저희는 판단하고 있습니다. 이어질 6분의 발표는 지금까지 소개한 내용들을 골고루 포함하고 있습니다. 멀리서 오신 두 분, 하버드 대학의 스펜서 리 랜필드 선생님, 그리고 아리조나 대학의 해나 킴 선생님, 이 두 분은 먼저 영어로 30분씩 발표를 하실 겁니다. 멀리서 오셨기 때문에 시간을 넉넉하게 드렸습니다. 그리고 이어서 한국 학자 4사람이 한국어로 10분씩 연구 개요를 발표하겠습니다. 부디 유익한 시간 경험하시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다. 네. 랜필드 선생님 모시겠습니다.
Thank you all so much. I want to especially thank our colleagues at Seoul National University, especially Professor Shin, for offering both me and Professor Kim, the visitors, the gift of so much extra time to be able to speak to you today. So I'm going to talk about a topic important to anyone who cares about how Korean literature gets spread and read outside Korea, especially in English. This might not be a master plot candidate per se, so much as a kind of meta master plot. The question of who is making decisions about what gets parlayed from one language into another and how. So the question to address today is the fact that we are now surprisingly, living in an era when the majority of literary translators working from Korean into English are ethnic Koreans, most of whom live outside Korea as expatriates, emigrants, or descendants thereof. Now, of the 9 most active literary translators currently working from Korean to English, 5 are, in a broad sense, people of Korean descent living outside Korea. And you can see most of those names on this chart. Sora Kim Russell, Jiyoung Kim, Janet Hong, Do-mi Choi, and Ju Chang-yoon Fulton. One of the 6th, Anton Hall, is a Korean citizen who spent many of his educational years abroad. And of those remain, most of Bruce Fulton, who's not on here independently, most of his works have been collaborations with ethnically Korean collaborators, especially his wife, Ju Chang-yoon, whom I mentioned. Anthony Teague, sometimes known as Brother Anthony of Taizé, has also done a considerable proportion of his work with Korean co-translators. And Deborah Smith, whom you see on this chart, who has now left the field, also worked with Korean colleagues on several major projects of hers. So the number of Koreans in the field, many diasporic or transnational, becomes all the more striking when you include younger translators emerging in recent years with 1 to 10 books to their name. To name just a few, Ye Won-jung, Sandy Joo-sun Lee, Jung-min Lee Comfort, Jamie Chang, Soo Hyun-bae, Sunny Che, Sung-ryu, Chris Lee, Jae Kim, So-chae, Jak-jung, Da Sum-yang. The list really goes on and on. And when one includes academic translations by scholars of Korean descent, some of whom probably consider themselves expatriates rather than diasporic, the number swells all the more. That would include Sung Hee-chun, Francisco Cho, An Sung-hee Lee, Min-soo Kang, Christine Han, Sun Young Park. This is a very active field. The Literature Translation Institute of Korea, where I'm getting all this data from, is the main instrument by which the Korean government supports translation and trains translators. And it doesn't keep public records on the background of students who have attended its various programs. But to judge by translators contributing to Korean Literature Now, which is the Literature Translation Institute, LTI's in-house publication, which features the work of many alumni of its programs, the ratio might seem to be a roughly 50-50 split as of late. Now, the preponderance of ethnic Koreans working in the field is remarkable, especially compared with other languages. A very small share of Japanese to English translators, for instance, grew up speaking Japanese. And to be sure, diasporic and expatriate translators connected by heritage to a language do constitute part of many languages working translator corps. So there are many ethnically Chinese literary translators working from Chinese languages into English, and lots of diasporic Russians translating into English. But in neither of those cases, or the analogous cases, do those translators seem to constitute a plurality in the field, the way that, for the first time ever, seems true of diasporic Koreans among Korean translators. It is remarkable in both raw numbers and proportion how many Koreans abroad, diasporic Koreans, and Koreans of the 1.5, second or later generations have chosen to translate full-length books from Korean to English at some point in their lives or careers. Now, as recently as 2000, this pattern was not yet clearly discernible. Numbers alone didn't yet make clear that they would come to predominate in the field. But that trend has accelerated since roughly 2010, and looking back from 2024, the shift is now conspicuous. Korean English translation is a relatively rare example on the world stage of a translation circuit now dominated by people with ties of ethnicity and heritage to the source language. It's worthwhile to step back and reflect on the broader history of Korean to English translation and the forces leading to this unprecedented and unusual emergent dynamic. This talk is going to be partly historical, partly armchair sociological, certainly of interest to Korean studies at large, but maybe a little bit light on classic literary analysis. However, I hope that by raising basic questions about this remarkable and recent shift, I can help provoke interest in this room, in this extremely unique aspect of Korean literature spread worldwide. Now, the history of Koreans translating Korean literature into English is coterminous with modern Korean literary history, Korean American literary history, and the history of Korean diasporic emigration more broadly. All of those are products of the forces set in motion by Korea's traumatic encounter with compressed modernity from about 1894 on. The first sustained effort by a Korean to translate Korean literature into English was that of Young Hil Kang, so starting in 1929 and continuing till 1970. Young Hil Kang was how he spelled his name in English. In Korean, his name would be pronounced Kang Yong-ho. Now, in contrast with Western missionaries active during this early period of literary translation from Korea, such as Horace Allen, James Scarth Gale, they had been mainly translating a pre-modern traditional Korean literature. Kang, in interest, made a lifelong project of translating Han Yong-un's 1926 collection Nimei Chimok, one of the early modern classics of Korean literature. And the poems by Han Yong-un that Kang wove into the narrative of his 1931 first novel, The Grass Roof, were the first modern Korean poetry to reach a mass audience in English, and thence, via retranslation into French, German, Italian, and other languages, which by proxy made Han Yong-un the first modern Korean poet with a global audience. Now, though publishing a translated collection of modern Korean poems in English straight up with a publisher was almost unthinkable at that time, he and his American wife published a full translation of Han's book under the title Meditations of the Lover in 1970, so with Yonsei University Press, which throughout this early era brought to print a number of translations into English authored by Koreans. Now, it's noteworthy that Kang did not have many immediate peers or successors. And in general, the quantity of literary translations from 1953 to 1990 remained low and focused largely on literature from before 1900, so from the perspective of Korean literary history, pre-modern literature. There were two dominant categories into which most translations fell during this time. One was translations from Korean to English done by Korean scholars of English, often funded by the Korean government and printed by Korean publishers. The other was literary translations done by Westerners, mostly men, who were present in Korea, almost all of them as Christian clerics or as Peace Corps volunteers. Chief among them, and I think some of these names will be familiar to any of you who have read Korean literature and translation, Richard Rutt, Marshall Pill, Kevin O'Rourke, David McCann. There were nevertheless a handful of diasporic expatriate Koreans working as literary translators during this early period. The dynamics of the Cultural Cold War led to forms of support for a small number of Korean translators in the United States to translate Korean literature into English, especially from the mid-1960s onward. A man named Paul Engel, who was the director of the Iowa Writers' Workshop, was heavily invested in the notion of international literary exchange among anti-communist nations as a form of cosmopolitan understanding and solidarity during this time. And in that capacity, he brought a number of Korean writers to the United States, and starting in 1966, founded the Companion International Writers Program, specifically to promote the translation of literature into English, especially from Cold War allies. Now, the obvious contradiction in that plan at the time, in the case of South Korea, was that the US was supporting an illiberal military regime, which set Engel's desire to cast American literary institutions as champions of free expression worldwide at odds with the practical results of American state policy. All that said, the principal Korean recipient of funding from the IWP during this time was the translator and poet Ko Won, who was responsible for highlighting in English the work of a number of dissident poets of the era, including Kim Ji-ha and Ko Eun. A man named Peter Hyun, too, published two different collections of poetry during this era. He was the son of Korean independence activists who had fled to Hawaii via Shanghai and remained in the US after liberation because they opposed the regime of Lee Seung-man, Seung-man Rhee. Now, An unusual and important exception during this period was the last person on this slide, Peter H. Lee, who beginning in 1969 began to publish translations he had originally developed as a young professor at Columbia, University of Hawaii, and Berkeley. Peter Lee found a shelter for his work in American academia, a path which Young Hil Kang, too, had briefly tried to tread. Peter Lee held the first, and for a time, the only, professorship in Korean literature in the entire United States. Lee was unusual in that his upbringing had been entirely in colonial Korea, followed by an education in Europe, and it was only an appointment as a professor in the United States that brought him there, where he's remained in residence for decades. He's still alive and has seen much of the history of modern Korean literature. But the quantity of Lee's translations, as you see here, as well as his lapidary narration of Korean literary history, anchored the academic study of Korean literature in the United States for a generation. Lee's career highlighted the emerging reality that the academy might provide a de facto economic umbrella for the otherwise unprofitable activity that is literary translation. Now, one other conspicuous avenue by which a number of Korean immigrants became literary translators near the end of the 20th century and into the 21st was as co-translators, often with a spouse whose dominant language was English. It's notable that this route was highly gendered. This was how most of the women translators of the era entered the profession. The most prolific has been Duton Fulton, who's still active. Others included Kyung-yeon Kim Richards and Shi-Chung Park Moore. Now, co-translation offered one potential strategic solution to a common conundrum that had emerged by this time. Translations by English speakers who had learned Korean, even to a high degree, sometimes contained errors ranging from outright mistranslations to misunderstandings of tone or action. And on the other hand, translations produced by born speakers of Korean working into English, learned in adulthood, often contained distracting errors of idiom or stylistic awkwardnesses. This situation was due in part to epochal conditions in which most potential translators were born speaking one language and learned the other only as adults. Co-translation brought into the core of translators a number of Koreans, both those based in Korea and expatriates abroad, who might otherwise not have translated. But the emergence of the collaborative model as a potential preference for publishers soon found itself alongside a new phenomenon, the maturation around the late 1990s of a cohort of translators who challenged prevailing assumptions about linguistic competence, having received a high degree of both Korean and English language educations at the high school or university level as speakers and readers of both from an early age. Now, turning to the state of things today, the relative dominance now of Anglophone diaspora Korean translators grows partly out of major shifts in the circumstances that shape the historical trends we were just discussing. One is the expansion of academic positions in Korean studies, the kind of descendants of the Peter Lee path. The other is the dramatic increase in commercial opportunities, still few in number, but greater in number than ever before, for publishing translations of contemporary Korean literature in English. Now, the slow but steady growth of Korean studies in Anglophone universities has increased the number of positions, both research positions as well as language teaching ones, especially over the boom of the past 10 years. With the growth in Korean studies, the number of diaspora Koreans who have trained as scholars, often for obvious reasons of interest in cultural heritage, has increased as well. And a significant proportion of those have chosen translation work as a research project at some point in their academic careers. As I noted, such translation as Anne Lee's translation of Lee Kwang-soo's Mujong, or Sun Young Park's 2010 translation of colonial-era short fiction on the title On the Eve of the Uprising, emerged out of this matrix. Universities often don't give equal credit to translation as a form of academic research work, as the translation scholar Lawrence Venuti famously pointed out 20 years ago. But it's noteworthy that in Korean studies, and East Asian studies more broadly, where translations of texts have traditionally formed an established and helpful part of a larger research paradigm, translations from Korean have often been written and or published under the aegis of university departments or presses. At the same time, the literary marketplace has, for the first time ever, experienced circumstances in which it's possible, genuinely possible, for practicing literary translators to build non-academic careers around Korean. That shift in climate seems to have begun around 2006, when the careers of the oldest of the translators, now currently dominant in commercial literary translation, began. Those years saw the first book-length publications by Janet Hong, Dong-mi Choi, and Sora Kim Russell, all of whom went on to have careers not primarily defined by university jobs. Translation careers involve tremendous economic precarity, as any translator will tell you, but the fact that it slowly became possible to do so evinces an Anglophone publishing environment where independent trade publishers were at least willing to consider publishing works in translation from Korean. Now, for translators who weren't primarily interested in careers as scholars, which is a high barrier to entry for a modest degree of job security that's very slow in coming, the sliver of a possibility, however challenging, of an independent career represented a new range of potential lives. The new prevalence of diasporic Korean translators active in the field challenges two dichotomies long held about translation in a number of language pairs, including but not limited to Korean. First, the sudden burst in quality and literary success of ethnically Korean translators defies old presumptions so that cultural insiders doing outbound translation work are necessarily less readable, accurate, or aesthetically polished than inbound, exogenous translators. Second, both Korea and the Anglosphere have tended to dichotomize ethnic Koreans outside Korea as either Korean-dominant language users, and hence first or 1.5 generation, or English-dominant 1.5 or second generation, and hence not truly native speakers of Korean, or best limited ones. Now, those old dichotomies ignore the broad spectrum of bilingual experience between the two poles, as well as the varied nature of bilingualism itself. Both sides of bilingualism vary with age of language acquisition. The mind learns and internalizes facets of language differently with the passage of time. Education and environment matter as well. A language used only at home and never learned at school fits in a translator's hands very differently from a language used only for educational purposes. Bilingualism, too, differs from biliteracy, and both of those differ from taste. It's possible to have a high-level functional command of two languages, yet no appreciation of style or literary history in either. Domain relevance varies widely, too. As we all know, a person might speak a language well, but write it poorly, or vice versa, even native speakers within one mother tongue. Now, it's difficult to make a case for the quality of one or another kind of translation or translator without engaging in a kind of direct critical comparison that would be undiplomatic and that would prove nothing to you except my ability to cherry-pick examples. I'm also not saying that bilingual diasporic translators are somehow superior to the rest of the field. I do think it's important to insist, in the face of the old prejudices bedeviling the translation world, that the work of bilingual and biliterate translators can be, and often is, just as good as the work of anyone else who apprentices themselves with seriousness to the craft. Now, what I want to turn to in the remaining time is the question of why so many literary translators from the Korean language fit this background. The emergence and prominence of so many Korean translators comes in part, I believe, from a convergence of several socioeconomic and historical factors that have fostered that kind of highly cultivated bilingualism I was just talking about. And only because those conditions gave rise to such a large number of individuals have a dedicated few been able to enter the challenging, low-profit, creative work of literary translation. Now, one factor, not limited to diasporic translators per se, is the liberalization of conditions in which Korean literature is produced, such that there are simply more underlying works of contemporary literature, as well as the literary climate in which to sustain them. Put simply, censorship was as bad for translators as it was for writing at large. The decades of censorship under the dictatorships structuring South Korean politics from the 50s through the 80s left translators at the time with relatively little to work with, other than pre-modern works, colonial-era classics, and the literature of conscientious dissent. It takes time to foster a literary culture, and so it's no surprise that the signs that Korean literature would begin to flourish internationally first appeared around the turn of the millennium, a decade after democratization and the end of formal censorship. But this can't be the only reason. Plenty of other literary traditions around the world experienced heavy censorship on roughly the same timeline and don't necessarily have diaspora-heavy translator corps. So a second factor worth considering is that economic development and political liberalization created the conditions where diasporic Koreans of the second and even third or fourth generations now find Korea an appealing place to visit, study, and even re-immigrate permanently, making family narratives that might have previously been diasporic or migratory more transnational and crisscrossed in nature. Growth in GDP per capita drastically accelerated in the mid-1980s, achieving a much higher rate of growth since 1990. South Korean GDP per capita in terms of purchasing power parity now surpasses that of Japan and matches that of Great Britain. South Korea is hence a relatively rare case of a nation where the conditions of political violence and mass poverty that once led to major diasporic efflux flipped within a single generation's living memory. And as a result, regular return, casual internationalization of families and careers, and high degrees of education in multiple languages have become comparatively common phenomena. Crucially, these conditions conduce to the cultivation of literary translators able not just to work with the languages required, but also to maintain familiarity with multiple literary communities, publishing environments, literary trends, and so forth. Now, lastly, it's worth noting that the educational environment for the Korean language in the English-speaking world also began to improve significantly, as did beliefs about Korean language education among many immigrants. Through the end of the 90s, quality instruction materials for learning and formalizing Korean language retention remained very difficult to find in many parts of the US and elsewhere. Korean programs at universities were small, relatively few in number, and primarily served second or third generation students. Very few programs took literary proficiency as a goal, presuming instead that the point of learning Korean was business communication or family life. On top of that, for years, a lot of immigrants to Anglophone countries also suppressed their children's Korean, fearing, we now know, thanks to neuroscientific research, mistakenly, that they would fail to develop the English necessary to flourish in a majority English-speaking environment. A gradual cultural shift among immigrant families toward wanting children to retain and formalize their oral Korean skills, and desire to do so through educational structures, has helped slowly increase the number of diaspora Koreans with a relatively high degree of literacy and formal education in Korean. And even without such formal education during schooling, the slow expansion of university-level Korean, especially in Korean-heavy areas such as California, British Columbia, New Jersey, broadened the opportunities for literary-minded young adults in the diaspora to formalize their education to the point where literary translation becomes possible. The expansion of profitable university-level Korean programs in Korea as well has made it ever more likely that diasporic Koreans may study abroad in Korea, improving household heritage Korean to a high educational standard along the way. Multiplied across a large population, shifts in educational practice generate the core of talent necessary to define a language's translations for decades to come. So, wrapping up. These factors are speculative on my part. There's room to disagree, and I welcome further speculation from experts potentially in this room who may be better informed about some of them. But I hope that raising the questions draws further attention to this, I think, quite peculiar phenomenon, especially because it seems unlikely to change anytime in the near future. The future of Korean literature in English translation is, remarkably, likely to pass substantially through the hands of diasporic and transnational Koreans. So to care about Korean literature is hence also to care about the literary activity of the Korean diaspora, and vice versa. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, hello. Hi, thanks for being here. Thanks again for the organizers for not only putting this wonderful interdisciplinary panel together, but also for inviting me to be a part of this. So I am a philosopher by training. I work at the intersection of philosophy and literature. So that's what I'll be talking about. So here we go. So this is David Velleman. He's a philosopher. And he ends an article titled Narrative Explanation by claiming that telling a story is often a means to being believed for no good reason. Now, this sounds like a pretty contentious claim, but when I first read it, something about it struck me as deeply right. And so I've been trying to understand what about this is right and what's going on here. And I think what I'm worried about is this potential that we've been kind of blindly celebrating what stories can do without paying attention to what its pitfalls might be. And so it is, of course, well known that stories can be used to mislead or spread propaganda, but often these stories have been focusing on the contents. Often these worries have been focusing on the contents of stories. And so in my talk, I want to probe a little more about not content so much, but the intrinsic formal features of stories, meaning what stories are, how they're structured, how they're told, and how those elements might lead to some of features of stories that makes them liable to abuse. So the aim is to ask how Korean narratives might be able to help us overcome the potential downsides of stories. And the impetus, of course, is that Korean cultural productions have been garnering more and more foreign interest in all things Korean. And I think Korean narratives can do more than mere marketing or soft power garnering and such. So here's the plan for the talk. I'm going to first define what stories are and explain what about them makes them potentially dangerous. And then I'll discuss how narrative form often embeds cultural assumptions about meaning and coherence. And then I'll conclude by discussing how Korean stories might go beyond marketing or entertainment. And the key, I think, is to think about how they might provide new forms of storytelling. So first, some definitions. So I'm going to be using story and narrative synonymously or interchangeably. So philosophers and narratologists continue to debate just what a story is or what a narrative is, but I think they all agree on one thing. It's just that for something to be a story, you need two or more events that are connected in some way. So if I say Bill kicked the ball and the ball was kicked by Bill, that's not a story, it's just one event, right? So you need two or more stories. And just what the nature of the connection between those two stories is a continual subject of debate. So for example, is it enough for those two events to just be connected temporally or causally, right? Some people say no. So here's an example from a novelist, Ian Forster. He says, the king died, the queen died. That's not quite a story, even though you have two events that might be temporally related. But if you say the king died and then the queen died of grief, now that's a story because you get a causal explanation. David Velleman goes even further and says for something to count as a narrative, you need emotional coherence, right? So you can see why adding of grief at the end meets that criteria. It does this emotional work of giving you satisfaction, explanation. It answers a particular kind of why question. So I think Forster and Velleman are right that good stories are satisfying because they answer questions in a way that's emotionally coherent. And so given that stories have this built-in structure of emotional coherence and offering explanations, that makes them emotionally and explanatorily powerful. So I think because of those reasons, stories or storytelling have been a big trend in our cultural consciousness in the past 15 years or so. So for example, in LinkedIn, the number of people who describe themselves as storytellers were precisely 0 in 2011. By 2017, that number jumps to 500,000, right? So here's some n-grams from Google. So this just tracks the number of Google searches for terms like storytelling, that's the top, and then narrative at the bottom. All right, so I mean, important to clarify, I'm not saying storytelling is a new practice. Of course not. That's been going on for millennia. But narratives or storytelling has entered public consciousness in a way that's like really different and unique, right? And so we see, so I'm going to just give you a bunch of examples to show you what I'm trying to talk about. So that's one example. Note Instagram, Facebook, and Snapchat around the mid-2010s all roll out a stories feature, which is kind of this exclusive video reel that disappears after 24 hours. So it's meant to be this more authentic, fun way to share your life. Here are more examples. Zola is a popular wedding website in the US, and every website has a section called Our Story, and you're supposed to explain how you met your partner there. And there are these online content helping you come up with good stories for that. Lots of corporations have tried to put a human face to marketing by having an Our Story section. So here's an example. Purely Elizabeth, just a granola company I like. If you go to their website, there's a scrollable section that gives you a story of how they started, right? So this is pretty standard for companies. If you look at like shampoo bottles, for instance, they're going to have their stories. So this particular one harkens back to their grandmother's kind of ancient Indian recipes for taking care of their beautiful hair, right? So this is a familiar trope. Another one, now you can be a chief storyteller at a big corporation, right? So I think it was a Chief Storytelling Officer, a CSO. So I think Microsoft famously had someone who was that. And so this is like a career track you can have, and you can go to career counseling and try to go for this kind of job. And finally, science communication has embraced storytelling techniques as a way to help scientists communicate their findings in a way that's easier to understand, of course. So I hope this just kind of lays out the trend for you and what I'm trying to point out, right? There's a kind of widespread practice of storytelling or trying to convey information in a way that's narrative in structure. And so some theorists have called this the storification of reality, meaning every information that we try to convey, whether it's science or journalism or even marketing, there's a story structure to it. And that's understandable for reasons I've given you, which is that there's this emotional coherence that's built in to stories, and that there's a kind of explanatory structure to stories as well. So now, those are all good things, right? And here's the potential shortfalls, I think. So my worry is that all this storytelling comes at a cost. So I'll kind of highlight two clusters of costs or worries here. And so what happens when we are constantly surrounded by stories? One worry is that stories invite us to form misleading expectations of what reality is really like. So in stories, we tend to get clear villains and heroes. We experience dramatic reversals and understanding. So think about all the twist endings, right? They really kind of challenge your understanding of reality, right? Or you experience progression of events in a way that gets to a satisfying point and it feels good, right? There's like a catharsis that you can receive. And so this kind of trend, I think, contributes to a phenomenon that I observed recently. So there was an attempt at a political assassination in the US, oh gosh, only like a month ago now. And I was really surprised by how many people immediately jumped to conspiracy theories, saying, oh, it was an inside job, or like, oh, it was a time traveler who were traveling back and trying to, mess with the election, or oh, it was some other group or so. And so it made it seem as if the internet commenters, upon seeing what was going on, thought that reality is like a mystery novel, and the shooting was just one clue towards some grand surprise about how the world is really going, right? And so that's just one example, but you can see how being accustomed to stories might invite individuals to expect the world to have some twists that are waiting to be discovered, right, by the clever, smart reader or observer. Right? There's also this worry that stories provide a false sense of understanding. And so I need to say more about what I mean by false. So note how narratives have a logic of their own. So if you're listening to a fairy tale and an old lady comes and asks for your help, what do? you better help her or else she's going to harm you, right? So there's a kind of story, internal logic of how things go. If there's a quest for a hero, it's usually going to come in threes. That's another kind of narrative logic. There's a principle called Chekhov's gun, where if a detail is mentioned, it has to come back later and play some kind of role. So there are these logics that shape how stories go that's not necessarily reflective of how things go in reality. And this is a smaller part of a larger trend where different artistic media tend to have their own sense of rightness. So think about poetry. If there's a rhyming scheme, the end of the poem has to go a certain way for it to feel right or apt or good, right? Given the rhyming scheme, right? So there's a kind of aptness that's unique to poetry. Same thing with music. If a music starts in a particular key or time signature, it has to come back to the tonic note or beginning key for it to feel right, as if it ended. And so that's a music-specific way of conveying something right or apt. And so each representational media have its own sense of rightness, and story is the same way. And I think the worry here is that representation's particular sense of rightness or aptness can be confused for other kinds of rightness, including truth. Right. And so here's, apologies for my little joke, but here's a meme of Disney logic. So this is the prince from Cinderella. Says you are the love of his life, forgets what you look like, and has to put a shoe on every girl in the kingdom. Right? Like, it makes no sense, but in Disney it does, right? So just one example. And so this ambiguity over rightness, because there's a contrast between narrative logic and real logic, I suppose, contributes to what philosopher Velleman says projective error. So narratives can be narratives can be misleading because they invite us to confuse more subjective emotional sense of understanding, meaning we have a sense of recognition from what something feels like, or we know we have some emotional grasp of the events. So we confuse that with intellectual understanding, which is understanding how things come to be or why something works the way they do, right? So the subjective sense of understanding is clouding our objective sense of understanding. So that leads to projective error, he says. And so since stories are carefully designed to give us emotional coherence, it makes us feel as if we understand the events, right? So he talks about the example of Oedipus Rex, right? So unless you believe in fate or the gods, like, what are the odds that some prophecy is going to actually play out in the manner it does, right? So we should be incredulous, but of course that's now not how we react. Instead, we see how things unfold, and there's a sense of recognition, like, oh, I know what that feels like, trying to avoid a certain outcome, and I'm running away from it, but then the running away inadvertently contributes to that outcome, right? So we think we understand how that works, but of course that's emotional, not about reality. And so this is how audience gets to mistakenly think that they've sorted out the events themselves, when really they've just sorted out how they feel about it. And so these are some of the dangers of pervasive storytelling, I think. And so what I want to make clear is that, of course, the point isn't that stories are bad. We need to stop telling stories, and stories are good. My worry is that we ought to be thinking about these ways that stories affect our own thinking, and that we might want to be careful when every information we consume is given to us in this narrative structure. And so the next part I want to get to is, okay, let's talk about Korea now, right? So given all these dangers of pervasive storytelling, what can we say about the aims and effects of Korean cultural products? So with Hallyu, Korean cultural products in the forms of dramas and movies and songs and novels have been in high demand. So do Korean stories contribute to these consequences, right? So I think the most honest answer might be somewhere between a yes and a maybe, so possibly. So take, for instance, the fact that some of the most celebrated Korean movies and shows in the past 10 years or so, so we got Snowpiercer, Parasite, Squid Game, these are all addressing socioeconomic inequality in Korea and elsewhere, and lots of inks have been spilled about that. But despite the work's commercial success and big cultural influence, As of 2023, income inequality in Korea is rising at the highest rate out of all OECD countries of 38. Poverty rates of major economies, Korea is at the top of that chart. And this isn't a trend just in Korea, this is just globally true. Wealth inequality is rising in every developed country, right? So I don't mean to pick on Korea per se. And so given the continuing trends, the worry is that the stories about inequality that Korean productions are putting out are providing a kind of upfront emotional satisfaction, say problematizing current political economic structures or late stage capitalism. It gives us a satisfaction of criticizing that, which then demotivates further action, right? We've kind of like already got the reward in a way. We already feel good being angry at the bad capitalists in the movie, which like doesn't make us feel like we have to do anything more in reality. That's the worry, crudely put. And so emotional satisfaction from stories that critique capitalism, the feeling of being seen, solidarity boosting, that sense of indignation that you feel might be cheaply earned through stories and even dangerous, since it's one without the audience genuinely addressing inequality and might lead to the feeling that the problem itself had been addressed. Now, I know all that is like unfair in a lot of ways because of course, social change takes time. So I'm aware. And I also found news that the Seoul city government rolled out a new initiative after Parasite came out of trying to improve the living conditions of those who live in semi-basement apartments. So there is some response. I don't want to ignore that. But on the bottom part, the fact that stories might discourage real-life action is a long-standing worry within philosophy of literature, literary theory. So, for example, Greg Curry, in a work called Imagining and Knowing, and Josh Landy, How to Do Things with Fiction, they enter into this debate about whether literature makes you more empathetic. That's an ongoing debate in literary cognitivism, whether literature can give you something that other things can't. And one of the biggest support for cognitivism in literature is to say literature can make you empathetic, and that's something that not every field can do. And skeptics point out that reading emotionally demanding fiction might lead us to exhaust our moral energy. And then we pat ourselves on the back after a reading hard novel. Like, oh yeah, the protagonist was kind of hard to like, but look at me, I'm such a good person. I've like done this emotional work of empathizing with them. And then we don't do the same with more complex human beings in front of us, right? So that's one flavor of worry that skeptics bring up when they are not sure that literature actually does make you more altruistic or empathetic. And so there is this ongoing worry, and the possibility is that what Korean cultural products have been producing is kind of playing into this worry. So I'm just raising this question. So far we've established two things. That there's widespread storytelling that might bring unwelcome consequences, and that Korean stories might have inadvertently contributed to the trend. So now, in Korean idiom, there's this thing of like, you give the disease and then you give the medicine, 병 주고 약 주고, right? So I'm gonna try to give you the medicine now, or how Korean narratives might help us get out of this pickle. So now I wanna talk about narrative forms. So in a recent seminar, Professor Kang-woo Sung suggested that what's special about Korean narratives might be the portrayal of what he calls underdogs. So these are individuals who fail to become heroes. Korean stories are noteworthy because they valorize those who refuse to become protagonists. They remain indifferent and in some ways inactive at the face of an adversity. And I think that's really interesting because what Professor Kang-woo Sung is pointing out is that Korean stories challenge a kind of norm that attaches to storytelling, specifically norms about what main characters and stories ought to be like. And that might be one of the interesting features of Korean narratives. And I think his remarks dovetail really nicely with something that fiction writer and teacher Matthew Silaces says. He's a Korean adoptee, by the way. And so that's what he looks like. That's the book. He insightfully compares Western and non-Western stories by contrasting what drives plot in each kinds of stories. And so if you'll forgive the kind of gross generalization I'll be engaging in for the next minute or two, in Western stories, he writes, what drives a story forward often is character traits from the main characters and actions taken by those characters. And so think about how we don't like Deus Ex Machina endings, right? We don't like it. We think it's cheap. That's the easy way out. Rather, what's satisfying in a Western context of storytelling is things happen because of what the character did or what they are like as individuals, right? So he contrasts that with non-Western storytelling, where plot isn't always driven by character action, but often it's due to fate, due to coincidence. Often stories might have more to do with characters' developments or the motivation behind their action or the relationship between characters. And what he says is that these differences are important because they betray what each culture finds important, right? So the suggestion is that in Western stories, character action drives plot because we think agency is the most important feature of a human life, of what makes it meaningful, what makes it satisfying. So a story worth telling highlights individual agency and individualism, whereas in non-Western storytelling, there might be other values that aren't agency highlighting. So for example, in African-American literature, people have pointed out that events are often driven by fate and luck. And that's because the reality is that if you're a marginalized person, your life isn't just fixed by your agency. And often external forces like racism or any other prejudices can have a large role in how your life goes, right? And so storytelling forms reflect that reality by making sure that it's not just the character's choice, but something else having nothing to do with them per se that affects their life of a story. So these are supposed to illustrate that how events come together in a story to form a narrative shows us what we value, meaning is form or what organizes the story and not just what is told. That structures how we understand a life and a society. And then those structural patterns betray what we find important. So in a fascinating comparative study, English professor So-Hoo Sung points out that the structures of Korean folk tales, such as Hungbu and Norbu, and Old Man with a Wren, which is Hokburi Yeongam, he says they change in structure when they're translated into English. So I find this fascinating. So what she finds is that when traditional Korean folktales are translated into English, what changes is the inciting event, which is the reason why the plot unfolds, right? So what is that inciting event that kind of pushes everything so that things happen? So in the original version, with Hokburi Yeongam, or Old Man with the Wren, the old man is described as virtuous, and it's described that he's widely beloved by the villagers, and that foreshadows that he's a good person, he deserves to be rewarded, right? And so when he gets rid of his Wren, it's not because he tried to, right? It's an accident, right? He starts singing, and then like happy coincidences happen so that he gets rid of that. But when that same story gets translated into English, the story is presented very differently. So instead, he gets presented as a victim of bullying because of his physical imperfection. And so the inciting event is not coincidence or luck, but that he has a goal. And the goal is to get rid of his physical imperfection so that he's not bullied anymore, right? So you see the difference. Like the English translation is more character driven. He has agency, he has a goal, and he like goes and achieves it. Whereas in the original story, it's more about what the character's like and how fate kind of matches what he deserves, right? And so as translations and variations of storytelling forms show, there is no one universal story form that's equally indigenous and meaningful to all cultures. And so that means that how story is organized can offer alternative theories of what makes for a satisfying life or a satisfying explanation for what makes for a good life and agency. And so I think this point is where we can start thinking about what Korean narratives might be able to accomplish. So the question here is, can Korean stories provide another model of looking at the world, a new framework that challenges what it means to be a main character, what it means to have a story that's worth telling through the kinds of narrative form that it can offer. So here I'm on my last page. And so I think Minari might be a good model here for us to think about. So Minari is a Korean-American film directed by Lee Isaac Chung in 2020. So it's about a Korean immigrant family who moves from California to Arkansas. And I think this movie captures a different way that stories might be told. So I think this story was striking because it's very slice of life, which is a genre of its own. And so there's no grand arc in the story that could be characterized as a quest. It's not goal-oriented. There's no puzzle solving or mystery to be solved. There's no achievement either. There's no great thing that happens because of what the character did. The protagonists aren't special. They're not involved in any special projects, and they don't even have enemies, right? And so all these features led to some prominent Western critics criticizing the film for saying that it's calculatedly understated and it's narrow and merely illustrative, right? But I worry and I wonder if their judgments stems from the fact that they're accustomed to typical storytelling forms with dramatic arcs driven by character actions, right? That illustrate a lot of Western storytelling. And for me, at least, as a Korean American watching this movie, what I found remarkable was that they managed to tell a satisfying and authentic feeling movie about immigrants without talking about prejudiced Americans or interpersonal harm that makes us pity them, right? So they could tell a story that doesn't rely on tired tropes or kind of conventionalized ways to describe immigrant life, right? So I think this refusal to play into particular expectations is how the film shows us a way forward. So when a work like Minari successfully tells us the life of a diasporic Korean family without invoking tropes like suffering from racism, we get a perspective of a life that's built from the everyday experience, right? It's a bottoms-up approach rather than this kind of top-down approach that prescribes certain elements to a story. And so this film shows us that sometimes portraying everyday life can be radical when it's against conventional and often trite ways of understanding a group of people. And so I think the refusal to play into expectation has been played out in a couple different ways in Korean movies. And so I don't have this in the slide, but folks have noted that many Korean productions have this particular quality of bending genres, right? So people talked about Parasite being this way. The Host is another movie that bends kind of drama and comedy and sci-fi, even horror. Same thing with Handmaiden, with kind of the historical fiction, getting with psychological thriller. And so genre, of course, is just a set of expectations that come with a particular by belonging to a particular genre. And so Korean works' ability to bend these expectations kind of goes with this trend of kind of bucking against convention. And another feature people talk about when they're trying to compare Western and non-Western stories is this divide between plot-driven versus character-driven stories. So I briefly talked about that already. But I think there's a deeper point we can kind of dig for here, which is, it's all fine and good to talk about plots being either event or character driven, but can we think about what kind of ending counts as satisfying depending on the framework, right? And so here's another trait that people have focused on to talk about Korean cultural products, and that's more open or ambiguous endings at the end. So people talk about the ending to Burning being ambiguous of, spoiler alert, is one of the guys actually guilty or not, right? There's an ambiguity there. There's ambiguity in the ending of the movie Mother, of what really happens, also ambiguity in Old Boy and Tales of Two Sisters. And so I think presenting this kind of open-ended, ambiguous ending is one way to combat the worries that laid out earlier, just because it doesn't encourage us to think or expect emotionally satisfying or coherent endings by the story and then thereby reflect that onto reality, right? So Of course, I'm not saying that these are isolated or unique features of Korean cultural art products, but that in aggregate, that might help us answer some of the potential worries that I laid out. And so now wrapping up, okay. So 2 final thoughts here. I think moving forward, what we might do is try to rethink the capacities of narratives and just kind of tamp down this kind of blind celebration of what narratives can do. So some people have written stuff like, every problem in the world can be addressed with better storytelling, right? And I think this is an incredibly thing to say. It's just a little too smug, a little bit too optimistic. So I think we ought to revisit this way of thinking about storytelling. But more specifically to Korea, as Korean cultural products become a fixture in mainstream culture, and we have to continue to think about what the K in K stands for, right? This has been coming up throughout today. And so my suggestion is, moving forward, if Korean language, Korean heritage, and cultural symbols aren't necessarily going to be the key part of the K in Korean culture, what if what we can contribute is a new form of storytelling, right? New form of organizing a story, and therefore a new way of organizing a life. So what I hope Korean narratives can continue to do is to question the frameworks in which we seek to tell all stories, and to question the role stories play in helping us understand and influence the world we live in. More specifically, my hope is that Korean cultural products will offer the world new ways of understanding individual and collective lives, which in turn provide new ways of making meaning in the world. Thank you.
From now on, please use your receiver. 안녕하세요. 서울대학교의 신영철입니다. 마스터 플롯은 한 사회가 생산하는 서사에서 반복적으로 나타나는 이야기의 골격을 뜻합니다. 그것은 그 사회의 정체성 그리고 가치관에 관여합니다. 그 관여는 상호적입니다. 구성원의 정체성과 가치관이 마스터 플롯에 투영되기도 하고 반대로 마스터 플롯이 정체성과 가치관을 형성하기도 합니다. 한 사회의 마스터 플롯은 하나가 아닙니다. 어느 사회든 경합하는 마스터 플롯들을 가지고 있습니다. 어떤 마스터 플롯들이 경합하고 있는지, 그중 어떤 것이 더 강한 호소력을 가지는지를 살펴보는 것은 한 사회를 이해하는 한 가지 방법이 될 것입니다. 저는 재난, 공정, 복수라는 세 개의 키워드를 통해 동시대 한국의 마스터 플롯에 접근해 볼 것입니다. 첫 번째 키워드는 재난입니다. 네. 봉준호 감독의 기생충은 한국 사회의 구조를 파악하는 데 유용한 인지적 도식을 제공합니다. 머리칸에서 꼬리칸에 이르는 설국열차의 수평 구조를 기생충은 지상, 반지하, 지하라는 수직 구조로 대체했습니다. 이런 이야기는 우리가 너무 많이 했죠. 좀 다른 각도에서 보면 이 영화는 계획에 대한 이야기입니다. 가장 널리 알려진 대사가 단적으로 보여줍니다. 절대 실패하지 않는 계획이 뭔지 아니? 무계획이야, 무계획. 이 가족은 무계획의 계획으로 당면한 하루하루를 살아갑니다. 이들의 모습에서 오랫동안 누적된 실패에 가까스로 익숙해진 한 가족의 역사를, 더 나아가서 대한민국의 불안정성과 취약성을 읽어내는 것은 어려운 일이 아닐 것입니다. 그런데 이 가족이 오랜만에 다시 계획을 갖기 시작하는 데서 이 서사는 출발합니다. 아들 기우가 친구로부터 수석을 건네받는 그 장면들 기억하시죠? 욕망의 양도 과정을 상징적으로 보여주는 것 같습니다. 그렇게 전이된 욕망 때문에 분에 넘치는 계획을 세우는데 중간 과정을 생략하고 결론만 말씀드리면 다 아시다시피 그 계획은 참혹한 비극으로 끝이 납니다. 왜 누나는 죽고 아버지는 사실상의 무기징역 상태가 되어야 했을까요? 감히 계획을 품었기 때문입니다. 어떤 계획의 성공 혹은 실패를 따라가는 것은 모든 이야기의 기본 구조이지만 이 영화는 도대체 이 시대에 계획이라는 것을 세우는 것이 가능한가라는 질문을 던진다는 점에서 메타 레벨의 이야기라는 측면을 갖고 있고요. 그 점에서 차이가 있는 것 같습니다. 계획이란 무엇인가? 그것은 현재 속에서 작동 중인 미래입니다. 계획이 불가능한 시대, 그것은 미래라는 시간성이 박탈된 시대입니다. 신자유주의 시스템이 박탈한 것 중에 하나가 바로 미래라는 비판을 우리는 학자들로부터 자주 들어왔습니다. 그런데 미래 없음, 그것이야말로 재난 상황의 본질 중 하나가 아닐까요? 재난이란 축적된 과거의 흔적과 잠재된 가능성으로서의 미래를 일거에 삭제당하고 순수 현재 속에 내던져지는 체험이 아닐까요? 기생충의 파국적 결말 직전에 그들의 반지하를 휩쓸어버리는 수제 시퀀스가 배치된 것은 그래서 너무도 당연합니다. 기생충은 실제적으로든 비유적으로든 재난영화입니다. 두 번째 키워드는 공정입니다. 엄태화 감독의 콘크리트 유토피아는 그런 면에서 보면 기생충의 서사적 연장이자 재난 장르물로의 각색이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 이 제목이 지시하는 것은 한국 특유의 내 집, 특히 아파트죠. 아파트에 대한 집착입니다. 그런 한국인들에게 피땀 흘려 마련한 내 집이 사라지는 일보다 더 끔찍한 재난은 없을 것입니다. 이 이야기는 재난 이후 유일하게 무너지지 않은 한 아파트에서 시작됩니다. 이를 위해 생존을 위해 무엇을 할 것인가? 자원의 획득과 분배를 위한 원리를 마련해야 됩니다. 이를 위해 그들은 마치 한국적인 압축 근대성의 경로를 반복하는 것처럼 보입니다. 공동체를 확대된 가족으로 간주하고 카리스마적인 독재자를 옹립하며 대외적으로는 외부인에게 배타적인 그리고 대내적으로는 성별 분업에 근거한 가부장제적인 조직을 구축합니다. 도덕적인 가치를 뒤로하고 경제적 효율에만 몰두하는 그 삶의 방식은 한동안 순조롭게 작동하는 듯 보이지만 남성 지도자의 부도덕함이 여성 캐릭터들에 의해 폭로되면서 이 조직은 내파, 임플로전 됩니다. 비도덕적 현실주의와 비현실적 도덕주의라고 할까요? 이 양자택일에 갇혀서 관객은 영화 내내 답답한 무기력감을 느끼게 됩니다. 그런데 그런 관객에게 이 영화는 마지막에 일종의 반전을 제시합니다. This is a screenshot taken from my monitor. 뭐가 반전이냐 하면은 이 양자택일에 외부가 있다는 것입니다. 아파트 밖에 또 다른 공동체가 있다는 것. 공유지, 커먼스 혹은 공유주의, 커머니즘에 의거한 대안적인 삶의 방식이 가능하다는 것입니다. 대안이 없었던 게 아니라 대안에 대한 상상력과 그것을 실천할 용기가 부족했음을 알려주는 결말입니다. 그런데 이 결말보다 더 놀라운 것은 결말에 대한 관객들의 반응입니다. 상당수의 관객은 이 영화의 최종적인 메시지, 이런 메시지를 거부하고 오히려 이 영화가 기각한 선택지를 옹호하는 모습을 보였습니다. 아파트 주민과 외부인은 공생할 수 없다. 또 주민 중에서도 공동체의 생존을 위해 헌신하는 사람과 주로 남자들입니다. 그 혜택을 누리기만 하는 사람, 주로 여자들로 지칭이 됩니다. 그 평들에서는. 이들은 차별 대우를 받아야 된다라는 것입니다. 이런 논리가 영화관 밖에서 힘을 얻었습니다. 그래서 외부인을 포용하려고 했고 지도자의 결함을 문제 삼은 여성 캐릭터에게 매우 이례적인 비난이 쏟아졌습니다. 마치 실존 인물인 것처럼요. 이는 특정 작품의 해석을 둘러싼 서사적 경합, narrative contestation 현상의 한 사례이기만 한 것이 아니라 동시대 한국인들의 내면을 지배하는 또 다른 마스터 플롯의 존재를 드러내는 것 같습니다. 몇몇 연구자들이 K 능력주의라고 부르는 공정함에 대한 집착적인 옹호의 논리가 그것입니다. K 능력주의의 신봉자들은 공정의 핵심 가치로 평등이 아니라 형평을 내세웁니다. equity입니다. 이 형평의 용법은 좀 기이하게 뒤집혀 있습니다. 교육학 등에서 사용되는 형평은 과정이 차등적으로 배려되어야만 결과의 평등이 달성될 수 있다라는 포용적인 이념을 뜻합니다. 그런데 다수의 한국인들에게, 동시대의 한국인들에게 그것은 과정이 평등하고 동일하고 결과가 차등적일 때 그 결과는 감수해야 한다라는 냉혹한 규범을 뜻하는 그런 개념이 됐습니다. 비례적 차등 분배라고 하는 이 공리를 거스르는 크고 작은 평등주의적 시도는 모두 불공정으로 매도됩니다. 영화 콘크리트 유토피아를 향해 대중들은 이렇게 말하는 것 같습니다. 지금 여기의 디스토피아는 너무도 구체적인데 당신들의 유토피아는 너무도 추상적이라고 말입니다. 세 번째 키워드는 복수입니다. 동시대 한국 콘텐츠의 마스터 플롯 중 하나인 복수 플롯을 이런 맥락에서 이해해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 아주 많은 작품들 중에 일부만 보여드리는 것입니다. 그리고 여기서 우리는 당사자에 의한 직접적 복수하고 제3자 혹은 자경단에 의한 간접적 복수를 구별하지 않고 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 영문학의 복수비극이라는 장르가 있죠. 그리고 박찬욱의 복수 3부작도 그렇습니다. 이런 작품들이 예시하듯 본래 복수 서사의 서사적 깊이는 복수의 불가능성 혹은 복수의 윤리적 딜레마를 사유하는 데서 발생합니다. 그러나 동시대 한국 콘텐츠에서 그것은 강력한 응징의 쾌감에만 복무합니다. 언뜻 보면 그것은 도덕적 원리에 기초한 플롯으로 보입니다. 한국어로는 인과응보, 영어에는 poetic justice 이런 개념들처럼요. 그러나 저는 그 도덕적인 외피 속에 경제적 핵심이 담겨 있다고 주장할 것입니다. 복수는 K 능력주의가 절대 용인할 수 없는 분배적 불공정함에 대한 개입이라고 말입니다. 어떤 사건이 불공정하게 처리됐다면, 그래서 피해자가 괴롭고 가해자가 평안하다면 복수는 그것을 바로잡기 위한 것, 즉 고통의 재분배를 위한 시도라고 볼 수 있습니다. 지금 우리는 도덕의 영역을 경제의 언어로 재서술하고 있는데 이는 죄의 기원적 의미가 빚지다에 있음을 강조했던 독일어에서요. 니체의 발상을 멀게나마 따르는 것입니다. 게다가 이런 발상은 오늘날 신자유주의의 도덕적 경제 혹은 경제적 도덕에도 잘 들어맞습니다. 무슨 말이냐면 신자유주의는 사회적 관계 구조 일반을 채권자와 채무자의 관계로 통합하면서 다수의 개인을 빚진 인간으로 주체화하고 또 그를 자기 경영에 실패했다는 측면에서 죄를 지은 인간으로 도덕화하는 체제로 설명되기 때문입니다. 이를 고려하면 한국의 다수 대중에게, 현실에서는 채무자인 다수 대중에게 이 복수 서사는 채권자의 자리를 점유할 수 있게 해주는 판타지의 역할을 한다고 상정해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 한국 영화 역사상 가장 큰 상업적 성공을 거둔 기획으로 꼽힐 만한 범죄도시 시리즈가 판타지인 것은 그 내용이 현존하는 공권력의 실상과 다르다는 점 때문만이 아니라는 뜻입니다. 채권자 판타지라고 할 수 있는 것이죠. 이 영화의 제작자이자 주연인 마동석 씨가 악역을 주로 맡아왔던 배우라는 점은 흥미로운데요. 왜냐하면 영화 속에서 그가 정의를 위해 협박과 폭행을 불사할 때 그는 빚을 받으러 온 사람처럼 당당하고 또 위험합니다. 그는 우리 편이어서 참으로 다행인 인간의 얼굴을 한 채권 추심업자처럼 보입니다. 그리고 이 영화가 끝나면 우리는 다시 채무자의 자리로 돌아옵니다. 결론을 대신해서 몇 말씀 드리겠습니다. 형평성으로 번역되는 에코티는 본래 보통법, 커먼러의 경직성을 보완하기 위한 대안적인 법정을 뜻하는 개념이었다고 합니다. 오늘날 한국인이 세워두고 있는 형평성의 법정에는 독자적인 마스터 플롯이 작동하고 있습니다. 지금은 미래를 빼앗겼다는 점에서 재난의 시대다. 그리고 그럴 땐 생존이 우선이고 비례적 차등 분배가 곧 공정이다. 이를 벗어나는 모든 불공정은 응징돼야 된다. 이 마스터 플롯은 동시대의 그 어떤 윤리적 정치적 사유와 기획도 이상적이라거나 혹은 위선적이라는 평가로 기각하면서 그것들을 좌초시키는 암초와도 같은 역할을 합니다. 어떻게 이 마스터 플롯을 해체하고 새로운 플롯을 공유할 수 있을까 하는 물음이 모든 대안적 그리고 대항적 서사의 과제로 남아있는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 서울대 국문과에서 현대 소설과 비평을 가르치고 있는 손유경입니다. 신혁철 선생님께서 상당히 많은 시간을 쓰셨기 때문에 저는 같은 팀으로서 좀 줄여보도록 하겠습니다. 형평성 네, 제 그 발표의 제목은 한국 문학이 K를 만났을 때 그래서 한국 문학과 K 문학의 부조화라는 제목으로 제가 이제 단행본 글을 기획을 하고 있습니다. 문제의식은 상당히 간단한데요. 그러니까 한국 문학의 줄임말이 K 문학이 아니고 K 문학을 길게 쓴 말이 한국 문학이 아니다. 두 가지는 동의어가 아니고 다른 개념적인 위상을 가지고 있다. 그거에 대해서 이제 말씀드리고자 합니다. 현재 국내외 시장과 아카데미에서는 이 한국 문학과 K 리터러처가 각각 과잉 대표 또는 과소 대표되고 있다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 특히 이제 다른 대중 예술, 예를 들면 뭐 K-팝이나 K-무비 같은 경우와 다르게 이 문학 분야에서는 시장과 아카데미의 부조화가 상당한 수준에 이른 것으로 판단이 됩니다. 그래서 저는 이 출판 시장에서 한국 문학이 적절히 대표가 되고 또 아카데미에서 K-문학이 합리적으로 대표될 수 있는 방안이 있을까? 또 이 문제와 관련해서 국내 아카데미, 예를 들면 이제 한국의 대학에서는 어떤 일을 할 수 있을까를 생각을 해봤습니다. 그리고 오늘 제 발표는 이런 질문들, 그러니까 어떻게 하면 한국 문학의 현장성을 보증하고 또 K 리터러처의 학술성을 제고할 수 있을까, 이런 질문에 대한 답을 찾아가기 위한 첫 걸음입니다. 말씀드린 바와 같이 K 리터러처 또는 K 릿은 한국 문학의 줄임말이 아닙니다. K문학은 잘 아시다시피 동시대의 젊은 또는 생존에 있는 한국 작가들이 지니는 해외 출판 시장에서의 상품적 가치를 고려하지 않고서는 성립하기 어려운 개념이기 때문입니다. 한마디로 말해서 일종의 브랜드 네임에 가깝습니다. 그래서 뭐 K문학의 부흥이다, 뭐 K문학 열풍이다 이런 표현들로 장식된 뉴스 헤드라인은 얼마든지 찾아보실 수가 있겠고요. 그래서 뭐 K문학이라는 명명 자체에 국가 주도성이나 시장 의존성에 관한 논의는 꽤 많이 축적된 상황이어서 제가 더 보충 설명드리지 않아도 될 것 같습니다. 이렇게 당대성과 시장성을 핵심으로 하는 K 리터러처가 국내외 출판 시장에서 과잉 대표되고 있다면 이 국내외 아카데미에서는 한국 문학이 과잉 대표되는 경향이 두드러집니다. 일단 이 한국의 학계, 예를 들면 서울대 국문과의 경우 객관적인 거리를 취해야 한다는 불문율이 상당히 세기 때문에 아직도 한국 현대문학 연구자들은 이 당대문학을 과감하게 다루지 못하고 있습니다. 작가가 죽어야 객관적인 거리두기가 가능해져서 비로소 석박사 학위 논문 대상으로 삼을 수 있다라는 통념이 아직까지 작동하고 있습니다. 그렇지만 이 연구 대상과의 객관적인 거리라고 하는 것은 물리적인 시간의 흐름으로 자동적으로 확보되는 것이 아닙니다. 그것은 이 대상 텍스트의 문제성과 현재성을 깨달은 각각의 연구자가 방법론적으로 또 의식적으로 의도적으로 취하는 어떤 이론적인 입장에 의해서 확보되는 것이기 때문입니다. 작가가 세상을 떠났다고 학위 논문을 쓸 수 있는 것이 아니라 작가도 모르고 있는 진실을 알려주기 위해서 연구자는 논문을 쓰는 것입니다. 그런데 이런 상황은 미국 대학에서도 크게 다르지 않아 보이는데요. 그 캘리포니아 주립대 세크라멘토에서 한국학을 가르치고 계시는 권준희 교수의 2021년 논문을 보면 미국 대학에서 가장 광범위하게 가르치고 연구되는 것은 식민지 시기 역사 문학이라고 밝혀 놓으셨습니다. 그래서 구체적인 자료는 차후 이제 제 글에서 제시를 하겠지만 최근 몇 년간 북미 지역의 한국 문학 또는 한국학 전공자들의 임용 현황을 보면 식민지 시기 문학이 압도적으로 다수를 차지한다는 사실을 아실 수가 있습니다. 또 K문학에 관한 해외 학술 시장의 이 관심을 한국의 문학에 대한 관심으로 이해해도 될지는 의문입니다. 이 오른쪽에 있는 기사에 나와 있는 이 안톤 허라는 아주 최근 들어서 유명한 그 번역가가 이렇게 말을 했습니다. K문학은 없다. 즉 K-팝이 잘 나간다고 해서 한국 문학도 많이 연구되고 가르쳐진다고 생각하면 오산이다. 블랙핑크를 열광하는 팬들이 갑작스럽게 황석연 소설을 읽고 싶다는 충동을 느끼지는 않고 한국에서도 그것은 마찬가지다 이렇게 말을 했습니다. 그 안톤 허에 따르면 실제로 영미권 도서의 5%만이 번역서이고요. 그 중에서 단 1%만이 한국어 번역서입니다. 그래서 영어권을 통틀어서 한국 문학 작품의 비중은 고작 0.005라고 되어 있는데요. 우리 그 번역해 주신 션께서 이거를 숫자를 잘 고쳐주셨는데 제가 잘 고쳤는지 모르겠습니다. 그래서 제가 강조하고 싶은 것은 K문학은 한국 문학이 아니고 번역 문학이라는 것입니다. 따라서 국문학의 카테고리가 아니라 한국학의 관점에서 연구되고 교육되어야 한다고 생각합니다. 그런 의미에서 K문학은 이 학제적인 접근이 가능하고 필요한 그러한 최적의 연구 및 교육 영역이라고 생각합니다. 이 번역문학으로서의 K문학은 따라서 한국어계 문학, 뭐 예를 들면 제1조선인들 중에서 한국어를 사용할 수 있는 분들 또는 그 조선족 문학, 이제 한국어계 문학뿐 아니라 이 한국계 문학 그러니까 한국어 아닌 다른 나라 말로 창작된 후에 한국어로 번역된 일련의 문학 작품들과 함께 풍부하게 다뤄질 수 있다고 생각합니다. 이런 맥락에서 저는 이제 앞에 발표하신 이 램필드 선생님의 문제 의식에 굉장히 적극 동의하고 있습니다. 그래서 K 문학을 한국의 국가대표처럼 취급하는 것은 답이 아니고 또 문학 일반으로 안이하게 수렴시키는 것도 역시 답은 아니라고 생각합니다. 한국 학의 범주와 성격은 세계 속 한국의 위상에 따라서 지속적으로 변화하였습니다. 애초에 지역학으로서의 성격이 강했던 한국학에서 가장 늦게 주목받은 분야가 바로 한국문학입니다. 그래서 국내외 주요 대학에서 한국학이 중요한 분과학문으로 자리를 잡고 학제적 연구와 교육을 선도하게 된 것은 널리 알려진 사실인데요. 그래서 한국문학에 관한 전통적인 연구와 교육은 과감한 자기 갱신을 요구받고 있는 추세입니다. 그래서 주목해야 할 점은 이 한국이라는 경계와 문학이라고 하는 범주 자체가 지속적으로 확장되고 또 도전받고 있다는 현실입니다. 이런 현실에 발맞추어서 한국 문학을 또는 K 문학을 한국학의 한 분야로 이해하는 방법과 그 의미에 대해서 알아보는 일이 필요하다고 생각합니다. 그래서 K문학이 번역문학이라는 말은 이렇게 한국문학을 한국학적 관점에서 즉 학제적으로 연구하고 가르쳐야 한다는 말과 통한데요. 그래서 구체적으로 말씀을 드리면 마이너 필링스를 쓴 저자 캐시 박홍과 도쿄 오에누 스테이션을 쓴 제1작가 유미리의 소설을 한국에서 연구하고 또 대학에서 제1지식인 서경석의 에세이와 젊은 한국계 소설가 스테프 차의 소설을 대학에서 가르칠 필요가 있다고 생각합니다. 그런데 기존의 분과학문 시스템 안에서는 이런 작가들의 작업이 진지하고 본격적으로 연구되고 교육되기 쉽지 않은 현실입니다. 잘 아시다시피 인문대 어문학과들은 어떻게 하다 보니까 이제 자기 반성을 하고 있는데요. 국문, 영문, 중문 이렇게 언어별로 구획이 되어 있습니다. 그래서 뭐 홍보는 아니지만 이제 다음 학기 저희 국문과에서 한국학으로서의 한국문학이라는 이제 신설이 되어서 제가 지금 말씀드리고 있는 것이 어느 정도 실현될 수 있는지를 한번 실험을 해보고자 합니다. 결론을 말씀드리겠습니다. 이 K라는 전미사가 만일 필요하다면 별로 필요해 보이지는 않지만 그것은 한국문학의 영토 확장이나 패권 과시형이 되어서는 안 될 것 같습니다. 이질적인 것들을 한데 모아서 K라는 이름표를 붙이지 않았으면 하고 문학의 의미를 협소화해서 소설이나 시만 가르치지 않았으면 합니다. 한국이라는 경계와 문학이라는 범주를 문제 삼고 그 안팎을 넘나드는 상상력을 북돋는 연구와 교육을 하고자 합니다. 그래서 번역학에 대한 관심도 필요해 보이고요. 시장과 정부는 어쩔 수 없이 수상에, 그러니까 한국 작가의 해외 문학상 수상에 관심을 기울일 수밖에 없습니다. 그것을 뭐 비난하거나 탓할 수는 없습니다. 그렇지만 대학은 대학 나름으로 K 문학에 대한 비평적 학술적 접근에 주저함이 없어야 할 것 같고요. 그래야만 K 문학이 학계에서 합리적으로 대표되고 또 한국 문학은 시장에서 적절히 대표되는 길이 열릴 것이라고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. KBS의 송영국입니다. 이렇게 귀한 자리에 설 수 있게 돼서 진심으로 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 저는 학자가 아니고 저널리스트로서 지난 약 5년간 집중적으로 다큐멘터리 12편을 제작하면서 다루었던 이 세계의 중요한 문제들이 있었습니다. 이것이 최근에 한국 영화 서사에 어떻게 영향을 미쳤는지 주고받았는지 고민해본 결과를 이 주제로 잡아봤고요. 제가 다루고 있는 주제들은 이 세계의 문제들이 이런 키워드로 정리해 볼 수가 있겠는데 이런 이슈들은 직선적인 어떤 인과관계라기보다 이 땅속의 뿌리들처럼 리좀적으로 서로 얽히고 설켜 있다 이런 말씀을 전제로 해야겠습니다. 이런 양상들이 시대가 만들어낸 피조물로서 서사하고 어떻게 관련이 있는지 알아보기 위해서 저는 정량적 분석과 정성적 분석을 지금 동시에 시도하고 있는 중인데요. 그 결과 일부분을 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다.
연애 중이라는 게 신기하네.
연애 중인 것도 맞춘 거예요?
네. 네, 이용자가 연애 중인지 뭐 기혼인지 구글은 다 알고 있습니다. 이 화면은 제 구글 계정인데요. 그 저의 뭐 학력, 취향, 뭐 회사 규모, 살림살이까지 다 틀림없이 인공지능이 추정을 해냅니다. 표면적으로는 옵티마이즈된 서비스고요. 그 뒤에는 이와 같은 카테고라이징이 있습니다. 지금 이 순간에도 전 세계 수십억 인구가 범주화되고 있습니다. 전 세계가 이렇게 범주화되고 있는 가운데 비슷비슷한 디바이스로 비슷비슷한 인터페이스에서 비슷비슷한 행동 패턴, 손가락, 생활 양식을 하면서 살아가게 됐습니다. 이게 20년도 채 되지 않았습니다. 인류 역사에서. 저는 이 대목에서 푸코가 요즘 푸코가 최근 푸코가 얘기하는 것 중에 최근 더 많이 얘기되고 있는 권력의 문제보다는 만들어진 주체의 문제, 구성된 주체 이쪽에 좀 더 무게를 실어야 할 필요를 느끼고 있습니다. 예를 들어서 트럼프가 문제다라고 한다면 트럼프를 왜 지지할까? 이 각도에서 문제를 살펴볼 필요가 상당하다 이런 생각이 들었고요. 그래서 I love 트럼프를 외치는 분들을 집중적으로 많이 만나봤는데요. 말씀 들어보시겠습니다.
It was not the hate. There's just pure hate. It's almost like a battle between good and evil. There were friends I had years ago. I didn't know what party they were. It's totally different now. We started being labeled with all these labels. We're haters and haters. It is pure hate and evil that seems to be permeating this country. It's unthinkable, even 10 years ago.
Dehumanization.
That's exactly it.
네, 뭐 한국의 민주당 지지하신다는 분하고 똑같은 말씀을 하고 계시는 겁니다. 결국 전 세계적으로 전혀 다른 규범을 갖고 계신 사람들이 각자의 구심력만을 작동시키면서 살아가고 있는 것이 이 시대의 주요한 특징이다라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이게 다 IT 기술 때문이다라는 말씀은 아니지만 신자유주의가 고도화함에 따라서 우리는 점점 더 파편화하고 자기 확신 부족주의는 강해지고 결과적으로 더 고립돼 가고 있는 듯 보입니다. 그래서 신자유주의가 어떤 한쪽 끝으로 나아가면 방치 사회로 이행하는 측면이 매우 강하게 보여집니다. 성과를 낸 사람은 승자 독식하고 그렇지 못한 사람은 당신 능력껏 알아서 살아. 이게 공정이야. 라고 이렇게 되는 것 같습니다. 지금 만나본 분은 학교 교사인데요. 어포더블한 집이 없습니다. 그래서 학교에서 1시간 반 거리 떨어진 트레일러에서 주차장에서 이 주차료 월세 $1,000 정도 내고 살아갑니다. 그래서 아간벤의 표현을 빌려서 말씀드리자면 스테이트 오브 입섹션이 노숙인, 뭐 난민 이런 쪽에만 해당하는 것이 아니라 점점 스테이트 오브 제너럴로 나아가고 있는 것이 아닌가 이런 생각이 들게 됩니다. 그러니까 뭐 나도 지방대 출신의 배제당한 삶에서 벗어날 수 없어 이런 예외 상태에 대한 불안이 점점 더 많은 이들에게 확산하고 있고 더 어린 나이에 내면화되고 있습니다. 다음 어린이의 말을 들어보시겠습니다.
지금 몇 학년이세요?
5학년이에요.
그럼 몇 년 정도 선행학습하세요?
저 지금 3-1이에요. 고등학교 거 하나 애들 많아요.
아 진짜요? 그런 친구들 보면 어때요 기분이?
뭔가 되게 존경스럽달까. 같은 나이인데도 되게 대단하다고 생각해요.
아 진짜. 예. 서울대 갈 수 있을 것 같으세요?
아니요. 오빠도 어떻게 가요?
아 그러세요?
그냥 서울에 있는 대학교만 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
네.
3년만 이제 열심히 하면 좀 편하게 할 수 있으니까 그냥 참고 하겠다는 그런 생각을 하고 있어요.
그래서 저는 이런 인식 속에서 우리가 살아가고 있는 것 같고요. 저는 잘못하지 않은 이들의 잘못한 결과 이런 표현을 요즘 자주 쓰게 됩니다. 이런 그림에서 보시는 것처럼 이런 인식을 내면하는 사람들은 접근 동기가 아니라 회피 동기를 통해서 중요한 결정을 내리게 됩니다. 원하는 걸 찾아가는 게 아니라 불행을 피하기 위한 선택들을 하게 됩니다. 그러니까 중요한 가치들이 지금 이런 식으로 사라지고 있는 것을 보실 수 있습니다. 그 인생의 진로나 정치 지도자를 선택할 때도 마찬가지인 경우가 많아 보입니다. 여기에 만족하는 사람은 당연히 회피를 향해서 갔으니까 만족하는 사람은 칼라로 칠해진 사람밖에 없고 다수는 낙오할 수밖에 없고 그러면 그럴수록 이런 것을 보면서 점점 더 불안은 커지는 악순환이 반복됩니다. 이것이 최근 한국 영화 서사에 매우 큰 영향을 미치고 있다. 이런 것이 저의 오늘 주장입니다. 기생충, 오징어 게임, 콘크리트 유토피아 오늘 얘기 많이 나왔습니다만 이 지점을 경유해서 모두 읽을 수 있는 것 같습니다. 지금부터는 한국 영화 서사에서 제가 정량적으로 분석한 작업을 간단히 말씀드리겠는데요. 조사 대상은 2004년부터 현재까지 20년 6개월간 국내 개봉한 한국 영화 중에서 관객 100만 명 이상 들은 작품 총 461편을 대상으로 했습니다. 이 작품들 모두 보고 주요 인물의 직업과 신분을 서사적 맥락에 따라 구분했습니다. 그래서 주요 인물을 분석하는 작업은 지금 이 장면에서 보시는 것처럼 이 캐릭터가 등장할 때 그 사람의 처지나 조건을 알려주거나 신분, 뭐 주변 인물과의 관계 이런 것들을 소개하게 되는데 그런 쇼트는 이 시퀀스 뿐만 아니라 작품 전체의 마스터숏이 되곤 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 작품 속 인물이 어떤 위치를 차지하고 있느냐 이런 것을 분석하는 작업은 서사의 경향을 파악하는 데서 매우 중요하다고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그래서 기생충은 이런 식으로 분류를 하고 뭐 파묘 같은 영화는 이런 식으로 분류를 하고 해서 뭐 해마다 이런 작품들은 어떤 직업을 주요 인물들이 어떤 직업을 갖고 있고 이런 식으로 구분을 해서 지금 잠점적으로 이 표가 완성이 됐는데요. 향후에 뭐 숫자가 많으면 짙은 색깔로 해서 시각화할 작업도 계획을 하고 있는데요. 뭐 경찰이 등장한 영화가 몇 편이었는지, 뭐 조직폭력배가 얼마나 많이 등장했는지 이런 것을 시각화를 할 수 있게 됩니다. 우선적으로 비교해 본 것은 2004년부터의 10년간 그리고 2014년부터 10년간 이렇게 1번 시기하고 2번 시기를 구분을 해서 비교를 한 것을 말씀드리겠습니다. 그래서 가장 수치적으로 변화가 큰 부분만 꼽아봤는데요. 일제 강점기 관련 그리고 공무원, 공직자가 등장한 영화들이 이렇게 급증한 것을 볼 수 있습니다. 반면에 청춘 남녀 그리고 이주민 등장은 급감했습니다. 이 결혼과 출산을 포기하는 것이 합리적인 선택일 수밖에 없는 시대 그리고 예멘 난민에 반대하는 청원이 70만 명을 넘은 사회에서 이와 직접적인 관련이 있다고 말씀드릴 수가 있겠습니다. 결국 앞에서 말씀드린 자국 우선주의나 부족주의나 이방인 혐오나 그런 고립의 시대와 무관하다고 보기가 어려운 수치를 확인할 수 있습니다. 일제강점기 다룬 영화들을 변화를 보면 일본 시기에 나온 작품들은 일제와의 선악 구분이 명확하지는 않습니다. 특히 이런 작품 조사 대상은 아닙니다만 100만이 넘지 않아서 주인공들이 독립운동을 하고 있긴 한데 나는 살고 싶어, 사랑하고 싶어 이런 자기 정체성의 질문을 던집니다. 이렇게 일제강점기를 배경으로 회의하고 의심하는 작품들 이번 시기 들어서는 거의 찾아볼 수가 없습니다. 대신 이런 영화들이 나왔습니다. 숭고한 독립투쟁 vs 극악무도한 일제 이렇게 명쾌하게 구분을 하고 있습니다. 그런 영화들이 흥행도 이렇게 잘 됐습니다. 절대악을 상정한 서사와 관련해서 여기 보시는 이 메가 히트작들은 모두 이순신 서사를 취하고 있습니다. 주인공들은 사실상 국가가 부재한 상태에서 적군 대비해서 열세에 처하고요. 주목할 점은 이 주인공들이 모두 계급이 높습니다. 국가 시스템의 일부인데 고위직입니다. 능력 있고 계급이 높고 부하들이 충성을 바치고 소신이 있습니다. 요약하자면 능력 있는 공직자의 열세 서사 이 기류가 최근에 한국 영화에서 매우 굵직하게 형성되고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 대사, 극 중에 국토교통부 장관인데요. 이런 대사도 나옵니다.
그냥 몰랐어요. 공권력이라도 동원하셨어야죠.
네, 하지만 내 문제라도 생기면
우리 공무원이잖아요. 책임지라고 있는 사람들이라고요.
네, 그런 이 맥락에서 보면 이번 시기에서 2014년 이후에 공직자 대규모 제작비가 투입된 영화들이 많이 나옵니다. 외교관, 국정원, 외교관, 국정원, 외교관, 청와대 행정관입니다. 이들이 국가 지원이 끊긴 상태에서 탈출하거나 뭐 구조하는 서사가 나오는데 과거에는 관객이 이 감정을 이입하는 주인공이 공직자라 하더라도 계급이 그렇게 높지 않았습니다. 소방관이라든지 뭐 열차 기관사라든지 이런 분들이 많이 나왔었는데 최근에는 공무원들의 직급이 높아지고 있습니다. 그걸 보면 잇따른 사회적 참사, 뭐 믿을 만한 정치 세력의 부재, 세계적인 자국 우선주의 외풍, 팬데믹, 기후 위기 이런 것들 모두 공공이 나서주지 않으면 해결로 다가설 수 없는 문제들에 우리가 직면해 있는 사회에서 최강의 공권력이 최악의 빌런을 시원하게 물리쳐주는 범죄도시 같은 영화들 그리고 능력 있는 공직자가 국가가 부재한 속에서도 그 능력을 제대로 사용해주는 영화들 이런 이야기가 빈번하게 선택되고 있다면 2020년대를 가로지르는 한국 상업 영화의 마스터 플롯을 탐구하는데 시작점이 돼볼 수 있지 않을까 생각을 해보게 됩니다. 나머지 뭐 이런 지점들을 연구하면서 발견하게 됐는데요. 이런 흐름들을 추후에 책으로 말씀드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 말씀 여기서 마치겠습니다. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 마지막 발표 윤경희입니다. 제가 에어컨에 알러지가 있어서 목소리가 껄끄러워서 죄송하고요. 7분 안에 빨리 끊겠습니다. 저는 한국예술종합학교에서 강사로 일하면서 서울대학교 비교문학 박사과정에서 공부하는 윤경희입니다. 제가 오늘 발표하고 앞으로 완성해서 출간할 글의 가제는 유령과 동행하기, 세월호 참사에 관한 허구적 서사들입니다. 저에게 주어진 짧은 시간을 가장 효과적으로 사용하기 위해서는 글의 내용과 결론을 무미건조하게 요약하기보다 차라리 이 주제를 선택하고 쓰기로 결심한 계기를 말씀드리는 편이 나으리라 생각되어서 그렇게 하겠습니다. 저는 올해 초에 현대 한국 종합 연구 프로젝트의 한 분과인 K서사팀에 참여해서 이 자리에 계신 선생님들과 암과 생각을 나누며 많은 것을 배우는 시간을 보냈습니다. 이에 대해 너무나 감사드리며 영광이라고 생각합니다. K서사팀 선생님들과 토론과 세미나를 진행하는 과정에서 저는 여러 근본적인 질문을 해보았습니다. 서사란 무엇인가? 서사란 무엇인가? 나아가 앞에 K라는 수식어를 동반한 K서사란 무엇인가? 더 상세하게 질문하자면 한국 대중문화가 소위 컨텐츠라는 이름으로 국가와 자본의 지원을 받아 생산되고 전 지구적인 인기를 얻으며 소비되는 시대에 어떤 것이 K서사로서 구성되고 호명될 만한가? 그리고 그 호명에서 배제되는 서사는 무엇이며 그것은 왜 배제되는가? 다시 말해 분명 한국에서 생산되었고 한국과 연관된 이야기지만 K 마크를 붙여서 국가적 대표 상품으로 내세울 수 있다고 여겨지지 않는 것은 무엇인가? 그리고 그것은 국가적 대표 상품의 범주에서 배제될 가능성에도 불구하고 어떤 행위자들에 의해서 어떤 정치적, 경제적, 역사적, 문화적 신념과 결정에 따라서 만들어지는가? K서사 대 한국에서 생산되었지만 K서사의 자격을 갖추지 못한 서사 사이의 모호한 이분법에서 또는 더욱 노골적으로 말하자면 K 컨텐츠 vs 전 지구적 상품화를 기대하지 않으며 때로는 그것에 저항하며 그럼에도 불구하고 바로 그 저항의 힘으로 생산되는 이야기 사이의 대립에서 우리는 국가와 문학의 항상 조화롭지는 않은 관계를 다시 사유하게 됩니다. 문학은 그리고 문학을 포함한 모든 예술은 한 국가의 지배적 이념을 결정하고 선전하는 보수적 매체로 기능하기도 하지만 더 많은 경우에 국가란 과연 무엇인가 근본적으로 질문하면서 한 국가가 그 영토 안팎의 인간과 언어에 행사하는 통제적 지배력의 정당성을 의심하고 그것에 종속되지 않으려고 싸웁니다. 문학과 예술이 국가의 기능, 권력, 지배 이념에 비판적인 질문을 던지면서 그것에 맞서 싸울 때 국가성에 관하여 지배 권력이 제시하는 상을 그대로 확대 재생산하는 프로파간다 도구가 되기를 멈출 때 그리고 초국가적 자본과 유통망의 지지를 받아 소비하기 쉬운 글로벌 상품으로 포장되기도 거부할 때 그것에 K이든 무엇이든 국가 인증 마크를 붙이기란 이율 배반적인 행위일 것입니다. 그런데 역설적으로 한 국가에서 현재 가장 역동적으로 발생하는 사건들은 그 국가가 현재 처한 가장 문제적인 상황은 바로 이처럼 국가성과 상품화에 포획되는 데 저항하는 문학과 예술에 의해 가장 예리하게 포착되고 재현된다고 할 수 있습니다. 이에 따라 우리는 K서사가 지칭하는 바를 단지 K 컨텐츠에 한정하지 않고 문자 그대로 한국이라는 국가성에 대해 질문하는 데 동참시키는 문학과 예술에서의 실천들, 필연적으로 국가로부터 비판적이고 자율적인 거리를 취할 때에야 비로소 만들어지는 이야기들이라고 다시 정의할 수 있게 됩니다. 이는 K를 국가와 시장이 홍보하는 브랜드로서 순순히 받아들이는 대신 그리고 무작정 부인하고 삭제하면서 그것에 오히려 패티쉬의 지위를 부여하는 대신에 그것에 국가에 대한 질문을 포함하여 새로운 의미를 기입하는 실천이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 국가란 무엇인가? 이것이 나라인가? 21세기 한국에서 이 질문이 가장 동시다발적으로 빈번하게 고통스러울 만큼 생생하게 한 목소리로 터져나온 계기는 2014년 4월 16일 세월호 침몰 사건입니다. 학회에 참석하신 해외학자 여러분 중 혹시라도 이 사건에 대한 정보가 없으신 분들을 위해 잠시 요약해드리겠습니다. 세월호는 인천과 제주 사이를 운항하는 여객선으로 당일 아침 진도 앞바다에서 한쪽으로 기울며 가라앉기 시작했습니다. 총 476명의 승무원과 승객 중에서 304명이 가만히 있으라는 안내 방송을 준수하며 선실에서 구조를 기다리다가 목숨을 잃었습니다. 희생자 중 261명은 수학 여행을 가던 안산 단원고등학교 학생들과 교사들이었습니다. 노후한 선박에 짐을 과적하고 무리하게 출항시킨 해운회사의 부도덕성과 대통령을 비롯한 공권력의 무능은 시민들에게 분노와 슬픔이라는 서로 얽힌 커다란 감정적 힘을 불러일으켰습니다. 분노의 저항적 힘은 2016년 10월부터 대통령 퇴진 촛불 집회로 점화되었고 마침내 2017년 3월 대통령 탄핵이라는 정치적 성취를 거두었습니다. 그러나 다른 한편 집단적 슬픔의 힘은 상대적으로 해소되지 않은 채 10주기가 지난 오늘날까지 여전히 적확한 표현의 형식을 찾아 모색하는 과정에 있다고 보입니다. 2014년에 고등학생이었던 희생자들은 현재 생존했다면 27세의 청년들이 되었을 것입니다. 저를 비롯해 이 자리에 계신 선생님들께서 만나는 학부 및 대학원 학생들이 바로 세월호 세대에 속합니다. 예술대학교에서 유달리 감수성이 예민한 학생들과 10년 남짓 교류하면서 최근 몇 년 사이에 저는 제가 잘 알고 아끼는 학생들의 자살을 여러 차례 겪었습니다. 저는 이들의 때이른 죽음이 세월호 사건의 충격 및 공동체적 애도의 미완수와 연관이 없지 않다고 짐작합니다. 학교 바깥 산업 현장에서는 청년 노동자들이 안전수칙을 제대로 준수하지 않는 노동 환경에 내몰려 사망하는 사건의 소식도 빈번하게 들려옵니다. 이 죽음들은 언뜻 개별적으로 보이지만 사실은 21세기 한국의 국가성에 대해서 질문하게 한 가장 고통스러운 사건과 사후적인 연관을 여전히 맺고 있다고 생각하면서 저는 그 사건으로 다시 돌아가 그것에 대해 쓰고 싶어졌습니다. 그리고 오늘 아침 저와 함께 이러한 문제의식을 공유하는 메로즈 황 선생님께 깊이 감사드립니다. 네, 세월호 침몰 당시부터 10주기가 된 올해까지 사건을 재현하고 환기하는 많은 시, 소설, 영화가 생산되었습니다. 생존자와 유가족이 당사자로서 직접 참여한 작품들에서 이들은 친구와 자녀가 더 이상 세상에 존재하지 않는다는 현실을 분명히 인식하지만 그것을 부인하고픈 소망을 10년이 지난 지금까지도 여전히 버리지 못하는 경향이 농후합니다. 이에 따라 죽은 자들은 유령의 형상으로 이야기 안에 출몰하면서 생존자, 유가족, 그리고 창작자는 유령의 움직임에 동행하며 따라갑니다. 동행과 따라감은 어떤 목적지에 이를지 아직 알지 못하는 느리고 끈질긴 행위라고 규정할 수 있으며 세월호에 관한 역사적 의미화가 이제 겨우 시작되었음을 그리고 우리는 생존자 및 유가족과 함께 망각에 저항하여 함께 만들 이야기가 여전히 많음을 함의합니다. 앞으로 쓸 글에서 구체적인 작품들 근거로 더 자세한 분석을 제시하려 합니다. 이상입니다. 감사합니다.
I'm so sorry for 5-minute delay. Thank you very much.
Hi, esteemed colleagues. I'm Jae Kang in the Department of Communication here at SNU. Warm welcome to you and to the K-Future session. It's been a long day, I'm sure, and our session will make it even longer now. Really. So tighten your seatbelt. I'm very delighted to be part of this project and then to serve as a moderator for this session. But I would like to congratulate Professor Yu and Kwang Hyung-gi and his team for making this happen. It's a brilliant job. Let me say just a few words about the K-Future team. The K-Future project is an initiative that seeks to develop the fields of Korean studies by introducing a novel temporal perspective. Our work seeks to complement the existing body of knowledge by exploring contemporary Korean society through a future-oriented lens. Our project adopts a different temporal focus. We are examining present-day phenomena in Korea as a potential indicator of future societal developments. We call these contemporary trends and practices symptoms of K-futurity. The symptomatology of our project refers to the common theoretical and methodological propositions that we believe may offer a distinctive insights into the trajectory of Korean society. By employing the symptomatology, the K-Future team is investigating a diverse range of topics, including future-oriented practices of specific social groups, trends in financial practices, emerging lifestyle and popular media representations, religious beliefs and practices, technological advancements such as semiconductor technology, and finally, but not least, societal and cultural shift, exemplified trends like veganism as well. Through critical analysis of these varied cases, we hope to construct a nuanced understanding of how Korean society envisions and works towards its future. We look forward to sharing our research with you throughout the conference and afterwards. So without further ado, let's get on with it. Our session has a slightly different format. We will begin with the 2 session keynotes, and which will be followed by brief talks that will introduce each research topic. So the first keynote speaker is Kim Hong-jung, a professor of sociology at SNU. Professor Kim is a social theorist and sociologist of literature, culture, and film. So a bit of every cool thing he's working on. So his books include Sociology of Mind or Sociological De-Imagination, exploring social and cultural phenomena in Korea from his very distinctive and unique perspective, heavily influenced by Gilles Deleuze and Felix Guattari. So yes, unfortunately, Professor Kim is Deleuzian. Nobody's perfect. He's the leader of the K-Future team who invited us, who will represent respectively shortly, and organized and led this research team throughout. So we'd like to use this the opportunity to thank him for his dedication, commitment, and inspiration. So title of his talk is Survivalist Modernity. Please welcome Professor Kim.
Thank you, Professor Kong, for your overwhelming introduction of myself, which is hidden even for me, Deleuzian. Yeah. Good evening. My name is Kim Hong-jung. I'm from the Department of the Sociology at SNU. It's my honor to address you today at this conference. To introduce myself briefly, my academic focus lies in what can be called the psychosocial studies. It's been a little more than 10 years that I've been working on that kind of study. It's relatively unconventional within sociology. It's it's not really acknowledged or recognized by the mainstream sociology, because my perspective poses that it's very difficult to distinguish the psychic and the social ontologically, including emotions, sentiments, affects, desire. I think the flows of those, psychic fluids are the very material of the construction of the social field and phenomena and events, etc., etc. That's my basic position. In that sense, I feel a little different from the mainstream sociologist in a way. In the context of Korean studies, I employ this psychosocial lens to dissect the cultural manifestations of Korean society. In line with this approach, my presentation today will explore survivalism. What is the survivalism? I don't know. Even though I've been working on this concept for more than 10 years, in fact, the connotation and the depth of that word, survival, to survive. In French, it's survie, it's more than life. It means that it implies that human life is worth living only when it has something more than life, more than the bare life. There must be something more than the fact that I'm living. Only under that condition, that life is worth living, or that life has value. That is suggested by that word, survival. So it's a kind of a very difficult word for me. And yes, it's true. But anyway, today I will narrow down the implication of that, that kind of philosophical reflections on the word into a more sociological thesis, according to which I consider the survivalism as the quintessential psychosocial driving force that has propelled our society all throughout the 20th century. Hence, the title of my presentation is The Survivalist Modernity. To begin with, those are the contents that I'm going to talk about today, I hope. And I would like to get started with, a kind of question. That question is, who is the contemporary Korean? There's a nuance here, because it's not the question, what is the contemporary Korean society, or how can we perform the contemporary Korean studies? I don't know. But I can imagine, I can make out an image of a Korean man or woman. That's contemporary Korean man. And I think that a contemporary Korean man is characterized by a kind of a schizophrenic assemblage of many different epochs, ideologies, and worldviews. For example, we are very industrialist on national affairs. We should produce, we should prosper, etc. But at the same time, we are Democrat with regard to our own rights. We're doing our best to defend our rights, and we are able to sympathize with other people who have lost their rights. So we are Democrat, but at the same time, we are harshly neoliberalist, especially as for the education of the children. So what are we? What are we? We are schizophrenic, and we are just a living montage of different epochs. And what is interesting is the fact that the word contemporaneous or the contemporary signifies just that kind of temporal composition of different times. So I think the Koreanness should not be found in the content, how they behave themselves or what they think, but in the very form which allows the Koreans to absorb, manage these contradictory systems without any problem, with high adaptability and plasticity. And I call that form survivalism. And it means that I think behind Korean democracy, there is a survivalist democracy. Behind Korean capitalism, there is survivalist capitalism. Survivalism is just like an operating system of a computer that makes things operate, runs, right? So, yeah, a very rough definition of the survivalism can be given just like that, a set of rules of conduct that place survival at the apex, at the top of the hierarchy of the values. And before I advance my thesis of the survivalist modernity, I think I should make a panoramic review of the previously presented theories about Korean modernity. The first one that I pay attention to is the theory presented by Professor Moon-Sung Suk. I think many people, you guys are already familiar with her theory, militarized modernity. And militarized modernity, that concept centers on the Cold War period and the Park Chung-hee regime. And according to Moon, the fundamental principle of K-modernity or Korean modernity is the militarization. So Korean society is militarized, Korean people's mentality is a bit militarized, etc., etc. But I think this theory tends to limit the modernity to Cold War period. And second one would be the Confucian modernity. In fact, it's a kind of a cliche when it comes to all kinds of discourses on the Korean modernity, because many people have been talking about the Confucianism as the main resource, cultural resource of Korean modern man's mentality and collective, norms, etc. But I think it's difficult to explain the highly pragmatic, earthly, and aggressive energy and power for the survival shown by 20th century Korean people. It's more shamanic than Confucianist, in my thinking. So only with the Confucian moral system, our power of explanation is highly limited, my thinking. And the compressed modernity was proposed by Professor Jang Kyung-sub. And according to him, Korean modernity is characterized by the temporal compression, and that compression resulted in many problems. It's convincing, but I'm not so 100% satisfied with his theory, because an important question is missing. That is, why? Why did Korean people legitimize this kind of modernization? In desiring what kind of future state, or propelled or driven by what kind of desire? Because I'm psychosocial sociologist. I have that kind of question already. Yeah, but I cannot find that answer in it. Reductionist modernity, that's similar to compressed modernity thesis, and presented by Kim Tok-young, an excellent social theorist. Inspired partially by these theories, I worked on a different theory on the Korean modernity since a long time ago. My thesis is that the idea, the idea, that's not idea, but the idea, Platonician idea. What is the idea of Korean modernity? That's my question. And to answer this question, I am perfectly delusional, because that concept of idea is very singular and distinctive. I didn't find such a similar thing in other philosophers' discourses, because Deleuze defined idea, he transformed the meaning of the idea not as a systematized ideology, a totalized principle, actualized entity, but a repetitively recurring question. An idea that is a problem or a question, which returns obsessively to a certain group of subjects. So my question is that. My question is as follows. What's the idea of the Korean modernity? It means, in other words, what kind of unsolvable problem or problems haunted Korean people? It's haunting. It's not having an idea or thinking about something. It's kind of a possession. It's kind of a domination by that problem or thinking about that problem. That's important. The question is so important. That's not the modernization, development, etc., democracy. It's on the surface. It's on the surface of the real of the Korean modernity, but in depth of the Korean modernity stratification, I guess I argue that the problem of survival was there. So we need to explore that problem theoretically and empirically in the field of the social sciences as well as in the field of the humanities. That's my argument. So what does that mean? What are the implications of that survival equal idea thesis? First implication is that 20th century Korea has the popular philosophy of survival compared to Heideggerian being or Sartrean existence or Levinasian. We don't have such things. Korean people had no time to think about those things being, but they were obsessed by the problem of survival. That is popular philosophy. It means that methodologically I'm interested in people's thinking, people's sentiments, people's experiences. Second one is it's converting devices. Everything that is imported into Korean peninsula is turned into something different a little bit through the intermediary of the survivalism. We change something that we import from Europe, from Japan, from China, and I don't know why, but we change that with survivalism. What it can call survivalism. And the implication is the operating system that I already mentioned. So, how to define the survivalism theoretically? Because I'm social theorist. That's a total, combination of three different theoretical elements that I'm using here, that I'm appealing to here. The first element, the first layer of the real of the survivalism is the flows of desire. It's completely delusion. If we lose that, if we miss that dimension, we have a tendency to criticize the survivalism. We are intellectuals and people are survivalists. It's not good, you are selfish. No, because we cannot criticize the desire. We can criticize their consciousness or their knowledge, or the way of life. We can moralize them, but we cannot not at all criticize the flows of desire. But I think, unfortunately, the flows of desire are the first layer of the survivalism. It means that I respect the survivalism of 20th century Korean society, in a sense. But that flows of desire is captured and governed by what Foucault calls governmentality, the conduct of conducts, the way of taming the behaviors of others. And the governmentality turns into a kind of psycho-regime, collective regime of culture or mentality. So if we lose sight of just one element of that, it's a very easy game, I'm positioning here at a lofty position, and I look down on the survivalist people or youngsters or neoliberalists, and I criticize them. And that constitutes the typically social scientific discourses. And I'm against that kind of discourse because we should understand why people turned into such a ferocious survivalist all throughout the history, at least with a span of 100 years. How much time do I have? Yeah. So my approach is necessarily historical, and I think there have been three waves of survivalist regimes in Korea in Korean modern times. First one was around 1894, and I call that international law survivalist regime because it was inaugurated in the wake of imperialist invasions and the loss of Joseon dynasty. And after almost 50 years after that event, traumatic event, we underwent a Cold War and devastating Korean War. And that traumatic event triggered the establishment of a different survivalist regime. And around 1997, we have been experiencing another different survivalist regime, neoliberal survivalist regime. So that's my position of looking at the 100 years of Korean modern times. 3 consecutive and successive variant waves of survivalism depending on the transformations of world order. First regime, that's the beginning of all story, because intellectuals of that time, irrespective of their political position, adopted social Darwinism. It's shocking. Everybody turned into social Darwinists and thought that this world is a jungle. Confucianist dream should be broken down because we were in the fantasy. The world is jungle. So to survive, we should acquire more power. Kind of a inclination, obsessive inclination toward the power. That moment was decisive. And secondly, Cold War and Korean War. And thirdly, neoliberal survivalist regime. I've been producing several articles on each of those epochs in terms of different survivalist semantics and pragmatics and politics, etc. So, in fact, now I'm editing that book, and that book will come out in 2 or 3 months. It's in Korean. And so I think I don't have much time today. So I will skip all those things that I prepared over. And that's the scheme, in Deleuzian terms, the abstract machine of Park Chung-hee's governmentality. And it's very interesting to see his discourses, to analyze his discourses with that scheme. Because he repeatedly utilizes the word survival everywhere. Park Chung-hee, Chung Ju-young, Jo Yong-ki, did I show? Yeah. 3 survivalist shamans of Korean society. I analyzed each of them, and I read their discourses and texts. And what is interesting is that, I learned a lot from Foucault that discourses are not realities. There are words and there are things. But in Korea at that time, there is no distinction between things and words, because Park Chung-hee is passing by a countryside and he is enunciating a word. Let there be a factory. And tomorrow on, people are working to build a factory. What kind of word is that? It's not a discourse in Foucauldian terms. It's a biblical word, biblical discourse, ontogenetic, right? Words are hyper-pragmatic in those days. So it is very interesting to study the discourses, because discourses were alive. It infiltrated into the hearts and bodies of those people, poverty-stricken, immiserated. After the war, everybody was just like zombie. When you see 1950s literature, Korean literature, you cannot ever see a person proceed, because everybody is perishing, really, lost any kinds of hope for the future. So it's really difficult to read them. But in 1960s on, we see Kim Seung-ok. The first novel of Kim Seung-ok is The Practice of Life. And we evaluate that novel as the renovation of the sensibility without thinking about the historical context of that kind of resurrection. Those 3 shamans kind of performed, planned, and designed the resurrection of the Korean people with the help of their own ideology of survivalism, right? So I think, yeah, that's such a story. And and Cho Young-gi, so it's really interesting, Cho Young-gi, but I have no time, so I pass. Because what was interesting in Cho Young-gi's discourses, yeah, I know that Cho Young-gi is harshly criticized by many, even including me, but Cho Young-gi looked into the reality of Korean people in 1950s and 1960s because he did his sermons and services in the northern part of Seoul, where refugees, a lot of refugees from the North Korea were there. So he saw them. He saw them, that kind of desperate situation and reality, and he came up with a very strange Pentecostalism. And the essence of that doctrine is that the Christianity that those people are in need of at that time is not the conservative, punitive Christianity, but life-enhancing, life-empowering Christianity. So he is talking about good God, 좋으신 하나님. What an idea, good God, right? It's crazy. God is not good. God is transcendent, but God is good, trapped in human moral code. That's Korean Christianity, coming from the survival, threatening situations of the Cold War period. So if you don't understand that historical situation, the discourses that you are studying into is floating just around there, just like a cloud. But match those discourses to the earth, and you see a very interesting landscape of a society which begins to resuscitate itself after, the zombie-like long state of death. Yeah. And finally, I was going to talk about Minjung theology because I thought that this theology is very interesting in that it is it represents a sort of anti-survivalist survivalism. But yeah, okay, those two persons, Son Nam-dong and An Byung-moo, I adore, I respect, and I'm really into those two theologians' theology for several years. And yeah, I hope next time I will have a chance to talk about them together. Right? Oklos Minjung, etc. And Minjung has the power of auto self-transcendence. It means that they have the power to struggle against their own tendency to the survivalism. And that's magnificent, I think. And Kim Ji-ha, dialectics of Han and Don is magnificent also. Yeah. And the future of survivalism, that's what we are going to talk about today. In fact, what will happen to the Korean survivalism in 21st century? That's another question. In terms of the task that we are going to perform in our team, will it be fortified? Korean people will become more strong survivalists in 21st century? Or will it change into a different cycle regime? Right? It's a conundrum, a puzzle, an interesting point of observation. And I'm working on the research of feminist vegans. It's a small fraction of people, but I learned that there is emerging a different attitude about the life. That is extension of survivalism to non-human beings. Post-humanist turn may be being introduced into the survivalist strong semantics, maybe. Zoe-centered vitalism, and they don't want to eat the flesh of other animals in the name of the zoe of that animal. It's not the bios of that animal. It's not the dignity of that animal. It's only the flesh and bone of that animal, and they recognize the importance of the zoe of other animals, non-humans. So humans and non-humans are not different is a very, kind of a small portion of hope, but I am working on those newly emerging phenomena in the name of kenotic survivalism. Kenosis, kenosis, that's self-emptying. There's two survivalisms, theoretically speaking. Konetic survivalism, konatus. I survive, so I fortify my being, just like Spinoza. And kenosis, kenotic survivalism. I survive and I empty myself. I empty my humanity. I humble myself down into the animals in order to survive together. Thank you.
I really hate to say that, but I told you so. He's a delusion. Well, next speaker is equally exciting. We have a French connection today, but no pressure at all. The Professor Natalie Luca is our next speaker, anthropologist, and she is research professor at National Center for Scientific Research and Center for Social Research on Religion in Paris. She wrote several books on cults, so we got some connection about this survivalist, the shaman through Jo Yong-gi and other religious figures as well. So her books include Le Salut par le Fou, une ethnologie Jean Messi-Coréen. Désolé pour ma prononciation, je ne parle pas français. So the English title should be Salvation Through Football, an ethnologist at the home of a Korean Messiah. That was Natalie's first book a couple of decades ago. So, and since then, her works have such a massive impact on our anthropological imagination of Korean cult as well. So we are absolutely pleased to have her today. So the title of her talk today is What is Optimism? So please join me to welcome Professor Luca.
여러분들은 안녕하세요. I would like to warmly thank Professor Kim Hong-jun for inviting me to this meeting and allowing me to take an active part in the fascinating program of the new Research Center on Korean Studies hosted by Seoul University. It will be a great honor to integrate his team tackling our future theoretical experimentations. At the beginning of my research, probably because of my focus on the anthropology of religion, I didn't make any distinction between faith, optimism, and belief. These words were all synonymous to me. When I started studying entrepreneurship, I was struck by how the entrepreneurs I was meeting used these three words, and I found it useful to distinguish them. My understanding of their thoughts and actions led me to develop three preliminary definitions. Faith is a cozy feeling, an attitude of confidence without which optimism is impossible. Faith and optimism work hand in hand. Faith gives you the strength to move on. A faithful attitude allows you to imagine your future as you please. This ability to project yourself in another time frame is linked to performing an action, a movement. That's what I mean by optimism. But how can you move on if you fail to have any direction in mind? That direction is provided by your beliefs or your ideal. Religion doesn't have the monopoly of beliefs. Any ideal is, as it were, a belief. But to be effective, ideals or beliefs cannot be abstract. They have to be rooted in concrete situations. That's why I am in full agreement with Dewey's pragmatist theory. Dewey doesn't explain the ideal as something inaccessible, something you can't experience in the present. On the contrary, the ideal is constructed in your daily practice. It is the value you assign to every concrete situation you experience, a value that transcends and guides all your actions. As a result, being optimistic is being able to uncover in the present the actions that will allow you to build up your imagined future. Being optimistic is seizing the opportunities linked to your project. It requires being here and now fully, both in terms of time and space frames, and fully conscious. It also requires being driven by a desire. Opportunity is what brings the potential of the future into the present. With this consideration in mind, I will oppose optimism of acting and optimism of thinking, which is commonly defined as a positive thinking. That is, the optimism of Leibniz, cogently described and criticized by Voltaire. Optimism of thinking is not rooted in concrete situations and experiences. On the contrary, it is a perception of the world as it is not, in the name of an ideology or a belief that prevents any concrete action or any action actually adapted to the present situation. Today, this is typically the case for the majority of startup entrepreneurs, but also for large companies in the West, South Korea, or Japan. Acting with the ambition of constructing something that transcends us requires a fourfold presence in the world, requiring to be fully in the present moment, requiring to be connected to other people, requiring to be connected with your own thinking, desire, or ideal, requiring full awareness of where you are. This fourfold presence in the world is the condition of creativity, understood as an experience in Dewey theory. When your actions are fully inscribed in the present time, they connect your past knowledge to your future ideal, thanks to their shared direction and values. Artists are ideal-typical of this fourfold presence in the world, but what happens in the opposite case? The best way to understand the meaning of this fourfold presence in the world is to take examples where this presence is truncated, whipped out, destroyed willingly. I will start with an extreme example, the inhuman experience told by Primo Levi in Is This a Man? First, annihilation of time. The Jewish condition in Auschwitz led to their dehumanization. The first consequence of their mistreatment was the annihilation of time. No future, no past, no present, and an inability to inhabit the present. The days were identical, dull, meaningless. Units of time had lost value. History had stopped. Secondly, inhabiting space became impossible. Prisoners were forced to regularly change their place in the dormitories. Their neighbors were zealously different persons. Establishing the slightest habit was systematically trumped. Primo Levi described the rituals of prisoners desperately striving to occupy space in order to gain a certain degree of security in face of the unforeseen. Those who survived in these conditions were those who managed to maintain a connection with one of the prisoners who were able to express themselves in their own language or another familiar one. Such exchanges were made almost impossible to establish. Those who had no connection to others became the drowned, the Muslims, the prisoners who were not alive, not dead, soulless. First, being disconnected from their own thinking, desire, ideal, cut off from time, cut off from space, cut off from others, they finally became cut off from their own thoughts, emptied of themselves, reduced to the state of a machine. They were entirely dehumanized, cut off from any desire or ideal. Of course, this is a very radical example, but the robotization of the human beings can be observed to a lesser extent in very ordinary situations, such as in the working conditions of factory workers. The French Catholic philosopher Simone Weil experienced this firsthand and recounted it in her book, The Working Condition, first published in 1951. What Simone Weil defined as vocation is very similar to what Dewey called experience. For her, acting vocationally is to be fully present, fully aware, and at the same time being driven by a powerful desire for greater fulfillment. She considered that the work was the expression of the vocation insofar as it enables the workers to use and become aware of all their abilities. For Dewey, there is no freedom without awareness of all our faculties, and the first faculty that needs to be educated is the one that allows us to discover and to experience all the others. This experience is nothing less than a complete interpenetration of ourselves with the situations of our environment. This is the only way to go beyond what we are in the present moment. Without this interpenetration and this painstaking attention to every action, the being shrinks, and this diminution of the being is what Simone Weil observed while working in a factory. For the workers, reduced to repeat quickly the same actions, without understanding their meaning, without a global vision of the factory, because they just know the small place where they work. Without being aware of the global object they contribute to manufacture or of the time it will take to manufacture it, they are trapped in the very instant present with neither past nor future, without any meaning. Then the thinking shrinks, recoils, consciousness becomes impossible. The absence of a spatial, temporal, functional, or relational vision amounts to enslaving the individual, annihilating desire and all possible projects. Very surprisingly, nowadays, we can observe some similar situation in big companies, not only among unskilled employees, but also among highly qualified executives. One of my colleagues, the French sociologist Jean-Philippe Boyoud, notes that today the highly qualified executives suffer of a dehumanized feeling similar to that observed by Simone Weil in his book, Between Hammer and Envied Executives Caught in a Trap. He writes, following different paths, the life of executives has come to echo the insecurity that was once the lot of blue-collar workers, white-collar employees, and supervisors alone. Insecurity about the future and job instability right up to the highest level due to the constant risk of sale, relocation, or closure. deterioration in objective working conditions due to the ever-increasing demands for ever greater productivity. Eventually, questions arise for everyone concerning the point of continuing to work in an uncertain, anxiety-provoking environment that is ultimately often meaningless, empty of meaning, where the construction of meaning and justification for actions fails. The project then becomes an unattainable, a bait linked to distract managers from the present, rather than an opportunity to build the future by relying on the present. When a big company no longer offers its executives geographic stability, because relocation and outsourcing are always looming, or because their offices are interchangeable. When a big company no longer provides its executives with time stability, because the future is the only focal point. When a big company no longer provides its executives with thinking stability, because the construction of meaning is faulty. When a big company no longer provides its executives stability in their relationship with others, because trust is ruined by the competitive spirit, then the situation leads to burnout, depression, and sometimes even suicides. Among executives who were initially highly dedicated to or even passionate about their work. The resulting impression that salaried employment is a deprivation of freedom which is not compensated for by any sense of security leads many young people to choose other forms of professional commitment and to break away from the world of big business. With one of my students, I made a documentary about a startup accelerator called NUMA. It is entitled Changing the World, the NUMA's Entrepreneurs. The film shows the contrast between what the young entrepreneurs told and what they really felt. The entrepreneurs all said that being an entrepreneur was a calling, something they had wanted to become since childhood. Their ambition was to change the world by their actions and to make corporate management more horizontal. They were aware that it was ambitious and very demanding, but they enjoyed it. Their role models were the GAFAM founders, and they spoke the same language. Startup entrepreneurs from all over the world were invited to share their success stories. But the reality was very different. They were all depressed. They were all on antidepressants. They asked unpaid interns to work as hard as they did, including on weekends, and didn't understand why some of these interns were reluctant and not fully committed to their company. They had no life, no girlfriend or boyfriend, lived in very small apartments, had lost their friends, but they continued to repeat that they wanted to change the world. They wanted to shake up the established order. Most of them, if not all of them, failed. And after going through depression, they continued their career in a big company as a manager. That is what they claimed they had been avoiding all along. Instead of changing the world, they took their place in it and learned the GAFAM catechism at their own expense. The best example of optimism of acting I may give in this presentation is that of the entrepreneurs I've met in Haiti. I shot a documentary with them called The Careers of Optimism. I went there just after the passage of Hurricane Matthew, which devastated the south of the country. Haitians were very angry with the non-governmental organizations. They were already complaining the fact that these organizations had arrived very late. The local people were already very active and knew exactly what they needed. They were present and very aware of the situation they were facing. Their actions were not spectacular, but they acted collectively, helping each other in a way that corresponded to the needs of the population. On the contrary, the non-governmental organizations arrived with their own projects in mind, without taking into account what the local people were doing, and they proposed solutions that did not correspond to what the people expected. Their projects were inappropriate and many failed. The non-governmental organizations didn't understand the anger of the Haitians. They were motivated and optimistic. They really believed in their charitable mission, but they were not aware of the real situation. They didn't share information with the locals. They didn't understand their needs. They only thought of applying what they imagined was needed without being present in the place, without being in touch with the situation and the people who lived there. What I argue here is that the actions of the non-governmental organizations were based on an optimism of thinking, while the actions of the Haitians were based on an optimism of acting. That is, an optimism that reflects know-how handing down from generation to generation, which becomes instinctive, an ability to react swiftly and with very little, because in such difficult life situations, like those of the Haitians have been living for several centuries, the reflex is not to make long-term plans, but rather to be aware of everything that happens in each situation. That requires to be fully present to be fully in the present moment. That requires to be connected to other people. That requires full awareness of where they are. That requires to be connected with a direction that allows to improve or stabilize the very near future. That is an inherited capital, the only one they really developed, a capital that dwindles when other capitals develop. You may think that all this is far away from the situation of Korea and its future. But can't we say that in the recent history of South Korea, since the Korean War, the country has moved from an optimism of acting to an optimism of thinking, as the country's development has increased and neoliberalism has been introduced? Of course, the situation of the workers were certainly very similar to what Simone Weil experienced. But in South Korea, as in the West or in Japan, managers seem to be the real victims of neoliberalism. And the more they suffer from the neoliberal catechism of positive thinking, the more they speak the same language. One of my students, Kang Dae-hoon, observes in his doctoral dissertation the consequences of the fierce competition between companies concerning relations between employees, but also between employers and employers. All relationships seem to be governed by the obligation to respect and to develop a nunchi attitude. What used to be an inherited attitude of paying attention to the present situation is becoming a word that has been tweaked for judging people. It was very surprising for me to discover that in the wake of the Korean cultural wave, a book translated into a wide range of foreign languages, landing in France with the title Nunchi, I read it and found all the cliché of positive thinking wrapped up in caricatured examples. The author, a Korean American, claimed that the nunchi attitude was the result of the culture that Koreans had integrated. I agree with her, but what had been assimilated has been profoundly reshaped and no longer leads employees to be truly connected to the situation they belong to, but only to fear being excluded. Some of them left their company and decided to settle on Jeju-do, but the vast majority of the employees can't leave their job. They have to endure it. I suppose that some of them try to find elsewhere something that helps them to reconnect with the fourfold presence in the world. With this perspective in mind, I would like to conduct a field work on a meditation center called Ways and Stonefield Community, which was established in Dojeon some years ago by a Canadian Jesuit, Bernard Senecal, who's received Korean citizenship. People can stay there a few days, but when they are there, they have to take part in a variety of activities, working in the fields of or engaging in meditation. I intend to stay there for a few months. Few months is to observe who comes, why they come, how they are when they arrive and when they leave. It could be an initial fieldwork to observe how people resist the current processes of globalization, capitalization, digitalization, and also dehumanization. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, many thanks for this fascinating talk, Professor Luca. I'm sure we will continue to talk about some issues you raised throughout the discussion. We have the lineup of presentation for the two from English departments and the two from anthropology. So first speaker is Chung-Ha Kim from English department, and then she will talk about some more gut thing and egregis as well. So we will just straightforward. Yeah, go on with it.
Okay, hello, I'm Chung-Ha Kim in English at Seoul National University. Thank you, Professor Kim and Luca, for your inspiring and insightful presentations. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to briefly introduce my project because we're running out of time and getting hungry, and so I'm going to briefly introduce my project in responding to the two keynote speakers, with a focus on the frameworks of symptomatology and survivalism. Two concepts that our team is tackling together and attempting to theorize. I think the two presentations demonstrate that modern and contemporary Korea as an objective study requires a distinctive methodology, a very distinctive methodology, and which is symptomatology. So for Professor Luca, one symptom to understand the sociocultural dynamics of Korean society is neoliberal optimism, right? And for Professor Kim, it is Korean survivalism as a form of the Koreanness, not content of the Koreanness, and which I think it's a kind of structural feeling in Korean history, right? Like a kind of master plot or unconscious core in Korean history. So in relation to that, my project focuses on the affective dimension of symptoms and affectivity of symptoms. As Bruno Latour points out, a symptom is not a matter of fact, but a matter of concern, a matter of affect. This means that I think a symptom does not exist apart from our concern, anxiety, and engagement as a being in the world. We, as actant and patients, like sick people in the world, we affect and are affected by the outside, the other, the world. And a symptom is the result of a compromise between all these forces. So therefore, the network surrounding symptoms is both ontological and epistemological. So symptoms and symptomatology is basically about, I think, is an affective entanglement. In line with this, my paper titled "And So I Live Another Day: Senses of 가생 and Exhaustion in K Narratives" is a case study of an affective entanglement in K symptomatology. This project actually began as my own observation of my students at Seoul National University, who are some of the most hardworking young people in South Korea, living the so-called 가생 lifestyle. 가생 is Korean word. 생 means life, so God is God in English, and so it refers to living very diligently and doing one's best and pursuing like constant productivity and self-improvement until one becomes a god or a master once of their lives. And I think this resonates, 가생 lifestyle, resonate with Professor Luca's take on Korean optimism as survivalism. And students here are highly successful and high-achieving students, but they're also among the most exhausted people, groups in South Korea, I think. And interacting with my students, I started thinking about the uncanny coexistence of survivalism and exhaustion, optimism and depression, and the life drive and the death drive at the same time in Korean society. So now I'm navigating many texts, but for now I think I'll be focusing on Lee Chang-dong's film Burning and the Korean TV series My Liberation Notes, 나의 해방일지. And I'm interested in how these two works show the affective symptoms of neoliberal survivalism felt by Korean youth precariat and the effects of anger and exhaustion. So as I'm working on the topic of the Korean youth precariat and their affect as a symptom of neoliberal survivalism, I was wondering if for the two keynote speakers, I'm wondering if the variant of generation is significant to your work and the status of Korean young people, Korean youth, how significant the status of Korean youth in your project? Because, I mean, neoliberalism is also a universal phenomenon, right? So what is peculiarity or singularity of Korean youth in your project? I was wondering. And additionally, I also wonder how you might think the temporality of neoliberal survivalism. I mean, how this temporality of neoliberal survivalism turns both to the past and to the future. And of course, neoliberalism is a historical product constructed from the past, right? But it is also hinders the subject from engaging with history, right? And also, I think neoliberalism is also a force that anticipates a future catastrophe. So, yeah, if time permits, I wonder how you might think that, like, the issue of temporality. Thank you.
Many thanks for this very insightful comment. As you can see, that we tried to give some the comment on the keynote speech while connecting their respective the research in our K future team as well. So next discussant is Professor Yi from the English department.
Hello, my name is Dong-Shin Lee. I'm also from the English department at SNU. I'm mostly teaching contemporary American fiction and science fiction, and my research is mostly on the post-humanism. And as you can guess, Korean studies is so not my field. So it's weird to be here, but if I'm forced to offer some sort of the commonality to justify my presence here, I have to say it's the question of future. It is the future that drove me to study science fiction and posthumanism in the first place. As I was increasingly dissatisfied with the representational literature and literary criticism, which I described, though I admit a bit unfairly, as past-oriented. And it is the future where I found a common ground to discuss with these scholars on my team, hence the name of the team, K-Future. Now, the future is, I think, a common theme in today's two keynote speeches by Professor Kim and Professor Luca. Although they both talk about the survivor and Professor Luca optimism, I think it's interesting that there is a certain notion of future underlying their talk. And I guess if I have a question for them, how they think about the future, how they define the future in their, I guess, research. So when I was thinking about the future, it's very dark, especially in Korea, not just in Korea, but in the world as well. And the future, in a sense, whatever it is now is a luxury and at best an afterthought. And at worst, future is impossible if you are powerless and you have a certain idea of future and it's just that future is impossible, or it's unchangeable if you're powerless and someone else, I guess mostly in those in power, set the future for you. So in a sense, the future is either impossible or unchangeable for most of us, which I guess why people are, as Professor Lucas says, depressed and burned out and kill themselves. So the impossibility of the future envisioned by the powerless may be due to the simple fact that they are, I guess, they don't have enough power to realize their future. One easy way to solve this problem would be gather up enough power, which means that the powerless need to streamline different ideas of future into one so as to gain enough support. But this means making the future an easy target for those in power. Moreover, making diverse futures into a singular one requires certain logic. And more often than not, that logic is borrowed from the oppressors, the powerful, as so many post-colonial discussions have shown, which again makes an easy target for the powerful who are already versatile to talk about and deal with that logic. Thus, the future envisioned by the powerless unfortunately shows, to borrow Frederick Jameson's words, our incapacity to imagine the future, end quote. On the other hand, in this age, the unchangeability of the future set by those in power seems to draw its power, ironically, from the formidability of the problems caused by the logic that helped create the future. That is, the future seeming unchangeability is not, as it may have been in the previous centuries, the evidence to the high and self-righteous value of the future or the logic behind it. On the contrary, that future or logic is an easy target for harsh criticisms for having caused so many problems we are experiencing today. It is not only because it is easy, not only because it is so big as to be an obvious target, but also because it is used to explain diverse and remote problems easily. Terms like the Anthropocene and Capitalocene, which force us to see current problems in a sort of the monological worldview, offer fine examples to this. This is why Donna Haraway is suspicious of such terms, offers her own Truthscene to emphasize the complexity and multiplicity of the world of ours. Nevertheless, the Anthropocene and Capitalocene prevail, so it's their monological worldview, according to which the future seems almost unchangeable, that is, as unchangeable as the Anthropocene or capitalism is predominant. The impossibility and unchangeability of the future overshadows Korean society today, and symptoms of that future are popping up here and there. the most explicit of which would be the low birth rate and high suicide rate. But even with these catastrophic symptoms of the future, life goes on, as it always has been. Why can't we see more symptoms? What makes us not see ourselves trapped in the future and the logic behind it? How do we feel the urgency of having different futures? And where do we find it? My project is planning, my project that I'm planning now begins with these questions. I believe that to quote Dominic Pachman, quote, the digitalization of the distraction, which is too constant and total to allow any way out, is particularly effective in Korean society, giving people few chances to experience prolonged boredom, or better, as Heidegger calls, profound boredom. As Michael Newman is right as saying, quote, the only way of transforming everything would be a transfigured relation to time as such, whether this is the time of being for Heidegger or messianic redemption for Benjamin. Such is the project of the great boredom, end quote. And what is really in need for Korean society is the creative power of boredom to envision futures that have no relation to the future we have. So based on these ideas, my project is called the Bored K-Monsters, Ample Generations, and Their Profound Boredom. So I'm just quickly described my project. And monsters populating many Korean dramas and films are rarely boring, and their popularity is constantly rising, as is attested by the unceasing production of K-monster programs on Netflix, such as Hellbound, the Gyeongsang Creature, and Sweet Home, to name a few. K-monsters, however, seemed bored. It's not for the lack of action they are bored. They are, after all, in constant and dire fights with the human characters who keep coming up with new ways to fight, and sometimes kill the monsters. The dramatic present hardly lacks excitement for them. What causes their boredom is the future, where only prolongation of the present awaits them. In the future, there will be no total annihilation of their enemies, that is humans, because no production companies will allow such an ending. Nor there be superheroes capable of annihilating the monsters due to budgetary limitation or to the fact, to speak frankly, this is not Hollywood. We don't have that kind of superheroes. Thus, K-monsters are bored, trapped in the present, and that constantly offers them what may amount to distraction, no matter how exciting and dire they are. So I'm going to talk about these bored K-monsters and how bored they are, and how their boredom is sort of the representative of the Korean society. But at the same time, I want to also tap into the potential of their deep boredom to turn profound, and drawing on Heidegger's notion of profound boredom, envisions a state that is non-relational to the present and also future as imagined in the present. Thank you.
Many thanks for your exciting project on profound boredom as well. Professor Lee from the Anthropology Department will be the third speaker.
Hi, I'm Snu Lee from Anthropology Department. I found both presentations incredibly interesting because they address issues related to the future, temporality, and our affective or psychological responses to these issues. The theme of futurity resonates with my recent research on young Korean cryptocurrency investors and various investment advisory YouTube channels. So given the limited time, I'll briefly introduce my research under the K-Future project and discuss how it connects with the presentations by both professors. So first, I'd like to interpret the survivalism and optimism presented by both professors in relation to Pierre Bourdieu's discussion of the duality of modern temporality. In his ethnography of the Kabyle people in Algeria, Bourdieu explains how this community had to abandon the traditional notion of temporality and learn the capitalist habitus or the temporal disposition of capitalism. He describes this capitalist temporality as the contradictory conjunction of calculable and but open. So I will not read the whole quotation, but the last sentence, the future as a side of possibility that are open and susceptible to calculation. So here possibility has a kind of ambivalent meaning, dual meaning, like which is like susceptible to calculation, and it is also open. So in other words, the future now emerges as an empty horizon, calculable through various devices, while simultaneously being regarded as an open and subject to change. So as Immanuel Wallerstein says, in modernity, change becomes normal. This means that the future becomes both an object of calculation and an object of belief. While this temporality may seem contradictory at first glance, the duality of the future in capitalist modernity seems to be found in various concepts used in capitalist analysis concerning the future. For example, like economist Frank Knight famously distinguishes between risk and uncertainty. According to him, risk can be calculated through probability distributions, while uncertainty refers to an event that goes beyond such calculability. Or Keynes' distinction between enterprise and speculation also seems to reflect this division. According to Keynes, investment is based on the evaluation of companies' past performance and underlying capital, while speculation involves predicting the unpredictable preference of the market. Within this theoretical framework, I've been examining now how Korean investment advisory YouTubers predict and present the future of the financial market. What I found interesting is how these YouTubers combine so-called objective data with fictional narratives. So they present various numbers, figures, or graphs to predict the future, but they create stories or narratives around these predictions. So on one hand, the prediction of the future market is a highly technical discussion, but on the other hand, it's also close to a myth, or what sociologist Jens Beckert calls fictional expectations. I'm particularly interested in how they combine these two aspects to performatively construct a concrete vision of the future. And I'll now shift to commenting on both professors' presentations. So what struck me today's talk is that the themes of survivalism and optimism are also found in YouTube investment advisory channels and among the South Korean young investors I have interviewed. So here, survivalism manifests as a form of 존버, you might know the term, and optimism as 떡상, dreaming of a moonshot or kind of dramatic price increase. So while survivalism and optimism may seem opposed, I think they are actually two sides of the same coin. In both survivalism and optimism, there is an element of waiting and endurance, which suggests a peculiar form of agency or rather patience, to borrow Professor Kim Hong-jung's concept. The future becomes a space for survival where the present continues because it is calculable. But at the same time, it is a space of dreams and beliefs because it remains open. Perhaps this peculiar combination of survivalism and optimism, at least especially optimism of thinking, as Professor Lucas says, this combination is best captured by Laurent Berland's famous concept of cruel optimism. Bollang describes cruel optimism as a relation of attachments to compromised conditions of possibility whose realization is discovered either to be impossible, surely fantasy, or too possible and toxic. In other words, it refers to an affective response to a reality where only the ideal and the myth of a good life persist, while the conditions and calculability to achieve it are gradually crumbling. So in my previous research, I have described this combination of survivalism and optimism or cruel optimism, which is particularly evident among South Korean youth as post-developmental affect. So post-developmental affect is an affective response to a situation where developmental idea that kind of, or like a modern myth that younger generations will live more prosperous lives than previous generations. That ideas continue to prevail, but the material and practical foundations of rapid economic growth and development are collapsing. So young people I interviewed during my field of research compared this situation to running hard on a treadmill, while the treadmill itself is gradually slowing down. So I will conclude my discussion by quoting directly from this interview. So let me read. Objectively speaking, today's society might be more affluent than ever, but I think that in the past, people could build a plan for an ordinary life, 평범한 삶, when to buy a home, get married, and have a baby. For our generation, it's simply impossible to think out our future because having a stable job is just out of reach for most of us. So we feel like we are doomed from the starting line. We are the most educated generation ever and still making a lot of effort, but society does not reciprocate our efforts anymore. It's like if you were to continue running fast on a treadmill while it slows down and stops, you would lose control and eventually fall off the treadmill, right? I think that's our generation's situation. That kind of sense of uneasy and instability keeps haunting me and us. Thank you.
Many thanks for Professor Lee's insightful comments. And so, yeah, we are very much oscillating between this pessimism, optimism as well. But it's for your information, the AC is just turned off after 6 o'clock. So it's the matter of surviving the conference now. But it's still hanging there. We are nearly there as it finishes in sight. So our final speaker is Professor Moon Young-cho from the Anthropology Department at Yonsei. So she will talk about the intensity of the uncommon futures. Please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. I never expected such a long conference. It's over 6 o'clock. Yeah, it's really weird experience for me. And then, unfortunately, but I think it's quite fortunate. We have a limited time. I was not informed fully what to prepare for this conference from Professor Kim Hong-jung. He was so into the 조용기, the 정주영 thing, and he never, informed me about how to prepare. Yeah, so I prepared only one picture of photo. And then because I'm doing my fieldwork in the southern area in South Korea, which is called Gyeongsangbuk-do, but I will not designate the specific region. It is Gun. So today, the researchers, including me, we imagine Korea from our own position and place and bring it into being. So if any representative K emerges in this process, I think it is kind of a temporary consequence of alliances forged in some power relations. So this alliance, which has now achieved hegemony, certainly seems to be the product of a linear and scalar project, goes Seoul to Korea and to the world. So I'm also familiar with this kind of flow, but I also feel some need to introduce different Korea in our discussion. So that's why I'm now thinking about I still don't know how to translate. It is called the local extinction, the 지역 소멸 and 지방 소멸, because I have working a lot about poverty and the young people, the youth issues. But now I realize that it's quite urban thing. So I'm working on both China and South Korea. And when I worked on China, I have been to the countryside, the rural areas many times because I had to work on the rural migrants, rural to urban migrants. But South Korea, the farming and countryside and pageant thing, and it was quite weird and very strange to me. And so I really reflected on myself and then what I actually did as an anthropologist. So starting this year, I'm going to the countryside and then thinking about 소멸, the extinction and disappearance. But when I talked to my friend about my project, and then she said to me, because she's in the university in Gwangju, and she is also a professor, and then she talked to me, so now some Westerners go to Africa. And that's why she talked to me. And because, we are in Seoul National, or whether Yonsei and Seoul National, when you talk about K and Korea, it was all about what happens in Seoul and some kind of media. And then we directly, our counterpart is kind of other countries, rather than other regions in Korea. So, I totally understood what she meant. So against this backdrop, I've recently become interested in the topic of so-called local extinction. But probably the hollowing out of rural communities, that might be a better term. The Japanese official Hiroya Matsuda classified a region as a risk of disappearing if female population falls below half of its elderly population. So this is a quite simple approach, and then it faced a lot of criticism. But his book, The 지방 소멸, became bestseller in Japan and then quickly translated in Korean. So there are apocalyptic predictions that continued population migration from other regions to Seoul will accelerate the decline of these regions and turning them into the black holes that absorb the national budget. So it is in this context that the government began to take massive actions to combat so-called local extinction, the 지역 소멸, 지방 소멸. But we all know that it is totally impossible to specify a timeline for disappearance or extinction. So even the region or the climate. So what kind of a time do local communities nominated for disappearance actually live? So by local communities, we can imagine a wide array of beings, such as trees and flowers, cows and buildings and pipelines and government officials, the farmers, the migrant workers, and young people. So I've recently started a research to explore the times, it's not the times of a local extinction. That is how it emerges in various modes, such as governance, activism, and ethos, beliefs, and bonal practices. So with this question, I'm currently conducting the ethnographic research in county-level region in Gyeongbuk province. And then the region has a rich historicity, but it was notorious. It became notorious for the 지방 소멸 지수 1위. High-risk area for rural depopulation. But the size is twice of Seoul, but the population is less than 50,000. So, I want to show this picture as they are mostly is rice farming, and then there's only one small building. It used to be the motel, very outdated old motel, but it was renovated for the newly coming young people from Seoul and from the other cities. And then, so I just talked about the 소멸, extinction, and disappearance. But what I found is it cannot disappearing. It is so many things happening in this small region. And so today I meet the local government officials and project managers and migrant youth and rural natives who have interacted through such kind of project. So the government has a lot of projects so that a lot of young people to come to this kind of a small country town. And then, what I found interesting is the stigma of the endangered region is being translated into opportunity or pollution among many local stakeholders because the government budget has dramatically increased because of the 소멸 1위. So we are number one, the endangered area. So apparatus of extinction operates in quite futuristic ways. And while modern norms that youth are expected to perform in South Korea have been questioned, but the government persists in combating rural decline by measuring policy success in terms of migration rates, employment rates, and fertility rates. So the precarious migrant young people, and then they are forced to be mobile because they have no enough resource to specialize their futures. But the rural natives, the 현지인, the 지역민, the rural natives whose futures were long denied and ignored during Korea's development process, they attempt to secure kinship-oriented and circular time in often exclusive ways. So the anthropologists Valentine and Hassan, they suggest that the study of futurity carefully consider not a future, is uncommon futures, that without assuming a common future. So they prompt us to ask for whom and where, when, and what scale is the future, and what kind of puzzle and problem or solutions. So what I witnessed in this kind of in this site of local extinction is the sheer intensity of uncommon futures, with which different groups invokes their norms, desires, beliefs, and affects. So it can never, be kind of disappearing. So in this context, the K-futurity emerged as the incommensurability and irreconcilability of upcoming futures intertwined with stratified and contentious past and present. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Professor Cho. She showed one single image with millions of stories, as usual. As a storyteller, we really appreciate it. Maybe Professor Kim and Professor Luke. Well, it's enough. Okay. The next session tomorrow morning is at 10 o'clock in the morning, so we got about 15 hours to go. Maybe it's before then. It's probably 5-6 minutes now. So if you have any questions or comments from the floor, now or never. Keith.
Thank you. I really enjoyed those presentations. But, sorry. As I was listening to them, I recognized Professor Luca talked about Dewey. And I was thinking so much of that is already there in Zemyatin's We, which was 1920-something, or Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. And from that point, I was thinking, well, how international are these ideas? And is it necessary to look at K-Future in terms of what other people around the world have been thinking about similar things? But another issue with that, back to Professor Kim's thing at the beginning, when you were talking about Cho Yong-gi and various aspects of Minjung theology, I was thinking, how does that relate back to how Cho Yong-gi is read by Christian communities in other parts of the world, which is very different to the way it's read here in Korea or intended here in Korea, and possibly Minjung theology with liberation theology. So I'm just wondering about that sort of international dimension in what you're talking about.
We may pick up a few more before we go. And so if Professor Kim starts talking, we will never finish anyway. So we will possibly pick up a few more if you have. Otherwise, we'll just go on. Is it all right? Okay then. All right, over there.
And so the sense in depicting the recent past, so that despite the fact that many young people in contemporary Korea voice a sense of being left behind or facing a future less bright than the ones that their immediate parents and grandparents faced. So depictions of the recent past are generally of a place bleaker, so where people were poorer, where people faced even more difficult forms of discrimination and inequality in daily life, so that much of Korean society, both economically and justicially, feels it has overcome or advanced past. And so with this vision of the recent past as being a worst place in mind, I'm curious what you think of the pessimism that emerged jointly across all of your presentations and anxiety on the part of contemporary Korean youth culture.
I think it's the second question will go to the Professor Chung-Ha Kim, and then followed by final comments from our dear leader, Professor Kim. There. Urgent agreement to finish it early.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a position of talking about a Korean youth because I'm not a Korean sociologist. I'm basically like a literature scholar. But but I just wanted to repeat what I mentioned in my presentation because my sense is that there is an uncanny coexistence of survivalism and exhaustion, and optimism and depression, and the life drive and the death drive in Korean society. And it is peculiarly symptomatic in Korean youth these days, and especially female, women in particular, I think. And that's what we can see as a structural feeling in 82년생 Kim Ji-young as well. But I also connects to Professor Kim's point when he mentioned the feminist to vegan activism. So I wonder how you might connect 82년생 Kim Ji-young and feminism reboot and your recent research on feminist to vegan
We call it in the academic terminology is a 폭탄 delivery. It's a kind of a thing. Is the question concerns is what could be the distinctive aspect of this exhaustion in the young generation? Yeah. Whether there is a certain very distinctive aspect of positivism within this very dystopian and eschatological futuristic idea. So that's the kind of the converging into the term survivalism, which it doesn't necessarily nail it as either positivism or pessimism, or maybe nihilism. So maybe this is time to wrap it up by the last comment from Professor Kim on those issues, including Keith's idea about the more international context of Minjung.
Yeah, I will make it really quick. In fact, I think the most fundamental topic that we are dealing with may be how can we produce the future? By believing it, or by storytelling it, or by self-emptying? We don't know. We are in a total confusion, about what we are going to do to make a future. Because we thought that the future is coming mechanically or quantitatively, just a flow of time. But now we have a very keen feeling, a kind of gut feeling that the time is what we are making. So K-Future team should tackle what kind of practices or narratives, just with K narrative team, every kinds of resources should be mobilized to make a good future. So my final kind of question is how to produce a future in an interesting way. Well, I think that's all I got. Yeah. Is it sufficient?
Sure, it's not, but but I'm sure it's the K Future Team show that the good things comes to those who wait as well, especially for dinner as well. So I think it wraps up as well. So wish us luck, and our project will go on, and hope we can talk about more in detail with you guys throughout the courses as well. Okay. Thanks very much indeed. The microphone to the organizer.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your hard work today. Yeah, it has been a long day. Yeah, right? Especially for our presenters from abroad. Yeah. Okay, but every presentation was truly fascinating, and I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Hey, I have several really important announcements to make. Please pay attention to me. Yeah, please pay attention to me. First, please return interpretation receiver to the reception desk. 8 receivers are not returned yet. Please return it. And second, for the 5 teams that made reservation for dinners through us, the dinner is available from 7 o'clock at the Korean restaurant Rakgujang on campus. The team members who will be dining together can take the bus waiting outside this building. If you prefer to walk to the Rakgujang, please feel free to join the Seoul National University members of your team. This is the last announcement. Tomorrow, it's Saturday, so not all the gates of this building is open. Just one gate, the main gate of the second floor will be open. So use the main gate of the second floor. That's it. Thank you so much. I will see you at the dinner place. Thank you so much.